Prologue. Zadie. 4 months ago. This was my first hostage situation, and by and large, it wasn't as terrifying as I would have expected. Not that I had ever put a lot of thought into being held hostage. If movies were anything to go by, it seemed there should have been a lot more rope, duct tape, zip ties, and sobbing on my part. And not that I wasn't afraid. I was. But I wasn't falling apart from terror, and I didn't believe my death was imminent. That may have been incredibly naive, since there was a gun. Anytime my captor stood up, I saw it tucked haphazardly in the back of his jeans. The gun scared me. I kept my eye on it when I could, and when he sat down, I watched his hands carefully. He had nice hands. It was a strange thing to notice about the man holding me as collateral for the money my roommate Helen owed his boss/brother. But we were an hour into this thing, and I was bored. Still too afraid to really move or speak, but bored. And as a pianist, hands were something I always noticed. My captor flopped down on the armchair diagonal from my love seat and propped his booted foot on the coffee table. Normally that would bother me, but since this furniture belonged to Savage University, and, oh yeah, he had a gun, I kept my lips pressed tight. With a sigh, his dark, wary gaze swept over me in a slow pass. My hands were clutched tight in my lap to stop from fidgeting under his assessment. Bringing his hand up to his mouth, he muttered, "Damn." No explanation, but his straight, black eyebrows were furrowed into an angry line. "What's your name, little mama?" He sounded like he'd eaten gravel, then lined his throat with lacquer, rough and smooth all at once. I think Helen told you. It's Zadie." His head cocked. "Zadie, what?" I licked my lips, but my tongue had gone desert dry. I wasn't great at talking to guys on a good day. The gun tucked in this man's pants and the fact that I wasn't sure if he'd shoot me meant this clearly wasn't a good day. Zadie Knight. His lips were dusky pink and seemed to be positioned in a perpetual scowl. When I said my full name, they quirked, tipping up in the corners. It didn't qualify as a smile by a mile, but it was something. "That's a real name?" Yes? Should I have given him a false name? He already knew where my dorm was. Since he was sitting in my suite, it wasn't like he couldn't find me again after this. If I lived through it. "Sounds fake." He flattened his palms on his legs, smoothing down to his knees. "Amir Vasquez." My stomach lurched. I barely eked out a whisper. "I wish you hadn't given me your last name." "That's a strange thing to wish. Good thing there are no genies here, or you would have wasted it." "But..." His hands flipped over, palms up, a show of impatience. The way he spoke belied that gesture. Each word was drawn out, sitting on his tongue until he was ready to release it. Lazy disinterest laced every syllable, but his sharp gaze said that he was anything but. "But what, little mama? Speak." "It's just that I've seen your face. I know your name, so..." His forehead crinkled with his raised eyebrows. "Finish your sentence, Zadie Knight." I swallowed hard, then blurted, "Won't you have to kill me now?" There was a long pause where Amir only stared at me, his dusky lips parting slightly. His movement was too sudden for me to protect myself. My face was in his hand, and I hadn't even had the chance to gasp a breath. "Are you going to tell someone I was here tonight, Zadie Knight? Will you run to your phone as soon as my back's turned and dial 911? What will you tell them? That I sat in a room with you? You're not tied up. No one is barring the door. You could walk away at any time." "You have a gun," I pointed out. "Do I?" His fingertips stroked my cheek. "I've never seen it before. This must be your roommate's gun. You wouldn't want Helen getting in trouble for holding an unlicensed handgun, would you?" "I'm not calling the police. Not if you don't hurt me or Helen." Narrowed slits stared back at me for a long moment before he dropped my face and reclaimed his original position in his chair, lounging like a lazy prince. "If Helen brings me the money she owes Reno, no one's getting hurt tonight." There was nothing lazy about his vigilant gaze. That was a big if, so his reassurance did nothing to settle me. Helen owed Amir's brother, Reno, a lot of money. It wasn't her fault, but she had to pay it anyway. Me being trapped here with Amir was supposed to be her incentive to bring back the cash as quickly as she could. But what if she couldn't? "Will you hurt me if she doesn't?" He hadn't stopped watching me, but my question sent him forward, his elbows on his knees, black eyes drilling into mine. "If it comes to that, I won't take any pleasure in what I have to do." He steepled his hands beneath his chin. "Let's hope Helen pulls through and neither of us have to experience that." I nodded, wishing I could rewind back to when I was bored. There was nothing comforting in knowing the man holding me hostage was a legit bad guy, not just a regular person who'd got mixed up with the wrong crowd. Tears welled in my eyes before I could stop them. I turned away so he wouldn't see them trail down my cheeks, but I couldn't quite hold in one quiet sniffle. In my periphery, Amir sprung from his seat. He stood over me for so long I was forced to look up at him. When I did, he swiped his thumb over my wet cheek, then sucked my tears off like drops of nectar. I shuddered, and he walked away, pacing the confines of the small living area I shared with my two suite mates. He paced and used his phone while I sat, sinking into the stifling silence. A while later, there was a knock on the door. Amir opened it, spoke in murmurs to whoever was on the other side, then closed it again. He stopped in front of me and placed a white paper bag on the coffee table. The scent of oregano, garlic, and tomatoes drifted from it. "Eat, little mama," Amir gruffed, then walked away again. I didn't want to, but the hours were ticking by, and despite the churning in my stomach, I was hungry. Still, I wasn't sure I'd be able to keep anything down. Gingerly, I opened the bag to find 2 takeout containers, one holding half-dollar-sized raviolis and sauce, the other filled with garlic knots. From over my shoulder, Amir handed me a plate and fork before he circled around to sit beside me. He dished food onto his plate like it was nothing, Like he hadn't told me this situation could end with me being beaten or killed. When I didn't move, he set his plate down, grabbed mine, and filled it. Then he wrapped my fingers around my fork, took my chin in his hand, turned my face toward his, and gave me a hard, commanding look. "Eat, Zadie." I sucked in a ragged breath and tore my face from his hold. "I will. It's just, you're making me nervous right now." He growled, but didn't reply. I shifted as far from him as possible, which wasn't far, and tried to eat. I was anxious on way too many levels. The food sat like sawdust on my tongue, nearly impossible to swallow. I managed to get down one ravioli and half a garlic knot before I called it quits. Amir was shoveling food into his mouth like his conscience was clear and he wasn't holding a girl hostage. He also had his long legs spread so wide his thigh was practically on top of mine. I started to get up to take my plate to the sink and dump out the food I wasn't eating, but Amir snagged the loop of my jeans and yanked me back down. "You didn't eat." "I'm not hungry." He leaned over me, bracing his hand on the arm of the love seat, scanning my body. My mom called me curvy. At the very least, I was chubby. Had been my whole life. By Savage U standards, where the girls were disproportionately thin, tan, and blonde, I was a whale. And some of the girls here liked to remind me of that. "You don't skip meals." He stated this as fact. No malice behind it, but it hit me right in my rounded stomach and dug deep. I ate. "Barely." "I'm sorry I'm not able to eat when I'm not sure if I'll be alive by the end of this," I said meekly. He barked a laugh that sounded so menacing, I squirmed in my seat. "I'm not going to kill you. Now, eat the dinner I bought you before I get offended." I bit my tongue before I could tell him that wasn't much better. Knowing I could be beaten bloody instead of murdered didn't really ease my mind. But I tried eating since it seemed I didn't have a choice. I wouldn't want to offend my captor. A-hole. God, I couldn't even curse him out in my head for fear of repercussions. I ate one more ravioli and the rest of my garlic knot before I held my plate out to Amir. "Is this enough?" He scowled at my filled plate like it was a direct insult to him. "More." Using his fork, he cut a piece of ravioli off and held it to my mouth. I opened automatically, and he placed it with surprising gentleness on my tongue. He fed me 2 more ravioli like this before I covered my mouth with both hands. Amir grunted and scowled at me like I'd killed his firstborn, but he relented. Another hour or so passed of Amir pacing and using his phone, and me cleaning up the dishes, followed by falling back into boredom. When I couldn't take it anymore, I slipped my phone from my pocket to scroll through my emails or read the dictionary. Something. As soon as it was in my hand, though, it was snatched away. "Password, little mama." "Password?" He glanced up. "To your phone. Give me the password." "Why?" He leaned over me, one hand on the back of the couch, the other cupping my throat. "Give it to me." I gave it to him, and he didn't release me even after he entered it. His thumb kept stroking my fluttering pulse, and he let out a low humming sound that sounded strangely like he was trying to comfort me. even though he was the one violating me. Tipping my head back gave me room to breathe and allowed me to study my captor up close while his attention was on my phone. Under different circumstances, I would have found him intimidatingly attractive. With bronze skin that spoke of possibly Middle Eastern or Latino roots, maybe both given his name. Thick, short black hair, long, sooty eyelashes, and a mouth that looked so soft only sweet words should have ever passed it. The phrase, tall, dark, and handsome, might have been coined to describe him. He released a long sigh, pocketed my phone, and took a seat in the armchair, once again studying me. "You don't have a boyfriend." Again, he said this as a statement, and if he'd looked through my meager texts, he knew it as a fact. No, I don't. "Do you want one?" "I don't know. Maybe. I'm busy, though, so..." I stopped myself from explaining. It wasn't his business, and by now I was pretty sure he wouldn't shoot me if I didn't answer. He canted his head, studying me from under thick lashes. His eyes were dark, so dark, it was hard to tell exactly where he was focused. "Do you fuck?" I flinched. What? Oh, I heard. I just couldn't process what he was asking. This was definitely none of his business. "Do you fuck, Zadie? Do you like cock?" Why in the world would you ask me that? The second the question was out of my mouth, something else dawned on me. He'd said he wouldn't murder me, but he'd also promised violence. You wouldn't. Amir's gaze grew impossibly darker. "I'm talking about fucking. Rape isn't fucking. And no, I'm not going to force you. I want to know why a girl who looks like you isn't fucking anyone." A coil of spikes unfurled in my chest, but only part way. We were still having an uncomfortable conversation Amir seemed insistent on having. So I shut it down. "No, I don't like it. We're not going to have a go moment, so can we drop the subject?" I preferred silence. He only showed more interest, taking another long look at me. "Go?" "It's a 90s movie I watched with my mom. These friends leave their other friend with a drug dealer as collateral, and they wind up in bed." I shook my head. That's not going to happen. He flicked his fingers out. "It would make the time go faster." Then he let his hand fall. "But I'm more curious than anything. Why don't you like cock, little mama?" Every time he called me that, I got feverish. It was a ridiculous pet name, but something about the way he gritted it out of his plush mouth spiked my temperature and sent shivers down my spine. The drug dealer in Go had a better personality. Amir smirked and made a clucking sound with his tongue. "Maybe. Then again, you don't really look like Katie Holmes. I don't care either way." My first thought was, oh, so he did know the movie, followed quickly by, wow, the truth in that statement kind of burns. "Did someone hurt you?" he inquired. "Did someone drop you on your head?" As soon as the words were out, my hands flew to my mouth and I stared at Amir with wide eyes. He didn't look pissed, though. He very nearly smiled, and something like a chuckle rattled in his chest. "You're funny," he stated dryly. Thanks, I squeezed out of my clamped throat. He slid down in his chair, stretched his long legs in front of him. The whole time, he never took his eyes off me. Sometimes they rested on my face. Others, they danced around my chest and middle. Answer the question, little mama. People have hurt me, but not in that way, I replied. Have you hurt people? Oh, yeah, I have. Amir blinked, letting his eyelids stay at half-mast. But not in that way. That's good to know. So, he licked his bottom lip. Tell me why a girl like you doesn't have men blowing up her phone to link up. No dick pics, no one begging for your nudes, not even one simp. Are you uptight, Zadie? Do you think you're too good to take cock? What do you mean, a girl like me? What am I like? You know how you sound. His sultry lips tipped into a smirk. You know what you look like. My hand rose to my cheek of its own volition. I look like me. Oh, shit. His chuckle was without humor. You really don't know? Are you making fun of me? I hated how meek I sounded. Why did I care what he thought of me? But I knew why. As perverse as it was, I had been instantly attracted to this man, even through my terror. After having a gun pointed in my face, the last thing I needed was for my captor to tell me he thought I was a hideous beast. Amir instantly sobered. No, Zadie, I'm not. You asking me that question pisses me off, though. I didn't mean to. Yeah, I know you didn't. I bet you've been sweet since the day you were born. I pursed my lips. I did tell you you weren't charming. And my feelings were really hurt. His eyes were intense, but his expression remained impassive. Tell me why you don't have a man. His voice. God, it settled like coal in my belly, heating me from head to toe. He had no idea what he was asking, pressed on a patch of raw nerves. Why wasn't I with someone? Why did I turn away from every guy's attention? I had my reasons, very real ones. I wasn't going to share with my captor. At the same time he pressed on those nerves, he also hit something else. My anger. So much had been taken from me, and this was only one more thing. I should have had a phone filled with texts. At least one simp, a few unwanted dick pics, guys asking to see my boobs. But I was locked down tight, keeping to myself, missing out on those annoying, ubiquitous to almost everyone college experiences. I don't think I'm too good to fuck. I clasped my hands in my lap and whispered, I do like it. Amir stilled. What did you say? I leveled him with an unwavering stare. I said, I do like fucking. I miss it. It's been a long while, but I like it. He scooted to the edge of his seat and took his gun from the back of his pants. For one split second, I thought he was going to shoot me, but then, with his gaze on me, he placed the gun on the coffee table and held his hand out to me. Come here. His gravel had turned to dust, coating his command in something soft and muted. Come here, little mama. Talk to me. I wondered what I was doing, why I'd said that, and how I could be considering slipping my hand into his. His beautiful hand with long, tapered fingers and calloused palms. My eyes met his, black like midnight and just as dangerous. I sucked in a deep breath and made a decision. It was either going to be the best or worst I'd ever made. But for once, it was mine. I slipped my hand into his. Chapter 1. Zadie. I had no time. I never ran late, but I was tonight. It was nerves, most likely. They'd been slowing me down. My hands were trembling a little. My feet felt like they weighed 1,000 pounds. But I managed to put on a little mascara without stabbing myself in the eye, so I was calling it a win. I checked my phone as I walked out of my room into the living area. 2 minutes. Geez, I never cut it this close. I don't like your boyfriend. Stopping in my tracks, I stared at my sweet mate, Elena. Blonde, tan, thin, and so beautiful I could weep. She fit in at Savage U. The day she showed up to claim the 3rd room in our suite, I'd been braced for the worst. My roommate's freshman year had been the worst. Elena Sanderson was sharp-tongued, sarcastic, somewhat narcissistic, and a little unhinged, but she aimed all that outward. To me, she'd never been anything but funny, and I would even say kind. What? I shoved my phone in my purse. I didn't have time for a conversation, but I was frozen on my spot. Elena was spread out on a love seat, books, papers, and laptop around her. She nodded and flicked her fingers in my direction. Your boyfriend. He's absolutely wretched. You're so pretty, and you're rushing around, frantic not to be late for a date with him. It makes me sad. 1, because a man should always wait on his woman, and 2, because he's not good enough for you. I don't know what to say. She shrugged. Helen thinks it too. She won't say it because she doesn't want to hurt your feelings. My eyes widened. You've been talking about me? No, I don't have to. It's extremely obvious. It is? Helen Ortega was one of the most honest, upfront, real girls I'd ever met, but not in the brutal way Elena was. She was a stunningly beautiful skateboarding badass who always had a soft spot for me, but especially since her troubles spilled over onto me a few months ago. After my hostage crisis, she'd been a little extra careful with me. So if she didn't like the guy I was sort of seeing, it wouldn't surprise me that she hadn't said anything. Leave it to Elena to bring the truth. What are you doing, Zadie? Elena pushed aside her laptop to stand in front of me, her hands on her hips. I was miniature, and she was tall and lithe, so I had to tilt my head back to look at her. He's not really my boyfriend. She rolled her eyes. Thank Prada for small miracles. But I mean, why are you spending time with him? You can do so much better, girl. I wasn't so sure about that, but if I said that out loud, she'd get angry with me. He's funny, and I don't know, it's nice to go out and do things. I spent all last semester in this suite. It's time to shake things up. Her hands squeezed my shoulders. I'll take you out. There's really no need for you to go out with him. If it's about getting laid, I'm sorry, I'm not available for that service, but I'm certain I can find you someone who is. I would have laughed if my phone hadn't vibrated in my purse. I'm sorry, I have to go. He's waiting." She didn't remove her hands, so I was stuck. "I need to go, Elle." She stared at me for a long beat before releasing me. "Go, but if he lays an unwelcome finger on you, do not hesitate to kick him in the dick and call me to finish the job." The lead finally lightening in my feet, I raced to the elevator and then through the lobby, bursting out of my dorm. Nerves still writhed like worms in my stomach and only worsened as I approached the car. The passenger doors swung open. As soon as I slipped inside and closed it, the car pulled away from the curb. "Hi," I said softly. Elliot, the guy I'd been seeing for the last couple weeks, drummed impatient fingers on the steering wheel. A muscle in his square jaw ticked before he relaxed. "You owe me an apology." I sucked in a breath. "Okay, I'm sorry I was running late. My roommate started talking to me and I'd appreciate it if next time you'd send me a text if you're not going to be where you promised you would be." He glanced over at me, sweeping his sharp brown eyes over me from head to toe. "You look nice." "Thank you, Elliot. You do too." He reached across the console to place his hand on my leg. He didn't go too high, but he curled his fingers around my inner thigh in a way that said he had every right to do so. And I guessed, since I'd never stopped him, he probably thought he did. Elliot Schiffer wasn't a very nice guy, but he was persistent in his interest in me. We'd shared a class last semester, and since then, he'd doggedly tried to catch my eye. I didn't quite understand it, but since I also didn't date, I had always politely but firmly turned down his invitations to join him for a meal or to attend a party. Things changed recently, and when Elliot once again asked me to have lunch with him in the dining hall, I'd relented. Over the past 2 weeks, we'd done that 4 or 5 times. We'd gone to a movie, studied together in my suite, watched Netflix in his. It hadn't all been unpleasant, but under normal circumstances, I wouldn't have gone on more than 1 or 2 dates with Elliot before, again politely but firmly, extracting myself from the situation. My circumstances were anything but normal lately. I was a boat without sails, floating around to find anything that would lead me to a safe harbor. Elliot wasn't really a safe harbor, but I was hoping he would be that something that took me there. "I was surprised you wanted to go to this party." He squeezed my thigh. "It doesn't seem like your scene. Things can get out of hand. You still have time to change your mind." I smiled at him, which he caught in his periphery. "No, I want to go. I feel like all I do is study. I haven't been to even one big college party." I placed my hand over his. "Besides, I'll be with you, so I know I'll be fine." "You know I'll take care of you, Zadie." His hand slipped an inch up my thigh. "You need someone to take care of you. You're too sweet to be out in the world on your own. I knew that from the first time I saw you." I hated what he was saying, but it wasn't exactly untrue. Not that I was too sweet, but that I needed someone. I laughed. "The first time you saw me, I was almost in tears from being yelled at by Dr. Marino. God, that guy." Elliot didn't laugh. "He's a fucking prick. I should have reported him for how he treated you." On the first day of class last semester, our sociology professor had been running late. He'd burst into the classroom and knocked me splat on the ground. His coffee had spilled everywhere, thankfully not on me, and he had been pissed. Somehow, his ire had been directed at me, even though I was the injured party. I'd held in my tears, but man, it had been a close one. Fortunately, I survived and will never have to take a class taught by him again.
Fuck him,
Elliot muttered under his breath. Yeah. Pressing my legs together, I shifted to the side, ensuring my skirt didn't ride up too high. Let's not talk about that. I'd love to forget it. Tell me about the party. What should I expect? Elliot liked to feel important, and this was just the thing to give him that. He spent the rest of the drive rubbing my thigh and telling me about the past parties he'd been to. This one was at a warehouse on the opposite side of Savage River to Savage U. As we got closer, driving down the quaint main street and past the massive Savage River High School, light seemed to be sucked from the atmosphere. The roads became less smooth, the buildings dirty and some dilapidated, and then we were in a more industrial area on the very outskirts I'd never had cause to go to. Elliot parked in a no-parking zone along a crumbling curb. Since this wasn't my first time in his car, I knew to wait for him to round to my side and open the door for me. He got insulted if I let myself out. He held my hand as we walked to the entrance of the warehouse, keeping me close to his side. My knees were shaking, so I was grateful to have his support, even though I didn't love how proprietary he was with me. I became even more grateful when we entered the warehouse. It wasn't packed, but there were people scattered all over in the vast, dimly lit space. From the scattered furniture, it looked like someone, or a few someones, lived here. Elliot leaned down and pressed his mouth to my hair.
Don't worry, Zadie. I won't let anything happen to you.
You won't leave me? He peered at me. His gaze wasn't warm, but it was possessive.
I'll have to for a little bit, but I'll find someone for you to stay with. Let's get drinks and not think about things like that.
The bar was actually just a folding table covered in myriad liquor bottles and stacks of red Solo cups with a keg standing beside it. Since the last thing I wanted to do was get wasted, this was more than enough for me. Elliot studied his choices while I grabbed a cup and went to the keg, determined to figure out how it worked. I stood there, fingering the hose, tracing my nail over the valve, fairly certain I would be able to fill my cup with beer, especially considering these things were used by drunken frat bros. If they could do it, so could I. Except the hose was swiped out of my hand, followed by my cup.
I'll do that for you, Zadie.
Elliot pressed a kiss to the side of my head.
You know I would never allow you to pour your own drink.
When he handed me the halfway-filled red cup, my lips curved in what I hoped was a gracious smile. Thank you so much, Elliot. What a gentleman. Then I pushed out a giggle for good measure. That seemed to please him. He cupped the back of my head and dragged me into his chest. His half-mast erection dug into my hip, and he made no effort to pull away.
I'm not always a gentleman, baby, he cooed.
Oh. So far, Elliot had been gentlemanly to an extreme. His chivalry almost felt like a weapon, forcing me into a box marked "My Little Woman." This move, this heavy flirtation, was unprecedented. I didn't know what to say. He tucked my curls behind my ear.
You're so sweet when you blush.
Then he tapped my cup.
Drink, but don't get sloppy, okay? I don't like it when girls get plastered. It's not a good look.
I didn't know how to respond to that, but he didn't need it. He saw someone he knew and tugged me along with him. As Elliot spoke to his friends, I scanned the warehouse. Music vibrated the air, filling the massive space. Groups and couples were scattered around, but the center seemed to be reserved for dancing. There was a pool table and a foosball table. Both were being used. Most held cups. Many were passing joints. The scene wasn't as debaucherous as I'd imagined, but the night was young. Elliot squeezed my hip.
I need to go take care of a couple things. Are you good for me to leave you here with Sean and Robbie?
He nodded to his suite mates, who I'd met once before. I'm fine. Take your time. I'm enjoying people watching, I replied. He touched his lips to my temple.
Stay here, Zadie. Don't talk to anyone. I'll be back as soon as I can.
He waited until I nodded in agreement, then he disappeared through the throngs of people. Sean and Robbie didn't seem to be interested in me, so I sipped my lukewarm beer and wandered away from them a little. I didn't go far because I didn't want to deal with Elliot being angry that I hadn't listened. My heart stopped, then thrashed when I spotted him. My pulse fluttered madly in my throat. Even from half a football field away and all these months since we'd been in close proximity, Amir made me nervous. This was his brother's party. Of course he was here. I'd known he probably would be when I overheard Elliot mention it, but nothing could have prepared me for my reaction to him and the probability he would see me, too. If there had been a chair close, I would have fallen into it. My knees were so wobbly, and my stomach lurched like a boat in a storm. Amir wasn't drinking. He wasn't smoking. Leaning against a steel support beam, his arms folded over his chest, he gave the appearance of being relaxed, but I didn't think he was. He made slow sweeps of the space, turning his head from one side to the other, even as a girl draped herself on his shoulder. He pulled her closer, his hand on her plump backside. She spoke to him, and he replied, but he remained watchful, vigilant. Goosebumps puckered my skin at the memory of his eyes on me, the feel of him taking me in, peering at me so intently as if he could see all the way to my core. No one had ever looked at me that way before, or since. I wasn't sure I had even liked it, but I would never forget it. I hoped he hadn't forgotten either, because he was the reason I was at this party tonight. My plan had worked perfectly up until this point. I didn't know how I was going to do it, but before the party faded, I was going to have Amir Vasquez's attention.
Chapter 2. Amir. My hands twitched. My skin itched too tight on my body. I needed to relax, find a release, let go. But these fucking parties my brother threw weren't the place for that. I was working, watching the crowd, monitoring Reno's people, ensuring everyone knew whose territory they were being given the privilege of occupying. The fact that I was working for Reno, my big brother who'd barely gotten himself through high school, only made my skin tighter. If our uncle hadn't had a heart attack, a come-to-Jesus moment, retired and passed the baton to Reno, he'd still be pissing away his time selling weed to his friends. Giving Reno even a modicum of power had been a mistake. He had no idea how to run a business, legal or otherwise. The only reason he was able to maintain his power was through my near-constant intercession and his own brutality. Not that I wasn't brutal in my own right. I just used my brains a hell of a lot more than Reno ever had. I have stat homework due Monday. I would much rather be using my brains to finish. Vanessa fell into me, wobbling on her heels from too many shots of tequila mixed with a few lines of blow. She should have been an expert at walking while out of her mind, since she was rarely sober. "Hey, baby," she cooed. You're so grumpy. Why don't you smile? I took a handful of her ass, holding her upright. At least she felt good pressed against me. That was something. Why don't you go to bed? I countered. Are you coming with me? I let myself look at her for a beat. Bronze skin, fat ass, big, natural tits, plump lips. Vanessa had all the ingredients I needed to get me hard and get me off. And she had. More times than I would bother trying to count. Getting off was a necessity. But my hand was more interesting than Vanessa at this point. She relied on her attributes to entice. Then she'd lay there with her legs open or her lips parted, acting like a human receptacle. A dead lay was a dead lay, no matter how hot she was. Not tonight. I'm working. Aww, she whispered against my neck. That's too bad. I miss you, baby. My hackles rose at those words. I'd had enough of this. You were in Marco's bed last night, Van. I think you're doing just fine. Gripping her waist, I unlatched her from me and shoved her a foot away. You need to walk away. I'm not interested. There's plenty of willing dick for you to ride. It's just not gonna be mine. She gasped like she was surprised I'd speak to her that way, but this was the only way I'd ever spoken to her. She wasn't my woman. Van spread her legs for any of my brother's crew. She was easy in every way. But telling me she missed me? No, that wasn't me. It never would be. In the dim warehouse light, Vanessa's angry flush glowed red, but she kept her puffy lips shut. This girl had been around men like me long enough to know how to behave. She could go be pissy with her friends, but not to me. Her opinions and feelings weren't welcome here. Fine, be a dick. But don't come begging for me when I'm gone, Amir, 'cause you will miss me. And the only way I'll come back is if you beg. She swiveled, almost falling on her ass, and marched away in a crooked line, staggering into a few people before the crowd swallowed her up and she disappeared. Beg. Jesus, that was a joke. There was no woman alive I'd beg to have. A smack on the back of my head brought me out of my stupor. Before I had the chance to react, Julian plopped down on the beat-up coffee table in front of me, cackling. Yo, dude, are you in La La Land or some shit? He covered his mouth, but there was no disguising the fucker was laughing at me. Something like that. I raised a brow at the one friend I'd maintained since childhood, Julian Gray. It's peaceful in La La Land. Must be because you're not there. He flipped me off, but his wide grin didn't dim even a fraction. A long time ago, his mom said he'd left the womb smiling, and I believed it. He didn't have the kind of life that brooked his sunny disposition, but he held tight to his innate goodness, and in this world, that was saying something. I kept him out of Reno's crew, and would die before I let him join. Being on the periphery was bad enough. Unfortunately, I'm gonna be the bearer of bad news. That little fuck Schiffer's here, and he's unloading product. I sat up straight, scanning the crowd. Molly? I asked. Julian shook his head. Nah. Marco bought from him to check his inventory. It looks like he's got all scripts. Perks, Oxy, some Addies. From what Marco saw, Schiffer's cleaning up. The crowd is liking what he's supplying. I rubbed my chin, attempting to maintain a level head even as my blood boiled. This kid knew better. He really did. That was why he'd been staying out of my eyesight. You didn't walk into Reno's party and sell your own product. That wasn't how it worked. Schiffer was small time, no real competition for Reno, but it was the principle, and the fact that we'd caught him at this game more than once. Obviously, the lesson hadn't been drilled into his head hard enough. Bring him to the back. I nodded toward the courtyard behind the warehouse, surrounded on 3 sides by brick walls with barbed wire on top. It would give us solid privacy. We didn't have any neighbors, so it was ideal for the kind of talk we'd be having. He came with a girl, Julian said. I rotated my neck on my head, stretching it out, getting the blood flowing. Bring them both. I was already outside waiting for them when Marco and Julian shoved Elliot Schiffer into the courtyard so hard he went down on his knees. They followed him out, a short girl walking calmly between them. If she'd been struggling, yelling, cussing, spitting, I wouldn't have given her a glance until I dealt with Schiffer or needed to use her to deal with Schiffer. It was the lack of dramatics that brought my attention to her. Something sharp plunged into my gut when I met big blue eyes under the midnight sky. Zadie Knight. What the fuck are you doing here, little mama? My fist went to my hips as I helped myself to a slow, up-close perusal of her for the first time in months. I couldn't find any pleasure at the sight of her, not with how we left things, and her appearance here with Elliot Schiffer. Don't touch her. Schiffer climbed to his feet, whipping his attention back and forth between me and Zadie. Marco and Julian barely had their hands on her shoulders. They weren't hurting her. She was standing like a docile little doll between them, her gaze burning into me. Did I tell you you could stand? I walked forward, fisted the top of Schiffer's hair, and swept his feet from under him. He landed on his knees with a crack, gritting his teeth to keep from crying out. He glared at me, eyes wild and face flushed. What do you want from me? I didn't do anything. I kept my hand in his hair and yanked his head back. Do you know who I am? His mouth ticked. Everyone knows you're Reno's brother. Amir, I spit out. I'm Amir. That's Marco and Julian. I have to tell you, we take personal offense on behalf of Reno that you thought it was okay to come into his territory and spit in his face. The disrespect, Schiffer. The audacity to sell your product right under his nose. Do you think Reno's a little bitch? Zadie gasped, and the pure sweetness in the sound was almost enough to distract me. Almost. If I hadn't been on the very edge of losing my mind and ripping her apart at her pretty little seams, it would have. No, of course not. Reno doesn't sell what I do, and I'm small. My supply is minuscule compared to Reno. I jerked his head hard, bending so we were almost nose to nose. What the fuck do you know about Reno's supply? Schiffer's shit-brown eyes bulged. Nothing. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I was being stupid. I'm so stupid. This won't happen again. It won't. No, it won't. Taking my hand from his hair, I shoved his chest. He skidded on his ass across the brick ground. Convince me it won't happen again. I need you to assure me. His face had gone purple. Sweat dripped down his temples. His shaking hands reached into his pockets, yanking out folded bills and 2 baggies filled with pills. Knowing how small time he was, they were most likely stolen from his rich friend's mommy's medicine cabinets. Keep it. His tone had gone from threatening to placating in the span of a minute. The little shit must have realized the kind of trouble he was in. Take it all. Please, I want you to have it. I knocked the bills and pills from his hands. The wind whipped it all around in a whirling dervish of depravity. You think you have to give it to me? I own your shit. I own you right now. If I take you to see Reno, tell him what you've been doing, what do you think will happen? His swallow was audible, and I swore to all that was holy his bloodshot eyes filled with tears. This big man, who showed up at a savage party intent on horning in on Reno's business, was crumbling before my very eyes. I would have been laughing if he hadn't brought little Zadie Knight along for the ride. That I didn't find amusing in any way. He raised his hands in supplication. "I screwed up, I know it. Please, I'll do anything. I have more money at home, I'll pay you. Just please don't tell Reno. It'll never happen again." His patheticness disgusted me, further serving to piss me off. My foot shot out, striking him in the gut, and he immediately folded to his side. That had felt good, but it wasn't enough. So I unleashed on him, hitting his legs and back over and over until Julian shoved me back a step. "He got it, man. He got the message." He spoke low, calm, the way he always did to get me back in my head. The thing of it was, this time, I hadn't left. I knew exactly what I was doing. I wasn't going to kill this little shit, but I wanted him to limp out of this courtyard and feel the message I imparted a long time after. "Please, Amir." Her whisper was watercolors on canvas, too delicate for a place like this. "Please what?" I folded my arms over my chest as I stood over her groaning boyfriend. "Please let him go." Her soft little chin trembled, but she held it high. I cocked my head. I had every intention of letting him go, but I still wanted to see how this would play out with her. "Why should I? Do you have any idea what your boyfriend was doing?" She shook her head. "He's not." "Zadie, baby." Schiffer crawled to his knees. "Don't talk to him." Julian gripped my arm, holding me back from taking Schiffer down again. He didn't get to tell Zadie what to do, not when it came to talking or not talking to me. "Please, I'm here. He won't do it again." She took a step toward me. The outside spotlights glinted off her silky, light brown curls. "Just let him go and—" "What will you give me, Zadie?" She blinked. "Give you?" I nodded slowly, shrugging Julian's hold off my arm. "I told your boyfriend I need assurance this won't happen again. Since I don't believe him, and you've thrown yourself in front of him, what will you give me to assure me this shit is done?" Her pink tongue darted out to lick her lips. Well, I don't have much, but..." I slid my piece from the back of my jeans, aiming it at Schiffer's head. Zadie squealed. Schiffer whimpered and most likely pissed his pants. Julian threw his arm out. I didn't look at him to see his expression, but I knew he thought I'd lost my mind. I knew exactly what I was doing. "What will you give me, Zadie?" I gritted out. Schiffer attempted to block his head with his arms. "You can have her. She'll work for you or suck your cock. You can take her. Please, Amir, please. She'll do anything you want her to do." That surprised me. If I had less control, I would have blown his head off for making the suggestion, for giving Zadie away instead of sacrificing himself. "Too fucking far," Julian ground out. "Way too fucking far." Zadie mewed like she'd been physically injured, but she didn't cry, nor did she drop to her knees. Her eyes grew rounder, never leaving me, not even to glance at her boyfriend who'd just unnecessarily sacrificed her to save his own ass. "I'll do it," she rasped. My nostrils flared. "You'll suck my cock, little Zadie?" She wrapped her arms around her middle. "If that's what it takes for Elliot to walk out of here alive." My chin lowered. I blinked at her, wrapping my head around what she was saying. It was almost impossible to understand. No, I didn't understand. It enraged me that she cared about this piece of shit so much, she would give me her body to protect him. And he would let her. All right. Safety on, I tucked my piece in my pants and held my hand out to her. Come here, Zadie. She came without hesitation, slipping her small hand in mine. Please, Amir, she whispered. I think he gets it. He won't do it again. Little Zadie Knight was a trembling flower in a storm, but she'd put on a brave face for her man. Then again, she'd shown the same annoying courage the first time we met. At least then it hadn't been as misplaced. I shifted my attention to the blubbering waste of flesh on the ground. Get up, Schiffer. He lifted his head first, wincing at Zadie by my side, but his mouth stayed shut. Then he staggered to his feet, swaying slightly, his shoulders rolling forward. All that false bravado he'd had minutes ago had fled as quickly as his loyalty to his girl. Are we clear here? I asked. His head bobbed on his neck. Yeah, we're clear. It won't happen again. Releasing Zadie's hand, I wrapped my arm around her shoulders and jerked her against me. And this little treasure is mine now. Do you understand? The color drained from his face. His mouth gaped. I waited for his protest, but it didn't come. He pressed his mouth into a firm line, then nodded. I understand. Zadie made a low, strangled sound. I wondered if her precious heart was breaking. If you see this girl on campus, who is she? I pressed. Schiffer rubbed his chest, stole a glance at Zadie, then aimed his eyes toward the ground. I don't know her. She's a stranger. Wrong, I barked, making the girl beside me jump. You don't see her. She doesn't exist to you. Your eyes stray to her even once, I'll consider this peace treaty broken and be forced to tell Reno you were spitting in his face tonight. You feel me? I feel you, Schiffer choked out. I tipped my chin at Julian and Marco. Take care of him. I need to have a conversation with Zadie Knight about what it means to be my property. No doubt Julian strongly disapproved of what I was doing, but he knew the score. His mouth stayed on silent as I steered Zadie through the warehouse. Her short legs scampered to keep up with my swift pace, but I wanted her out of here as quickly as possible. She didn't belong here. Not in this place. Not with these people. Hell, she definitely didn't belong with me. But I'd paid in full, and now she was mine. My SUV was parked across the street. I opened Zadie's door for her and watched her climb into the passenger seat without any protest. Then I locked her in and rounded to the other side. I jumped in, turned over the ignition, and pulled away from the curb, driving us back to Savage U. After unlocking my phone, I tossed it to her. Put your number in there, then call yourself so you have mine. Okay, she said quietly. What do you think is happening right now? She looked up from my phone, the screen lighting up her face. I think you're going to explain what it means to be your property. I hit the steering wheel. No, Zadie, don't repeat what I said. Tell me what you think is happening. What do you think it means to be my property? Her exhale was delicate. I haven't really thought about it. You mentioned sucking your... We're not doing that tonight. My lip curled with disgust, though I wasn't half as disgusted as I should have been. Not when that asshole's scent is on you. I don't want his sloppy seconds. No matter how pretty you look when you're afraid. I expected her to make a quiet protest, like she had that night in her dorm. But she remained silent. Her shallow, panting breaths were the only sounds between us. I'm taking you back to your dorm. You'll go upstairs and text me a picture of you secure in your room. You have tomorrow free. But when I contact you, I expect an immediate reply. On Monday, after your classes, you'll come to my house and we'll go over what it really means to be owned by me." She said nothing, but there was no question she heard me. Even though I didn't want to give her a break, I did. Zadie might have had poor taste in who she gave it up to, but a girl like her wasn't in situations like what went down in that courtyard very often. Or ever. She needed a minute, and quite fucking frankly, so did I. If I started making more demands now, I'd overstep into a realm even I wasn't into. Taking Zadie as my property was walking the line, but I wasn't pulling back from that. No, I planned to enjoy every second of having Zadie Knight under my control.
Chapter 3. Zadie. Amir pulled into a parking spot in front of my dorm. Adrenaline had me rooted to my seat, but he didn't seem in any hurry for me to leave his SUV. Silence covered us like a suffocating blanket. He tapped his thigh and commanded, "Come here, Zadie." My stomach bottomed out, but I didn't let it stop me from crawling over the console to do as I was told. I'd only ever sat in Amir's lap once, and I found doing it again was as easy as riding a bike. He positioned me sideways, my legs draping over his rangy thighs. Then his hands were in my hair, tangling in the sides, tipping my head back. For a long, drawn-out moment, he only stared, but it felt penetrative, like he was invading me. If he hadn't been holding me the way he was, I would have looked away. "What are you going to do now?" he asked. I rubbed my lips together. "Whatever you want me to." The air vibrated around us. Amir's shudder was subtle, but he held me so close I couldn't miss it. "That's right, because I own you, Zadie Knight." He dragged a finger down my cheek. There was no affection in the move. It was solely proprietary. "You're my own personal little good girl. Right now, you're going to run inside, lock up behind you, and text me just like I told you." My head was in his vice grip, so I couldn't nod. My smile was tremulous, but I managed. "Okay, I'll do that." He dragged his fingers out of my hair, only to claim my cheeks. "Don't worry, Zadie. Your boyfriend is safe as long as you cooperate." "He's not my boyfriend." His midnight eyes turned to stone. "That's right, he's not. Glad you feel me on that, little mama." He gave my butt a smack, then opened the door. "Get out." My escape wasn't graceful, but as soon as I found my feet, I ran from my captor and didn't look back. When I shut myself in my bedroom, I fell down on my bed, sucking in air as deeply as my constricted chest would allow. Then I pulled out my phone and snapped a picture of my room to send to Amir. Less than a minute later, he replied, "My captor." "That isn't what I told you to do, Zadie. Try again." "Me? This is my room." "My captor." "Do I need to come back and explain myself to you more clearly?" I knew what he wanted. I just didn't want to give it to him. I also didn't want him knocking on my door, so I held the phone out again, this time snapping a picture of my unsmiling face, wrinkling my nose so he could see how annoying I thought he was. 5 minutes ticked by without a response. I held my breath, waiting for him to bust into my room and throttle me for making a face at him. When my phone chimed with a text, I yelped. My captor. Being cute won't get you out of this. You know that, right? Me. I wasn't trying to be cute. I'm sorry. My captor. Go to sleep. Remember to answer immediately when I text. Me. Okay, I'll remember. My captor. Say goodnight to me, Zadie. Me. Good night, Amir. Of course, there was no reply. It didn't matter anyway. I'd gotten his attention like I had wanted. My mistake was underestimating the depth of Amir's depravity. Well, one of my mistakes. I hadn't really planned what I'd do with his attention once I had it, but this hadn't been a possibility in my wildest dreams. After 2 sleepless nights, I was drained walking into my last class on Monday. Fortunately, it was a large lecture, so if I zoned out, my professor probably wouldn't notice. I trudged up the stairs of the lecture hall, heading to my usual seat halfway up. Hey, someone in the row ahead of me called out. I kept going, assuming they were speaking to someone else, since I didn't really know anyone in this class. Hey! Stopping on the step before my row, I scanned to the right, finding 4 frat bros grinning my way. My stomach twisted in knots. Hi, I whispered in response. The guy closest to me chuckled, drawing my attention. Deacon Forrester. I'd met him twice while with Helen, and both times he'd been obnoxious and had called me her fat friend. We were a month into this semester, and he'd said hi to me once before. It had been disconcerting then, and it was still disconcerting now. Hey, Zadie, you having a nice day? He leveled me with a somewhat friendly look, but his bros were snickering beside him, so I didn't return it. Instead, I rushed past, mumbling something vague that probably didn't make any sense. I didn't believe he was sincerely asking me anyway, not with his buddies laughing at his side. I sat in the very back, well away from the laughing boys. I'd known guys like that in high school, and I'd learned to avoid them like the plague. College hadn't magically transformed them into men with souls. They were still little boys who got their kicks through humiliation. If I were Helen or Elena, I'd walk back down there and say, "No thanks, I already have a homicidal drug dealer on my hands. I don't really have room on my plate for an arrogant frat boy." But since I was just me, pathologically shy, I quietly took out my laptop and crossed my fingers Deacon and his friends would forget I existed. Amir lived off campus, in a neighborhood of houses that were pretty much all rented by college students. His was a tidy bungalow with a front porch that ran the width of the house. There were 2 nice wooden rocking chairs and 2 less nice folding chairs occupying the space. The welcome mat in front of the door said, "Come inside." I had a hard time believing Amir had picked that out. I barely knocked before the door swung open. The smiling face greeting me wasn't Amir's, but one of the guys who'd handled me with surprising gentleness on Saturday night. Hi. I held up my hand in a little wave. Hey. He leaned against the jamb, giving me a long once-over. What's up, Buttercup? My fingers twisted in the hem of my long cardigan. I'm reporting for duty. Is my owner home? His smile grew wide. A bark of a laugh burst out of him. Oh, my boy's in trouble with you, isn't he? He thought he was getting a meek little thing, but you got some sass behind that sweet. I'm into it. He reached out, grabbing me by my nape and yanked me inside the house. I think I'm the one in trouble, I uttered. He squeezed my neck.
Nah, I was worried about you, you know? You got this fragile chick kind of vibe going, but I think maybe you've got a little fire in you.
I shook my head. I don't think I do.
We'll see.
He winked, then pushed me deeper into the house, still holding the back of my neck.
I'm Julian, by the way.
Zadie. His laugh was softer this time.
I know. I've heard it around here enough. I won't forget it.
I would have asked what exactly he'd heard, but Amir emerged from upstairs, scowling with such malice. I braced for him to reach for his gun and shoot Julian and me to the ground.
Take your fucking hand off my property.
Each word was low and menacing. If there was a friendship between Amir and Julian, it had disappeared in that moment, leaving behind icy disdain. Julian's grip on my neck instantly disappeared. He held up both hands to show they were empty and he was innocent.
My mistake,
he soothed.
It won't happen again.
But under his placating tone, I heard an edge of amusement. I didn't think he was afraid of Amir. Not really.
Fuck off, Julian,
Amir spat.
Julian chuckled,
proving my theory, and slid away from me.
All right, I'm fucking off. Just, try not to damage your property irreparably. That would be a damn shame.
Amir's eyes narrowed to obsidian slits.
It would be a damn shame to find yourself without a roof over your head, asshole.
Julian winked at me again.
That would suck. I bet Zadie would take pity on me and let me crash on her couch, though.
Amir glared at him, but he gave him no further reaction. Still, I wanted to laugh at the impossibility of these two men having any kind of relationship, let alone the friendship that was obvious beneath their old, violently inclined married couple bickering. It's only a love seat, I answered. You'd have to really curl up. Julian and Amir both swung their attention to me. I had no idea why I spoke. It had just slipped out without meaning to.
Julian shook his head, grinning.
Amir was less amused.
He'll never set foot in your dorm.
Julian groaned.
I think that's my cue to exit. Don't worry, I'll look for your sense of humor while I'm out.
He saluted Amir, gnashed his teeth at me, then saw himself out the front door. Once he was gone, the house was chillingly silent. That was until the floorboards creaked as Amir advanced on me.
Do you think, as my property, you're allowed to flirt with my friends?
He took my chin in his hand, tilting my face back. No. I didn't deny his ludicrous accusation. It seemed the less I said, the better. His eyes flared at my clipped response. His hold on me tightened to the edge of pain.
No, what?
No, I'm not allowed to flirt with your friends. His chin lowered and he gave me an assessing glare.
You look tired. Why haven't you been sleeping?
I shifted my messenger bag on my shoulder. I'm a little bit stressed. When I have a lot on my mind, I can't sleep. Amir stepped forward, slipping the bag from my shoulder and dropping it to the floor. I winced when my laptop clunked on the hardwood, but kept my protests to myself.
What's there to think about? I own you. Your thoughts are the ones I give you.
He rubbed the thick stubble on his chin.
I can't imagine what you'd have to worry about.
My nose crinkled, but I dug my teeth into my bottom lip to stop myself from speaking. My silence didn't seem to please Amir based on his sharp intake of breath and hands balling into white-knuckled fists.
Don't be cute, he uttered lowly. It won't make me soft on you.
I'm not being cute. My hands fluttered to my chest. I promise.
With a groan, he walked away, hands braced on top of his head. Then he turned back, jerking his head toward the massive leather sectional. I followed him and took a seat 2 cushions away, tucking my crossed ankles to the side. I smoothed my skirt along my thighs, making sure it draped over my knees. Amir watched every single one of my movements with a hardened jaw. When the silence stretched on, I glanced around the room from beneath my lashes and barely suppressed my gasp. Between 2 windows sat a beautiful upright piano. My fingers twitched, longing to play. I hadn't had time in my schedule for a music class this semester, so the only time I could get my fix in was if I snuck into an empty class in the music building. I'd done it once and had been so nervous I almost puked. Or went home to visit my parents. Needless to say, I was jonesing.
Tell me you haven't spoken to Elliot Schiffer.
It was a demand, not a question. I haven't. I plucked at a flower on my skirt. He hasn't tried to contact me either. We don't have any classes together, and his dorm is on the opposite side of campus. He shook his head.
I'd be disappointed in you for giving it up to that piece of shit if I cared what you did.
I almost rolled my eyes, since it was really freaking obvious he cared what I did. I didn't think it was because he cared about me. More like saw me as someone he should be able to control. I didn't roll my eyes, though. Amir had power, and I didn't. He could crush me if he wanted to. I was banking on him not wanting to choose that path, but the odds weren't great. When I didn't speak, he went on.
Here's how this is gonna go, little mama. You're going to send me your schedule. The hours you're not in class, you're on call from me. Anything I need, you will jump to do it. You feel me so far?
I nodded. I felt him way too much.
You cook?
I nodded again. Yes.
Any good?
I can't cook every type of food, but I think I'm pretty decent. His hand went to his chin, scrubbing as he stared at me with a pinched brow.
You're making me dinner every night. If Julian and Marco were here, you'll cook for them too. But you're mine, not theirs. Clear?
I'm clear, except... I pressed my lips together, not knowing if I was allowed to object.
Speak, Zadie.
I flipped my hands over in my lap. Well, I don't have a car, so I can't buy groceries for your dinners. Unless... Do you want me to ride the bus? He sucked in a great deal of breath, then exhaled slowly.
No, I do not want you on the bus. Text me a list. I'll have someone pick up what you need.
Okay, I squeaked out. My roommates might wonder where I'm disappearing to every night, but his brows rose.
But you'll figure that shit out because it's not my problem.
Right. I would be here in this house every night with Amir. Amir and his guns. I shuddered, goosebumps sprouting up and down my arms.
I want you to start tomorrow. You'll be here after your last class.
My last class ends at 1. I normally go to the library, and before I could finish my sentence, Amir was on his feet, bent over me, his arms bracketing my head, challenging me with his eyes to finish my objection.
Day 1, Sadie. Day 1, and you're already attempting to defy me.
I let that motherfucker go because you made me a promise. You gave yourself to me. I'm being nice to you, little mama. If I wanted, I could whip my cock out, stuff it down your sweet little throat, and coat your insides with my seed. So please, tell me about the library. Tell me why you can't be here when I tell you to be here.
He was too close, too heated, too powerful. His warm, spicy scent invaded my space just like he did. I averted my gaze to a place over his shoulder, keeping some part of me to myself. An inkling of control. Amir shattered it, moving his face into my eyeline. Our gazes clashed, and he held me in his unblinking stare. I have to study, but if you need me here at 1, I'll rearrange my study times. I sucked in a breath. I'll make it work. He picked up a piece of my hair and slipped his finger into the center of my curl. Then he pulled it taut.
You'll be here at 4 tomorrow.
Okay. He tapped my lips with his fingertip.
Every day, Zadie. I need you here every day unless I tell you not to come. Do you feel me?
Yes. His finger slipped between my lips when I spoke. He dragged it along the edge of my bottom teeth, then dipped in farther to touch my tongue. His withdrawal was as sudden as his invasion, trailing a line of my saliva across my lower lip and chin until he was no longer touching me. My heart didn't get the memo, though. It thrashed wildly in my chest, attempting to climb out of my throat.
It's too bad you didn't fight me.
His meaning didn't dawn on me until he had straightened and stalked across the room to stand in front of the windows facing the porch. With bated breath, I watched as he adjusted the front of his pants. He made no effort to hide it, but he didn't shove it in my face either, despite his threats. I didn't know what I would have done if he had.
You can go, Zadie.
Amir glanced at me over his shoulder.
Get out.
Surprised, but not one to look a gift horse in the mouth, I jumped to my feet and rushed toward the front door, grabbing my discarded bag along the way. Just as I opened the door, Amir's voice directly behind me glued my feet to the floor.
Do you have more skirts?
He asked. I whirled around, my lips parting. Skirts?
Like you're wearing. Do you have more of them?
Pinching the flowy blue material between my fingers, I struggled to catch up to the change in subject. Skirts? He wanted to know about my wardrobe? It wasn't like it was exciting or anything. Certainly not sexy like the girl who'd been draped on him at the party.
Zadie,
he gritted out. I have a few, I answered quickly. He folded his arms over his chest.
I want you in a skirt while you're cooking, unless I tell you something different.
His demand struck me as funny, so I quipped, should I wear my frilly apron, too? Amir didn't laugh. I hoped Julian had luck finding his sense of humor, because boy, was he devoid of one. Jeez.
If you have one, bring it. I'll let you know if I like it.
He tipped his chin toward the door.
Go now.
I'm going. This time, nothing stopped me from breaking free into the fresh air, away from Amir's oppressive stare and cranky demeanor. It wasn't until I was completely out of his view that a weight lifted off my shoulders. I could do this. Amir still terrified me at times, but 4 months ago, he'd let me see beneath his steely facade once. So there was no going back to the time before I knew he could be something other than dark and glowering.
I settled in his lap. He pulled me closer, my shoulder wedged beneath his arm, my breasts pressed to his chest. His warm, spicy scent assaulted my senses. God, he smelled so good. I wanted to shove my nose in his throat and inhale his flesh. He stroked my cheek with his knuckles and held my hip with his other hand. Tell me, little mama, why haven't you been fucked in so long? Why had I said that? I hadn't been fucked ever. I was a sophomore in college and kind of embarrassed by that, but I shouldn't have cared what this particular man thought of me. I should have been the one judging him, for Christ's sake. He was the drug-dealing sociopath holding me hostage, and like Helen had said, I didn't need to have a man's dick in me to validate my existence as a complete woman. But I wasn't a badass like Helen, and I did want to be fucked. I wanted that experience, especially since I'd been robbed of a normal life for years. I've been busy, I said. He cupped my cheek. No, that isn't the reason. I'm shy. His thumb fitted in the dip between my bottom lip and chin. I believe that, but that's not it. Tell me the truth. I tried to shift on his lap, worried I'd crush him. Amir's legs were long and lean, and beneath my plump ass, they felt like steel bars. When I moved, his hold on me tightened. The truth is, I haven't felt comfortable with anyone in a long time. Or ever, but he didn't need to know that. He turned my head so we were almost nose to nose. Why not? I don't know. I shook my head, wishing I'd stayed on my love seat. This was too much. You know, you didn't have to tell me you miss fucking. My heart stopped. I tried to avert my gaze, but Amir tipped my head until my eyes were on him again. What's that about? He used that voice again, like gritty lacquer, smooth and gruff. When he spoke to me that way, with his arms around me, his scent burned into my memory. It didn't matter that he was my captor and I was his hostage. Heat pooled low in my belly. My thighs involuntarily rubbed together. Amir stopped breathing, no doubt noticing. Zadie. I really don't know why I told you, I whispered. Are you comfortable with me? Not really. Because you're afraid of me. His hand splayed on my belly, and 2 fingers found their way beneath the hem of my skirt, trailing along my tender, untouched skin. I don't think I'm as afraid of you as I should be. His head dipped, his nose grazing mine. Make no mistake, Zadie Knight. I am the bad guy here. You feel me? His midnight stare went hazy as I nodded. Then he pushed his hand up my shirt, flattening over my ribs. But if you want to show me this body, know this. I will appreciate every inch of you. The gun on my coffee table wouldn't let me forget he was the bad guy, but the way his hands felt on me made me want to. Okay. His exhale ghosted over my lips. Okay. Yes. Amir's mouth quirked into something like a smile that was only halfway menacing. Forever
passed while I held my breath for so long. I was in danger of passing out from both lack of oxygen and nerves. And then finally, he lowered his mouth to meet mine.
Chapter 4. Amir. Pressing the heel of my hand into my eye, I willed the throbbing ache in my skull to disappear. I had too much shit to do to be dealing with one of my headaches. Julian walked up the steps of the porch, throwing his backpack down on the ground, and flopped down in the chair beside mine. "Sup?" I nodded to the computer in my lap. "Writing." He leaned over me, scanning the paper I'd been trying to write for the last 2 hours. "Oh shit, is that for commerce? You have Krasinski, right?" "Yeah, he's as big of a hard-ass as you said." Julian and I were both juniors in the business school. He was majoring in marketing, I was in operations management. Savage U had one of the best business schools in the country, and the professors were at the top of their field. Dr. Krasinski had a reputation that went beyond the hallowed walls of Savage U. Internships and employers looked highly on applicants with recommendations from him, so I was busting more ass in his class than I ever had. Julian gave my arm a slug. "See? The torture you're going through right now is karma for making fun of my misery last semester. Krasinski is no joke. You walk out of his class 100 times smarter than you walked in. After he whips your brain around a blender all semester." I tried to laugh, but the sharp pain behind my right eye sobered me instantly. "Fuck." Julian cocked his head. "Did you take something?" "No." "Jesus, don't be a martyr. Go get a pill." "No." He turned toward the slightly cracked front door. "She's in there, isn't she?" With a heavy exhale, I opened my eyes. "Yeah, she's dusting." Julian sputtered a laugh. "Oh shit, you're taking this ownership thing so seriously. You have that girl dusting?" "I do. I could have her doing a lot worse. She made the choice to take on Schiffer's punishment. I'm not letting that slide. He disrespected Reno, and by extension, me. In my eyes, she showed the same disrespect by being there with him." He sobered, studying me intently. "So, Schiffer gets off completely free while that girl has to dust our raggedy house?" Setting my laptop on the small table beside my chair, I leaned back and clasped my hands on my stomach. His punishment is losing the girl and having to wake up every day with the knowledge that she's mine and will do whatever I want her to. He never gets to touch her, look at her, or even think about her. "You're cool with being an asshole. Got it. That doesn't explain why you won't go inside to grab a Tylenol when you're obviously in pain." Climbing to my feet, I grabbed my laptop. Julian knew exactly what he was doing. I was rising to his bait, but fuck, my head was splitting in two. "Look at me, going inside." With a snicker, the asshole followed me into the empty kitchen. The house was quiet except for the barely there squeak of the floorboards in the living room where Zadie must have been. She'd shown up at 4 sharp, wearing another one of her ultra-feminine skirts. This one came down past her knees with the slit going up to mid-thigh. There'd been nothing inherently sexy about her skirt, plain white tee, chucks, and jean jacket, but she filled out every spare inch of fabric with her tits, ass, hips, and cute little soft belly. I had to walk out the door when she started dusting, or I would have made good on my threats and stuffed my cock between her pretty lips. I wouldn't have felt bad about doing it either. She was mine, and had agreed to all that entailed. But I preferred an enthusiastic partner. So my ass was outside while her plump ass was inside. That was the only way it would work. I swallowed a couple of painkillers and chugged a large glass of water. Julian handed me a Coke from the fridge, and I first pressed it to my eyelid, then popped it open and took a long swig. He'd been around me while I had a headache enough times to know my routine. Julian was making himself a sandwich, and I had a hip propped on the counter when Zadie came in, faltering at the sight of the two of us in the kitchen.
"Oh."
Her gaze swung to his loaded sandwich.
"I was coming to start dinner."
Grinning, he brought his sandwich to his mouth. "Have at it." The way she crinkled her nose at him made me want to bend her over my lap and spank the annoying habit out of her. It bothered me enough when she made that face at me. Seeing her do it toward Julian drove a railroad spike through my head. "Are you even going to be hungry?" she asked. He nodded enthusiastically while he chewed. "Hell yeah!" He's a garbage disposal. I folded my arms over my chest. He consumes enough for 3 men. Her gaze slid past me back to Julian.
"Is there anything you don't like to eat?"
"Nope. Food and me get along."
"What are you making us tonight, Chef Zadie?"
She giggled softly, gravitating to his side of the kitchen. Her casual conversation with Julian, while she'd barely acknowledged me, heightened my fury, making the pain in my head sharpen like a fucking knife.
"I was planning on pasta primavera with grilled chicken. I usually omit the chicken when I'm cooking for myself, but I thought a house full of men would want protein, so—"
"Whose property are you, Zadie?" I growled, taking a prowling step toward her. "Do you belong to Julian? To Marco? To all 3 of us?" She backed up until her ass hit the island, and she could go no farther. My hands came down on either side of her, trapping her in place. "Who, Zadie?"
"You."
Her shoulders curled inward, like a flower retreating into itself when the sun set.
"You own me."
"That's right. I do. So why are you asking Julian what he likes to eat? Why are you telling him what's for dinner tonight?"
"I'm sorry,"
she rasped. Dipping down, I got in her face. "Answer me." When she refused to look at me, I lifted her chin with my knuckle. "Answer me, Zadie." Her eyes were round and blue like robin's eggs. Her nose twitched, but it didn't crinkle.
"Julian's easier to talk to."
Her response was barely above a whisper, but I heard every syllable. "He's not your friend." I held onto her jaw and speared Julian with a hard look over her head. He continued eating his sandwich, making no move to interfere. He wouldn't, unless I completely lost my mind, which never happened. But there was something about Zadie that tested me. "Do you not remember who brought you to me at the party? Julian is loyal to me, not you. He knows you're mine. Don't go to him for protection from me. You won't find it."
"Okay."
Her chin trembled, but she held tight to her tears.
"I won't do it again."
"I know you won't, because you're a good girl." Releasing her jaw, I trailed my fingers over the velvety skin of her cheek and down the side of her neck. "You want to be good for me."
"I do."
I touched my nose to hers. "Make me dinner, little mama. I hope you brought your frilly apron. I'm going to sit here to watch the show, and I'll be disappointed if you don't have it."
"I have it."
"Good." I straightened. "Get going." With a smirk, Julian stuffed the last of his sandwich in his mouth and strode past me to exit the kitchen. I circled the island, grabbed a seat on one of the stools, and opened my laptop back up to the paper I'd been working on before Julian came home. My head was still throbbing, but some of it had been dulled from the meds, so at least I didn't want to claw my brain out anymore. I typed one word before my eyes were pulled from the screen to Zadie tying a neat, fluffy bow at the small of her back. She turned around, heading for the fridge wearing an apron that looked like it came from the 50s. Why the fuck did that make my dick feel like it was going to punch a hole through my pants? Probably because I was picturing her in the apron and nothing else. Maybe I'd clear Marco and Julian from the house for the night and order her to do just that. That show would be for my eyes only. While she chopped vegetables and boiled water, I wrote another paragraph. But it was like pulling teeth to get my thoughts from my brain to the screen. And when I did, they were such utter garbage. I slammed my fist down on the backspace button, deleting it all. The chopping had stopped. Zadie was watching me beat up my computer from beside the stove. "Is everything okay?" she asked. "Just trying to write a paper on the plastics industry in China." "Krasinski?" "Yeah." I cocked my head. "How'd you know?" "I took that class last semester." "With Julian?" Her shoulders lifted slightly. "Yes, I think so. I recognized him at the party, but we never spoke during class. I didn't even know his name." She started to come closer, but stopped herself. "Do you need help? I know it's a really difficult course. I had to study all night sometimes, but I got an A, so if you have questions..." If I wanted to, I could tell her to write the paper for me, and she would. We were both well aware of the power dynamic here. I had it all, and she did as she was told. It fucking infuriated me that she would bow even lower, asking me if I needed help without me first demanding it. I thought Zadie had bigger balls than that, even under her soft and meek exterior. Yes, I took pleasure in her giving in to me. But this? No. Her offering kindness when it wasn't deserved was weakness personified. A vice tightened around my aching head. My angry heart thrashed wildly in the cage of my chest. Agitation drove me to do something. "Why would I want that from you?" Clicking my laptop shut, I picked it up and crossed the kitchen to peer into the pots on the stove. Water was close to boiling. Meticulously chopped veggies were waiting to be sautéed. Spices lined the counter, carefully measured out. They looked good. Great, even. But fuck it. "Look up the number for Savage Pizza. Order 2 larges, 1 mushroom and onions, 1 pepperoni." "But..." Her lips parted. "Should I put this away for tomorrow, or..." I kicked open the stainless steel trash can we kept tucked under the end of the counter, picked up the chopping block, and dumped all the vegetables into it. Zadie's whimper barely registered. Once I'd started, I was on a mission. With one violent sweep of my arm, the spices landed in the sink and scattered on the countertop. Boiling water went down the drain. Satisfaction filled my chest to see it all gone, out of my sight, done for good. Zadie clutched her hands under her chin, watching my actions with horror written all over her pretty face. Slamming the trash can shut, I peered at her from beneath tightly furrowed brows. "We're not friends, Zadie. You don't come to my house, flirt with my friend, and act like we have something in common just because I'm taking the same class you took, along with the rest of the business school. If I need help, I'll ask Julian. Not you. Never you. You get what I'm saying, girl?" Her apple cheeks were flushed red. Her teeth dug so hard into her lip, I would have been surprised if there wasn't blood when she let go. Little Zadie wasn't happy with me. Now, we were even. I hadn't been happy with her since the night we met, and the pit of disdain between us was only growing deeper by the day. "Okay," she rasped. "I get it, Amir. Should I make dinner for you tomorrow night? Is there something you would prefer more?" "What did I tell you yesterday?" She closed her eyes for a long moment, exhaling a shaky breath. "You told me to come here every day unless you said not to." That still stands. I don't want you in my house anymore tonight. Let's both hope you do better tomorrow so I don't have to waste a shit ton of food again. I snapped my fingers. Call in the order and leave. Zadie flinched like I'd struck her, and for a second, I regretted being harsh on her. But only for a second. She had a place here, and it wasn't going to be a comfortable one. I'd been nice to her once. That had been a mistake. But I hadn't recognized it until her dainty claws had already sunk beneath my skin 4 months ago. Her lips were sweet, pure and shy, following my lead. When I moved, she chased, nipping at me for more. I like that. My thumb pressed into her puffy bottom lip. Your mouth is really sexy, like it was made for a cock. But I don't think you've ever taken one here, have you? No, she breathed. Yeah, I drawled. I knew that. Was I that bad at kissing? I chuckled at her question. No, little mama. Nothing that sweet could be bad. You let me taste how thirsty you are. How many guys have had their mouths on you? I'm thirsty? She snorted. You kissed me. I grunted. You were sniffing after my mouth like a hound dog. Answer the question. She crinkled her nose and, fuck me, it was adorable in a way that made me want to tear her little skirt to tatters and suck and lick her pussy to see if I could get her to do it again. 2. They were both high school boyfriends. Her demeanor changed in an instant, telling me she didn't have warm feelings about one or both of those guys. Which one fucked you over? Her body went stiff, and for a second, I was gratified at being right. But only for a second. Then I needed to know what had been done to her to cause that reaction. She tried to turn her head, but I held her steady. Tell me, Zadie. She sighed. The second one, Drew. When I broke up with him after a few weeks, he didn't accept it. He got intense. What's that mean? In an absent move, she dragged her fingers down my chest to rest on my belly. He was in college, but kept showing up at my school. And then it escalated. It got scary. I curled my fingers around her waist. What did he do? He left me poems. Sometimes they were obscene, sometimes scarily sweet. Flowers, too. That was okay, I could deal, but then he started taking pictures of me through cracks in my curtains. Then he broke into my bedroom while I was sleeping. Her tremble was subtle, but there was no mistaking it. This kid had scared the shit out of her. Soft, shy Zadie Knight had been terrorized, and all I saw was red. What's his last name, Zadie? Why? Are you going to slay my dragons? If that means hunting this motherfucker down and feeding him his balls before I put a bullet in his dick, then yeah, I'm gonna slay your dragons. Snickering, she pressed her face to my throat. Her hot laughter on my raging pulse was like a balm over a blistering burn. It didn't go away, but she made it feel like it wasn't on fire anymore. He's been slayed with a restraining order. Plus, he lives in Oregon, where I grew up. He won't be sneaking into my bedroom ever again. Not when he doesn't even know where I am. She brought her fingers up to my tautly held jaw, stroking with a feather-light touch. I appreciate the offer, though. Captor. A low growl rattled at the back of my throat. Captor? Isn't that what you are? I'm your hostage, and you're my captor. Shoving her away enough for me to grab her face and jerk it toward me, I fixed her with a hard glare. Whatever we are to each other when I walk out of your door, you'll tell me if this guy comes back. Agree. She sucked in a breath. I agree. Good, since it wasn't a question. The way she crinkled her nose at me set off a chain reaction inside me. Fisting the back of her hair, I crashed my mouth into hers, claiming what was mine, even if it was only for the time we had left in this room.
Chapter 5. Zadie. The relief I felt when I trudged up to my dorm room and didn't find a note or flowers waiting for me had me sagging against the wall. The sting of Amir's harsh treatment was far too fresh for me to deal with one more thing. Elena, Helen, and her boyfriend Theo were hanging out in our shared living area. Elle was in the armchair with her laptop and headphones on. Helen and Theo were snuggled on the love seat. Both had books opened in their laps, but they seemed to be ignoring them and paying attention to each other. That was until I walked in. Helen straightened, giving me a quick wave. Hey, Z, check the table, girlie. You got a treat. Ooh, a treat? What did I do to deserve that? She shot me a red-lipped grin. Helen's superpower, besides, of course, being a badass, was her red lipstick never faded. I'd walked in on her and Theo making out enough times to know kissing didn't destroy it. She'd painted it on my lips once, and it had immediately smeared all over my teeth, confirming I wasn't a red lip girl. Not like her. But who was? Hey, Zadie, Theo greeted. My cheeks warmed. Hi, Theo. I used to think Helen's boyfriend was a laughing frat bro like Deacon Forrester. He had that look, and he'd once been friends with Deacon, too. But he wasn't like that at all. I still blushed when making direct eye contact with him because, well, he was Theo, and he was just as beautiful and badass as Helen. I kicked off my chucks, dropped my messenger bag carefully by the door, and headed to the small table in the kitchen nook we never used for eating. My heart stopped. 2 daisies tied together with twine lay there with a folded piece of paper beside them. This wasn't a treat. This was a nightmare. Unfolding the paper, I held my breath as I read the words that had been typed there. Daisies are white. Your eyes are blue. I think about you at night. I think of you in the morning, too. D. Picking up the flowers and note, I swiveled around. Where was this? Helen's perfectly arched brows flattened. Someone left it propped against the door. Why? What does it say? Nothing. It's just... I shook my head. It's nothing. Elena hopped up from her chair, her headphones around her neck, and hand held out. Let me see this nothing. Do you have a secret admirer, Zadie? No. I gripped the paper at my side. It's really nothing. She snatched it out of my hand before I could move to stop her and read the note out loud. Then, with a bemused expression, she handed it back. Who's D? She asked. I don't know, I whispered. I was almost certain I knew who D was, and though it had been 3 weeks since I received my first note from him, I still couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe Drew had tracked me down after a blissfully long period of silence. She shrugged. Well, he writes terrible poetry, so I can already tell he's not good enough for you. That's not even mentioning the fact that he's obviously a pussy if he can't tell you to your face that he's into you. I forced out a laugh. Yeah, it's kind of creepy too, don't you think? Total creep city, she agreed.
If some kid left me weirdo poetry, I would laugh in his face if he ever got the guts to approach me. Then I'd hand him the origami middle finger I made out of it. This laugh I didn't have to force. Leave it to Elena to knock me out of my head and doomsday mood. Oh my God, Helen groaned. If some dude is dumb enough to be into you, let's hope he's still smart enough to know you aren't a terrible poetry and flowers girl. I do not want to have to bear witness to his ruthless murder. Elle tipped her chin. What kind of girl am I? What's the word I'm looking for? Hells clicked her fingers. Oh yeah, fire and brimstone. That's more your speed. Elena feigned trying to snatch the poem back. Give me that, Z. I suddenly feel the need to start on my origami middle finger. Spinning out of her reach, I escaped into my bedroom while Hells and Elle bickered back and forth. It was lucky they only bickered and didn't have hair-pulling, knock-down, drag-out fights. They'd gone to high school together, and to say they hadn't gotten along would have been an understatement. But like in romance novels, forced proximity had gotten to them, and I was pretty certain they both held a grudging respect for each other. Unless, of course, Elena was biding her time before sucking out our souls, like Helen had accused her of last week. Opening the drawer of my bedside table, I took out the other 3 poems and added the latest to the stack. When the first one came, it had sent an icy chill down my spine and a wave of panic so suffocating, I'd nearly fainted. I'd called my lawyer in Oregon to ensure my order of protection was still good. It was, but it didn't make me feel any safer. My phone rang while I stared at the thin stack of papers like a deadly weapon, and my heart leaped into my throat. Mom calling. I answered. Hey, sweet thing, she greeted. Hi, what's shaking, Mama? I replied. Nada. I had a minute of downtime, so I'm calling my sweet girl. Flopping back on my bed, I smiled with tears in my eyes. Did you know I needed to hear your voice? I had an inkling, like the universe was pushing me to my phone. What's up, honey? This would be the perfect time to dump my stress on my mother. Actually, 3 weeks ago, when the first note arrived, would have been better. She'd lived through the turmoil of Drew the first time around and hadn't once faltered in her support, no matter how hard I'd leaned on her. And I'd leaned hard. But circumstances had changed over the last 2 years. Mom and Dad had gotten divorced after the year Drew relentlessly stalked and harassed me and my family. The stress we went through had been a big part of the straw that broke their marriages back. Mom remarried her college boyfriend and moved to California. Dad was still in Oregon, smoking a lot of weed and wallowing in his heartbreak. My stepdad, Max, was a nice man, and Mom was mad about him. But 3 months ago, he had been diagnosed with leukemia, and their newlywed life had been flipped upside down. She had become his caregiver, and I really wanted to be the person she leaned on. So I couldn't give her this. Not one more thing. My dad either. If it escalated beyond notes and flowers, I might have to, but for now, I was handling it. I'm okay. I think it's just your basic homesickness / being worried about Max / Dad / studying my brains out. Mom sighed. I can't do anything about your father except tell you he's a grown man and wouldn't want you fretting over him. But I know that doesn't help. I do have a cure for your homesickness, though. Why don't you come home for the weekend? I wish. Assuming Amir expected me at his house on the weekends, going home, even though it was only an hour away, wasn't a possibility.
I can't, Mom. Not right now. I'm sorry. She tisked. Oh, no, don't be sorry. What if I bring Eli up next weekend and we have lunch with you? I don't think Max is up for the ride, but I think I can pry Eli from his video games long enough to get him to come along. Yes. My response was instant. Seeing my mom would buoy me, and Max's 16-year-old son, Eli, was more delightful than a teenage boy had any right to be. When our parents married, we'd bonded easily, even though we'd both grown up as only children. Or maybe that was why we'd bonded so easily, since we had each admitted to always wanting a sibling. Please come to visit. Eli will probably just want to drool over my sweetmates, but I don't even care as long as I get to smush his face. Mom let out a soft laugh. He's under the impression he played it cool in front of them. Let's let him believe that, okay? When Eli visited last semester, he'd laid eyes on Helen and Elena and tripped over his oversized feet. Cool, he was not. Charming and adorable? For sure. But I don't think teenage boys were into being called adorable. I giggled. No problem. As for Max, her sigh was so heavy I nearly felt the weight of it on my shoulders. He's hanging in there, baby. His body is working hard right now, and he's so tired. But he was in good shape before his diagnosis, so he has that going for him. I'm staying optimistic, and so is he. We're just in the thick of things right now, and it feels... well, it's scary. My chin quivered, but I pushed the worry out of my voice. She had enough of her own. She didn't need mine added to it. Tell me if you need me, Mama, okay? I can put aside my studying to help you. Oh, Zadie, baby, I love you. We have an excellent support system around us. You can help me most by kicking butt in school and being my very cool daughter. Anytime you need me, I'm here. Always, always, no matter what's going on with Max or Eli. Understand? Yes, I understand. That didn't mean I'd lay my worries on her. I just couldn't do that to her again. Not after Drew tore us apart the first time. I had finally gotten my mind focused on studying when my phone chimed with a text. I ignored it. Then it chimed again a minute later, so I picked it up to check it, and wished I hadn't. My captor. Send me a picture to show me where you are. My captor. What did I say about replying when I text you? With a sigh, I snapped a picture of my legs and feet. My laptop and notebook were covering most of me, so it was pretty obvious what I was up to. Me. Is this good enough? My captor. Face, Zadie. I sent him a picture of me snarling. I wished I could flip him off, but he'd probably break down my door to punish me if I did. After the way he treated me earlier, he was the last person I wanted to see. My captor. Don't be cute with me. Me. I wasn't trying to be. That was my disgruntled face. My captor. Why would you have any reason to be disgruntled? Me. Do you really not remember what went down in your kitchen this afternoon? My captor. I do, but I don't understand why you're disgruntled. Me. No reason. How was the pizza? My captor. Fucking delicious. Best I ever had. Me. Good. I'm glad you don't regret trashing the dinner I was making. My captor. Not for a second. Me. Okay, well, good. I love that for you. My captor. Sarcasm? Me. Never. My captor. Sarcasm. You're brave over text, little mama. Me. I'm just tired and need to study.
My captor.
Go. Study. Be here tomorrow.
Me. K. Good night, Amir. My captor.
Be good, Zadie.
I flung my phone across my bed. I had the fleeting fantasy of just not showing up tomorrow or ever again. What would he do? It was pretty obvious he could barely stand to be in my presence. But I already had one obsessive, dangerous man hunting me down. I didn't think I could bear another. Besides, running from Amir would defeat my entire purpose for seeking him out in the first place. As much as he couldn't stand the sight of me, I was hoping if push came to shove, he'd remember his unspoken promise.
Whatever we are to each other when I walk out of your door, you'll tell me if this guy comes back.
When he said that, I'd been in his lap, the taste of him on my lips. He hadn't hated me, and I'd thought I might be able to really like him. Despite, the gun, captivity, and the whole drug dealer thing. Things had quickly changed, though. The bubble we'd created that night had burst in a gory, bloody fashion. Amir didn't have to like me to protect me, though. If I was his property, he wouldn't allow anyone else to touch me. At least, I hoped that was true. If it wasn't, then I was on my own. There was no one else I'd be willing to bring into Drew's chaotic obsession. Not my mom, my dad, or my sweet mates. My high school friends and my family had gone through hell during Drew's reign of terror. I'd limped away with divorced parents and friends who'd distanced themselves so much we hadn't ever found our way back to each other. Never again. Amir, well, he could handle himself. He had the arsenal to prove it. His presence in my life was like a big stop sign. If Drew had 2 brain cells, he'd heed the directive. And then, when he left me alone again and Amir freed me from his ownership, I could walk away. I'd belong to no one but myself. I'd be free. Chapter 6. Zadie. The entire time I was preparing the veggie lasagna for the boys, I held my breath, waiting for Amir to trash it. But aside from letting me in the house and barking at me to change the sheets on his bed and vacuum the living room, he'd left me alone. From time to time, I caught a glance of him on the porch through the window, but he never came inside. I'd been so tempted to play his piano, but all I could bring myself to do was run my fingers over the keys. Now, dinner was baking, and I wasn't sure if I was allowed to leave, so I set up my laptop on the kitchen island and started writing a paper that was due next week. The house was surprisingly quiet. If I hadn't been on edge, I would have found it comfortable. It didn't feel like how I imagined a typical college rental. The floors weren't sticky, the furniture didn't have tears, there weren't any Solo cups strewn about. I'd changed Amir's sheets as quickly as possible, pausing only to gawk over the fine quality and obviously high thread count. And, God, his warm spice smell was everywhere in his bedroom. It was like walking through a cloud of his essence. His scent was the very best part of him. Being in that room, completely immersed in it, staggered me so much I had to breathe out of my mouth so I could finish the job.
Yo, it smells good in here. Yeah, it does.
Marco and Julian strode into the kitchen. Marco opened the oven to peek at what was cooking. Julian stopped at the island, popping a couple green grapes into his mouth. I'd only met Marco once, last weekend when he'd helped Julian escort Elliot and me to Amir. His presence was darker than Julian's, more like Amir's, but not as scary. No one was as scary as Amir. Like Julian, Marco was tall and lanky, built like a basketball player. Like Julian and Amir, he was unreasonably, intimidatingly attractive. Marco had a rich, dark brown complexion, tightly cropped curls, and lips worthy of really good poetry. And when he came to stand by Julian, swinging his arm around his friend, he grinned at me, and I was sunk. There was no way I'd be able to have a normal conversation with this beautiful man, so I really hoped he didn't try. "I can't believe you came back after the bullshit Amir pulled on you last night," Julian said. "You should have seen my tears when I had to eat pizza instead of your pasta." He dragged a finger down his cheek. "I don't think I really had a choice." I shrugged, giving him a wobbly smile. "It wasn't a big deal. I can always poison his food next time." I covered my mouth in disbelief I'd let that slip. Being around two very attractive men apparently wasn't good for my brain. Julian chuckled, and Marco almost smiled. "I like it, Princess Z. And I do think it was a big deal. A big, shitty deal." Marco turned serious, giving Julian a nudge. "You need to stop talking. What Amir does with his girl is up to him. You don't question that, especially not in front of her." Julian shrugged him off. "That's you. I call him out on his bullshit, always. The day I have to hold my tongue is the day I walk away." "Who's walking away?" Amir strode into the kitchen, his heavy, dark brow pinched into a straight line. Marco clucked his tongue. "No one, man. I was just reminding this kid to keep his opinions to himself." Amir braced his hands on the island, pointedly ignoring me even though he was standing so close I caught a whiff of his spice and had to stop myself from leaning in closer for more. "What opinion?" Julian rolled his eyes. "I already expressed to you how uncalled for it was for you to trash Zadie's food yesterday. Marco disapproves of my sharing my displeasure with the girl herself." "Property." Amir stroked my hair like I was his pet. "This girl is my property. She doesn't need to know your feelings. They don't concern her. If I want to throw away every dinner she makes, I will. She'll come back for more. That's how this works." His fingers tangled in my hair and made a fist, tugging my head back so my face was pointed up at his. "Right, Zadie? You'll keep coming back." "Yes," I whispered. "See?" Amir gestured to his friends. "Zadie's on board. She doesn't have any problem with our arrangement. Why the fuck should you?" Julian's nose twitched. "Because it's not cool, man. Another girl, I wouldn't say shit, but not her. She's not part of this. It was all on her idiot boyfriend. She's a nice girl, and you're—" In a flash, Amir had my head cradled in the crook of his arm and his thumb hooked on my bottom teeth, keeping my mouth open. "This nice girl would get down on her knees and blow me if I told her to. You know who she won't blow? You. Get the fuck out of here with your high horse. It's not gonna happen for you." Julian's face flushed. His eyes darted from me to Amir. "Nice, man. I've had your back since we were kids, but I guess none of that matters, huh?" Amir shook my head gently and stroked the side of my face. "Not when you're standing in my kitchen, openly disrespecting me in front of my girl." He unhooked his thumb from my teeth, pushed my jaw closed, and wiped the saliva from my bottom lip. Then he ran his hand over my hair like a lover instead of a captor. Julian's nostrils flared as he glared at Amir. Marco folded his arms and gritted his jaw, frowning furiously at me like this was somehow my doing. And Amir continued treating me like he was the villain plotting the end of the world, and I was the fuzzy little cat in his lap. The oven timer beeped, interrupting the showdown. "I need to get that," I murmured. Amir bent over me, bringing his face close to mine. "What did you say?" "The oven beeped. I have to take the lasagna from the oven." His eyes narrowed on me. "I don't know if I want lasagna for dinner. Maybe you should start over." With a shake of his head, Julian spun around, grabbed a towel, and took the lasagna out himself. He placed it on top of the stove, gave me a chin jerk, then walked out of the kitchen. Marco let out a loud groan and followed, leaving me with Amir, who released me and stalked to the oven. I held my breath, expecting him to dump the lasagna in the trash. My heart might have broken a little if he did. This recipe was my mom's, and I knew just how delicious it was. He didn't throw it away. Instead, he dipped his head, inhaling the steam coming from the melted cheese and bubbling sauce, then turned around to face me again. "You can skip cooking tomorrow. I need you somewhere else." "Where?" "A lecture at Brady Hall. I want you to go take notes for me." My lips parted in surprise. That was unexpected. Well, okay. I can do that." "They have to be thorough, Zadie. I need to be able to write a report on the lecture like I was there." Swallowing hard, I nodded. "That's no problem." He looked like he wanted to say more, but he closed his mouth and rocked back on his heels. "You can go." I didn't need to be told twice. Scrambling, I stuffed my laptop in my messenger bag and hopped down from the stool, smoothing my skirt in the process. At the arch between the kitchen and the front hall, I paused, bracing a hand on the molding. "Amir?" His eyes were already on me. "Speak." My tongue darted out to wet my lips. "I can take a lot. I'll come here every day and clean and cook for you without complaint. But if you ever touch me that way in front of your friends again, I won't come back. I'd rather face Reno than be touched in that way." I nodded, my message conveyed, even if it was barely above a whisper. Spinning on my toes, I marched out of the house, my head held high. Amir may have thought of me as his personal pet, and maybe I was, but the thing about pets? When even the shyest ones were mistreated, they bit back. My bark was quiet, but my bite could be wicked. My captor. "Text me a pic of you at Brady Hall." I'd only just sat down. The chairs around me in the auditorium were quickly filling. Everyone was in pairs or groups, but I was all by myself. That was fine. Since my notes needed to be meticulous, I wouldn't have time to talk to anyone anyway. I took a picture and sent it to Amir. Me. "I'm here. Since I'll be taking the best notes you've ever seen, I might not be able to text back immediately, so you should leave me alone." My captor. "Wow, you're incredibly mean, Zadie." Me. "Is this you leaving me alone?" Someone slid past me and dropped into the only chair left in my row, the one right next to me. I stuffed my phone in my bag and opened my laptop, preparing a new document for my notes. The person leaned into me, his biceps pressing against mine. "Hey." I turned my head, frowning at Deacon Forrester. He was invading my personal space and smelled faintly of alcohol. Fortunately, he seemed to be alone. No laughing frat bros at his back. That made me wonder why he was bothering to speak to me, since he didn't have an audience, but I couldn't exactly ignore him since he was right beside me. Hi. His grin was wide and seemed genuine, which only made my stomach lurch. Why would this guy be genuinely smiling at me?
Are you in business analytics? I know you're not in my class.
I shook my head. No.
He chuckled. Then what the hell are you doing here?
When I got home from Amir's last night, I'd looked up the topic of the lecture. The speaker was an expert in data mining and predictive analytics. I was an accounting major, so this wasn't my field, but I was a stone-cold nerd, so I was interested. Not that I would be spending my free time here if I had a choice. It was just that I didn't think it would be torture. I would never tell Amir that, though. He could go on thinking this was the worst punishment ever, and maybe he'd send me to more nerdy things instead of making me change his delicious-smelling sheets. I'm taking notes for a friend who couldn't make it tonight, I explained, even though it was none of his business and I did not like him. He hummed and shifted in his seat, his leg pressing against mine.
You don't like me, do you?
I scoffed and tried to subtly tuck my legs to the side to get away from him. Why would you think that? Was it the horrible things you said and did to Helen? Or maybe when you proclaimed either of us would do to get you off? Or what about the way you and your friends laugh at me when I walk into class?
Hey,
he reached for my arm, but I yanked it away.
I'm guilty of all you said, but my friends don't laugh at you. They're very much laughing at me.
I shook my head, not believing him for even a second. I don't want to talk anymore. I have to pay attention. He waggled a pen in my periphery.
I do too. Maybe we can talk after?
I faced forward instead of replying. Guys who didn't understand no were making me really tired. And why were they all coming out of the woodwork? It was like they could smell the chum in the water. For the next hour, I listened intently, tapping away on my keyboard. At times, I felt like I was being watched, but when I glanced at Deacon, he always had his eyes on the speaker. Still, awareness prickled at the back of my neck, and it took all my willpower not to rush out of the lecture hall. When Drew had watched me before, I hadn't noticed. At least, not at first. He'd hidden in plain sight, following me on my day-to-day activities. And when I went places, he'd pop up like we were randomly running into each other. In the beginning, I'd believed his excuses, but when it kept happening, I knew it wasn't right. Someone else could have been watching me. Besides, why would Drew be here tonight with so many people around? Maybe I was being paranoid. Maybe Deacon had made me more uneasy than I'd thought, and this was all due to that. My heart fluttered like mad as the speaker wound down and people around me started packing up their things. I closed my laptop and grabbed my messenger bag, trapped from escaping by the people beside me who were also waiting to leave. Deacon bumped me with his shoulder.
Can I walk you back to your dorm?
I stared at him, not really registering what he'd just asked. It didn't really make sense, not coming from him, especially since I'd told him I didn't like him. Why in the world would I allow him to walk me home? Just as I shook my head, the people beside me started making their way down the aisle, and I followed, clutching my messenger bag in front of me. If Deacon insisted on following me, I could whack him in the head with it. It wouldn't be as badass as the time Helen had gotten him with her skateboard, but it would do. He stayed on my heels out of the auditorium and into the hallway, curling his fingers around my forearm.
I just want to talk, get to know each other. Don't be such a snob. Let me walk you home.
Suddenly, I was shoved back, and there was a body between Deacon and me. Not happening. You can walk your own ass home. I've got Zadie covered.
Amir towered over Deacon. Even from the back, I could see his simmering fury and the clenched muscles along his spine and shoulders. Deacon turned tomato red, puffing up his chest as if he stood any chance against a crazy man like Amir.
Excuse me, I was talking to her. As far as I've seen, Zadie doesn't have a keeper, so I think she should be the one to decide who gets to talk to her and walk her home.
It occurred to me, while these two wagged their dicks at each other, I could just leave. With the way they were facing, the exit was clear, and they were too busy getting out the measuring sticks to really notice. So I did. I turned around and walked away, taking a deep breath of cool night air when it hit my face. Proud of myself for being brave and not letting myself be controlled, I hitched my bag higher on my shoulder and started the long walk back to my dorm. I made it 3 steps before my bag was slipped right off my shoulder and a band of iron wrapped around my waist. Spice filled my nose when Amir leaned down to whisper in my ear.
I can't even be mad, can I? My property needs clear instructions, and I didn't say to wait. You wandered off like a lost little kitty. But don't worry, I'm here. I won't let that happen again.
Anger knotted in my throat as my core flooded with heat. It was such a confusing dichotomy of feelings. I had no clue how to parse it out and wrap my head around it. "Why are you here?" I asked.
Why wouldn't I be?
"Because you told me to come in your place. I took notes for you. Really good notes."
He sniffed. Email them to me. I'll let you know if they're really good.
"But why did you tell me to come if you were going to show up anyway?" Amir's shadowed eyes danced over my face with something like amusement.
I don't think I have to explain myself to you, Zadie. Do I?
You don't have to do anything. We both know that. I folded my arms over my chest. I can make it back to my dorm on my own, you know.
Of course you can, but since you're my property, I'm going to protect you. Little girls like you shouldn't be out after dark on your own. You should know better.
Oh yeah, anger was definitely taking over the heat between my legs. Amir being a condescending asshat cooled me right off. Facing forward, I clamped my mouth shut. Something told me Amir wanted me to react, but I wouldn't give it to him. I'd done what he'd told me to do, so I wasn't giving him another drop of me. He controlled our pace across campus, digging his fingers into the soft flesh of my hip. His silence was as loud as a shout. I wondered if mine sounded the same. There were a million words on the tip of my tongue, but I swallowed them down each time they came close to spilling over. When my dorm was in sight, Amir was the one to break the silence.
Why were you sitting beside that kid?
He sat beside me. It wasn't my choice.
I get you have a type, Zadie, but you need to move on. He's not going to be your new boyfriend.
I cringed at the thought of Deacon as my boyfriend. That's good. I don't like anything about him. My lip curled, and he's not my type. I don't tend to have a thing for idiotic frat boys who say nasty things to me and my friend and laugh at me every time I walk by them. No, thank you. Amir rounded on me, coming to a stop in the middle of the path. His hand shot up to grip my jaw, tipping my head back to peer down at my face in the dark.
Tell me what he said.
He got close enough for me to smell his warm spice.
Right now, Zadie. Don't fuck with me. What did that kid say?
I swallowed hard, barely breathing. It happened before you owned me. I don't owe you that.
Says who?
His thumb stroked the skin beneath my chin. His eyes pounded into me with a hard stare.
Everything, Zadie. All of you is mine.
For how long? I whispered. He blinked, and his mouth parted, but no sound came out. I'd stumped him, taking him by surprise with a question that really shouldn't have been surprising.
I don't know. I think I might like owning you.
He dragged his nose along mine.
Then again, you might annoy me sooner than later.
My stomach sank. This couldn't go on forever. I knew that. But he was already ready to be rid of me? Or thinking about being ready? I should have been relieved, not twitching like a wounded bug with a broken wing.
The rest of the semester.
What? I breathed.
I own you. You're all mine until the end of the semester. Then I let you go.
A perfect end date to us. If my stalker hadn't crawled back into his hole by then, I probably wouldn't be coming back to Savage U next semester anyway. Amir didn't need to know that. He didn't need to know any of it. So long as he kept me and watched over me. Does anything change from how it is now? I just cook and clean and do your bidding? His mouth curled in the corners, but it was too devious to be called a smile.
My bidding? I like that.
He lifted a shoulder.
I don't know yet. What do you think should change? Do you want me to add some duties to your list?
That's up to you, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I've got you, don't I?
The pad of his thumb traced the stubborn bump of my chin.
I'll think about it. For now, I want you to tell me about the kid you were sitting beside tonight.
He wasn't going to let this go. My dorm was so close, but Amir's iron grasp on me was unrelenting. I knew this was more about a point of pride for him, and not because he actually cared for me. Someone had been toying with his toy, and that wouldn't stand. I sucked in a breath. Deacon. He's in a frat, the same one as Theo, Helen's boyfriend. We have one class together, and lately he says hi to me when I walk in. All his frat brothers laugh. I guess they think it's funny for him to even acknowledge the presence of a girl like me, so Amir jerked me so hard my forehead hit his chest.
What the fuck does that mean? He growled.
Cupping my forehead, I blinked away, the sudden tears stinging my eyes. I don't look like the girls here. I'm not the right type. I know that, and it's okay. Those idiots think I'm a joke, but I think they're jokes too, so I guess we're even.
You'd never laugh at anyone.
I swiped at my eyes with the heel of my hand. Of course I wouldn't. Shaking his head, Amir took a step back from me.
It kills me.
What?
You.
The sneer he shot me was so ugly it made me want to curl up on the sidewalk.
You fucking kill me. You have no idea.
I rubbed the spot on my jaw he had been gripping. I don't know. And I really didn't want him to enlighten me. Can I go inside now? I'll email you the notes as soon as I'm in my room.
No.
Amir's arm shot out, gripping my nape and pulling me into his side.
I said I'd walk you home. That's what I'm going to do.
So he did. He held on to me like a possession, steering me all the way to the steps in front of my dorm. Then he backed me into the stone baluster at the base of the stairs and pinned me in with both arms on either side of me.
If you want the truth, I wasn't coming tonight. I was going to let you send me the notes and be done with it.
I tipped my chin. So why didn't you? You didn't trust me to do a good job?
No, I knew you would. I don't think there's anything you'd willingly do half-assed, even if it's something from me. I know that because I ate your lasagna for dinner last night, breakfast this morning, and dinner again tonight. And when Marco saw the empty pan in the sink, he came close to taking a swing at me.
What? I pushed out a little giggle. Amir's sober expression didn't budge.
You made that for me, no doubt hating me for making you do it, and it still tasted like heaven. I knew you'd take the most perfect notes anyone's ever taken because that's who you are. I don't think you're even capable of being less than your best.
I refused to let his compliment coat me in warmth. Honestly, I wasn't even positive it was a compliment, but it felt like it. So why did you come? I asked softly.
Because I don't trust you, Zadie.
He fingered one of my curls.
If I'm not watching you, how do I know you won't be meeting up with Schiffer? How do I know you're not going to be fucking him the second the lecture's over? My little pet needs supervision.
I jerked my head away, banging my skull against the stone behind me. His baseless accusation hurt far worse, though. It was like we hadn't spent hours talking in my dorm, like he didn't remember a single minute of it. It had only been 4 months ago. Tisking, Amir tugged me into his chest and rubbed the back of my head.
Need you back at my house tomorrow. Saturday night we're going out, so don't make plans.
He shoved his fingers in my hair. I braced for him to yank hard, but he didn't. He just stayed there like that, his hand buried in my hair, my head against his chest, holding me to him.
Go inside, Mama.
My bag was back on my shoulder, and Amir was gone, backing away from me while watching every breath I took with narrowed eyes. I watched him back away for a few flurried heartbeats. Then I turned on my heel and ran inside. Safe. For now, at least. Amir might not have trusted me, and the feeling was mutual. After what we shared and the way he'd turned off his emotions like a light switch, there was no going back to that stolen moment from 4 months ago. Amir kissed me like no one ever had. We weren't captor and hostage anymore. Something had shifted. Our desire had stirred up the air, our reality, the entire world, and resettled it in an entirely different way. His hands were under my clothes, inside my bra. I shoved up his shirt. His skin was hot and smooth under my palms. I soaked him in, touching him freely without a second thought. It felt like I wasn't me anymore. I was Amir's now. And when he stood with me held flush to his body, I didn't stop him. My feet moved with his, taking us to my bedroom. And then I was on the bed, shirt rucked up under my chin, bra cups down, his mouth latched to my nipple as he worked on the button of my jeans. He reared back to his knees, and in the dim light of my bedroom, his wild eyes peered down at me. Fingers hooking into the waistband of my jeans, he pulled them off in one swoop. My legs tried to press together, but Amir caught my knees, putting pressure on them to keep them apart.
Let me see you, little mama. Show me your whole universe.
He growled like a wolf to his mate. My legs fell open, showing him. I wished I could close my eyes, but they were glued to his face. I didn't know how to read his expression. His parted lips and deeply furrowed brow. Then he touched me with the very tip of his finger, so feather-light I barely felt it, and still I nearly vaulted from the bed. His exhale had jagged edges all around, like silk. His finger dragged down the center of me, pausing at my entrance. Pretty, Zadie. So fucking pretty. Like a little flower showing me your bloom. Wonder what you'd taste like. You can try me, I breathed. His eyes flicked to mine. No fucking way I won't. You're mine now. For now. For now. For now. We were Zadie and Amir, not captor and hostage. For now.
Chapter 7. Amir. The notes were good. So good, I didn't even look at my own as I wrote my report. This girl had been meticulous. With her bullet points and highlights, she went above and beyond. And it pissed me off. I couldn't even explain why. It wasn't guilt. I didn't feel guilty over having this hold on Zadie. Not in the least. Hopefully she'd walk away at the end of the semester having learned to be more selective in who she let inside her. No more Elliot fucking Schiffers in her life or her bed. Heels clicking upstairs turned my attention from the screen to the ceiling. She was up there now, getting ready to go out with us. That was after she'd cooked us dinner and folded my laundry. After she'd laughed with Julian, spoken softly to Marco, and barely looked at me. She'd barely looked at me since all this began, so that wasn't new. Every time she was in my house, ants crawled under my skin. She was too good, too sweet, too pretty, too smart. Being in the same room with her made me want to tear shit apart. My mind needed to be elsewhere, focusing on the fight I was facing in a couple hours, or at the very fucking least on the paper I was attempting to pound out. But every time those heels clicked, I was back to Zadie and all the ways she was too. A cabinet slamming, followed by a grunt and clattering on the granite counter, had me shutting off my laptop and striding into the kitchen. Julian shoved Marco hard, knocking him back a couple of steps. Fuck off! That bitch is mine! We both know you snuck down here last night and ate half a dozen, Marco gritted out. Julian thumped his chest. I didn't sneak. I marched my happy ass down here and ate all the crumbs. The crumbs you left on the counter after you snuck your ass down here. Marco clicked his tongue. That's only because I knew you'd be a sneaky little shit and keep all that lemony goodness to yourself. And I was right. I slammed a hand down on the granite. Enough. Do I live with toddlers? Look at you. Shouldering them out of the way, I grabbed the plate holding the last lemon bar and stalked to the other side of the island. If anyone's eating this lemon bar, it's me. Pretty sure my pet baked it for me. I shoved the entire bar into my mouth using my middle fingers. Marco and Julian turned on me, looking prepared to murder me. It was Saturday night. We all had more important shit to be fighting over than baked goods, but none of us were backing down. Between the two of them, they packed away 20 lemon bars since Zadie had left them here last night. I hope you get nailed in the gut and spew lemon all over the place, Julian sneered. But there was no real heat behind it. No doubt he'd enjoy the hell out of seeing me take a gut shot tonight, though. Marco shook his head. You never eat before a fight. I scrubbed my hand over my mouth. Never had anything good to eat. Julian patted his stomach. Gonna get fat and happy with that girl coming around every night. And I'm gonna love every minute of it. Maybe I'll get her to make me my own dessert next time so I don't have to share with you two assholes. Never happening. I slowly shook my head. She's here for me. You're lucky I share what I do. That's all you'll ever get from her. Rubbing the top of his head, Marco exchanged a glance with Julian. What about when you're done with her? He asked. My fingers dug into my palms. If that happens, we'll talk about it then. Julian raised his eyebrows. If? Are you thinking you're going to have a human pet forever? That's not your concern. The thing that sucked about knowing him since we were kids was he wasn't intimidated by me. I could hold a gun to his head, tell him to get fucked, and he knew with 100% certainty I'd never pull the trigger. Therefore, the glare I shot him only served to amuse him when anyone else would have been pissing their pants. You're keeping that girl indefinitely? Julian pressed. I'll do whatever the hell I want with her. You don't question me when I throw away an old pair of sneakers. Don't give me shit about her. Marco hissed. Julian glowered. What the fuck? You're equating Zadie to raggedy-ass sneakers? I folded my arms. Zadie is my property, nothing more. What don't you understand? Movement in the door had all three of us whipping our heads in that direction. Zadie was there, her cheeks flushed crimson, winding the hem of her skirt around her fingers. She looked all pretty and sad, and it churned a frothing ball of fire in my gut. Hey, I just wanted to let you know I'm ready to go when you are. Teeth clamped on her bottom lip. I'll wait outside so you can finish up your conversation. She wasted no time darting toward the front door, and Marco groaned. If she cries, I'm gonna be mad uncomfortable, man. She knows where she stands in this situation. I refused to be apologetic for anything I said. It wasn't like I hadn't said the exact thing to Zadie's face. If she cries, it won't be from anything I said. Mad uncomfortable, Marco muttered. Julian shook his head. You definitely didn't deserve that lemon bar. My fists tightened. This was finished. It was time to spill some blood. Reno ran fights in his warehouses. They were big, hyped up, and mostly illegal. Like the rest of his businesses, he'd inherited the fights from our uncle, along with the cops he paid to look the other way. That wasn't to say he hadn't been raided. He absolutely had. But evidence managed to get lost, and charges were always dropped. Illegal fight rings were the least of Reno's crimes, and they weren't a high priority for Savage River's law enforcement. The first time I stepped in a ring had been by force. When I was 16, Reno had been pissed at me for something trivial, and my punishment was going head-to-head with a 30-year-old wall of solid muscle. I'd gotten my ass handed to me. My nose still didn't sit right, and my jaw creaked when I opened my mouth too wide, but I fucking loved the rush of it. I'd gotten addicted, even having the shit pounded out of me. Since that first fight, I'd trained and had gotten stronger and faster. Now, I chose my opponents and when I fought. Tonight was my first in a month. I needed it. Cold fury had settled in my belly, and nothing I did would dissipate it. My limbs were jittery, needing action. My muscles were primed for exertion. Walking inside the warehouse, which was now an arena, and smelling the familiar scents of bodies, dirt, and old, coppery blood got my head swimming. Julian and Marco were slightly in front of me with Zadie tucked between them. Julian had his hand on her shoulder, touching my pet. Maybe it was in a friendly way, but friendly was unacceptable, especially after the way he'd been bucking against my ownership of Zadie over the course of the week. Zadie, I barked, and her shoulders jumped. Come here. She tipped her head up to Julian, as if asking his permission, and that was not acceptable. He very much fucking knew that, which is why he pushed her toward me without sparing her a glance. I took her hand in mine, the softness of it making a crack in my anger. Once I had her and Julian didn't, I held her gently and slowed my pace so she didn't have to scamper in her heels. I'm fighting tonight. Your job is to help get me ready. Show me your pretty face while I'm fighting, and be there after I win to cool me down. We trailed around the ring, which was nothing more than a roped-off diamond in the center of the room. When a fighter went down, he ate concrete. It'd been a while since I'd tasted it, but it wasn't easy to forget. It was early, so the stands hadn't filled, but there were already people around. Some stopped to greet me and my boys, others nodded with respect. Marco went off to talk to someone he knew, and Julian stayed on the other side of Zadie. I wasn't happy with him, but at least I could be certain he'd keep her safe while I was in the ring. I have to watch the fight? She asked. Yes. I peered down at her. She'd put on makeup for this. Lipstick a shade or two darker than her natural color. Something gray swept across her eyes, making them unnaturally big and bright. Something shiny above her cheekbones, pink on her cheeks. It was pretty, sexy, classy, and I had to fight the unexplainable urge to grab a towel and wash it all off. That's part of why I brought you here. I want to hear you cheering for me while I fight. I want that sweet voice to get as loud as I know it can. Her hand stiffened in mine. I only held it tighter. Shut up, Amir. I chuckled. That wasn't so sweet, little mama. I'm not always sweet, she replied. Good. That's mine. On the other side of the arena, behind a set of bleachers, was an entrance to what had once been offices, but were now makeshift dressing rooms. Mine was empty, with only a couple of chairs, a table, a stack of clean towels, and a few bottles of water. A couple of the other fighters took my appearance as an invitation to come inside and socialize. It was normal for me. I never had a problem with it. But Zadie was with me tonight. I wanted her to have space from the hardened men who took part in Reno's fights. Men like me. I let her move away from me to take a seat in the corner of the room when I got into it with a pair of guys I'd fought and defeated multiple times. They were decent fighters and always presented a challenge. Got me just the right amount of bloody, but not enough to win. Yo, my boy. Reno sauntered into the room, his two guards at his back. I moved forward, clasped his hand, and patted him on the back. Sup, man? How's it looking out there? He nodded, the ice in his ears glinting in the light. Reno had taken to wearing custom-made suits and oversized diamond stud earrings. He looked good, but incredibly douchey at the same time. Probably because he was all of 24 with snakeskin loafers he wore without socks. It was a look, or something, but I wasn't a fan. The Reno I grew up with, the soccer-playing, grubby punk kid, would have taken one look at grown-up Reno and laughed his ass off. All good, man. How you feeling, brother? He raised his brows, and I heard the real question. Was I going to win him a shitload of money tonight? Feeling loose and ready. I rolled my shoulders and flexed my fingers. I had some time, but yeah, I'd be ready. Good. Just don't take him down too early. Let him get in there. Give them a show. He was asking me to take some hits so the fight wasn't over too soon. It was an easy request for him to make when it wasn't his body taking the blows. But I'd never minded a little bit of pain. Not in the ring or out of it. I can make that happen. With a sharp nod, Reno's focus shifted to a spot in the room behind me. From the glimmer in his eyes, I knew exactly what he was seeing. "Who's that sweet little thing you're hiding in the corner, Amir?" he asked. I turned, holding out my hand. "Zadie, come." She pushed forward and rose from her seat. My back was turned to him, but Reno's groan couldn't be mistaken. I saw what he saw. Zadie had ditched her girly little skirts for a pair of black skinny jeans that hugged her thick thighs, round hips and ass, and cinched high on her waist. When she walked on her high heels, those rounded hips swayed. I could say with certainty she wasn't even doing it on purpose, but she was fucking doing it. She wore a pale blue t-shirt on top with a low V and 2 long necklaces that kept dipping between her tits. Full, plush tits that were another taste I'd never, ever forget. And with her soft, chestnut hair cascading down her shoulders and back in loose waves, Zadie had the modern pinup thing going with her own achingly sweet spin. Reno liked flash, girls like Vanessa. Zadie wasn't anything like Vanessa. She was stunningly beautiful, though. Her beauty was quiet, but it was unmissable. The thing that drove me most crazy about her was she had no fucking idea what she looked like. She didn't see the heads she turned or men she left on their asses. She'd wrapped up Julian and Marco within days, and my boys weren't the kind to get wrapped up. So, yeah, I saw what Reno saw, and knew my brother well enough not to like him seeing what was mine. Even if Zadie was only my pet, she was still mine, not open for the taking. Zadie came to me, and I wrapped my arm around her shoulders, tucking her to my side. Reno's lids went half-mast, and his nostrils flared like he was trying to inhale her from 3 feet away. "Zadie, this is my brother Reno. Reno, my girl." She went still, and her little gasp was audible. Reno gave Zadie a long, slow once-over. "She's yours?" I inclined my chin. "She's mine. My girl." Zadie's arm circled my waist and she pressed in deeper to my side. Yeah, she was smart, choosing me as the lesser of 2 evils. Reno would tear her apart like tissue paper. It was just who he was. That was why I'd claimed her, right here, right now. If Zadie hadn't been mine, Reno would have sunk his teeth into her so fast she wouldn't have known it had happened until he'd ripped a chunk out of her. He would have seen her as ripe for the picking, and he would have picked. A little power in him, and Reno had become insatiable. But beneath it all, he was still my brother, and he respected me enough to leave those who were mine be. That had only been Marco and Julian. Until now. I'd added Zadie to that list, whether either of us wanted it. All right, nice." The corners of his mouth tipped. "Vanessa's gonna shit herself when she sees you with her." I scoffed. Vanessa was never my girl. Reno chuckled. "I fucking hope not, since I had my dick in her last weekend. That would have been awkward." His eyes slid to Zadie. "Nice to meet you, Mami Chula. Take care of my brother, all right?" "I'm watching." "It's nice to meet you," Zadie replied softly. Reno grinned lasciviously at me. "Oh, shit. You landed a shy girl?" He clapped his hands. "I fucking love it. Bet you she gets wild when you get her alone. I'm proud of you, baby brother." He wagged a finger at Zadie. "Let's hope you're Amir's good luck charm so he can make bank for me tonight. I'm counting on you to do his body good, shorty." A few more words and Reno was out, probably to make his way around to all the rooms to hold court like the king he saw himself as. As soon as he left the room, I turned on Zadie, holding both her shoulders. "When I'm fighting, you don't go anywhere by yourself. You need to stay with Marco and Julian. I can't worry about you when I'm up there." Her head tilted, sending a mass of curls over her shoulder.
"Why would you worry about me?"
Her nose crinkled.
"Don't worry. I don't plan on wandering around out there on my own. I'm smarter than that."
Nodding, I let her go. "Remember that. Now I have to get prepped for my bout. Take a seat. When I need you, I'll let you know." Marco handed me a bottle of water and 3 painkillers. No matter if I won or lost, I was going to hurt later. Better to have some meds loaded into my system before I needed them. Zadie watched the whole time I went through my rituals. The pills, push-ups, oiling my skin, more push-ups. I didn't need her there, but her presence stoked the fire that always burned in my belly when she was around. That I could use. I'd take that fire to the man who thought it was wise to step in the ring with me and burn that motherfucker to the ground.
Chapter 8. Zadie. Julian and Marco were my bodyguards for the evening. They didn't have to worry about me running away. First, I couldn't get very far in heels. Second, and more importantly, the crowd was downright scary. 90% men, they leaked testosterone like a dripping faucet. The few women I saw were perched on the lap of one of the leaky men, boobs out, legs long, hair blonde, makeup sultry. I was thinking this was just another place I didn't fit in. Then Julian pushed me into a chair in the front row before taking his seat beside mine. "Can I keep my eyes closed the whole time?" I asked. Marco leaned into my other side. "Nah, Amir wants you watching." "Why?" Marco's dark brown eyes beat into mine. Every time I thought I'd worn him down, his guard went back up, and it was like we were complete strangers all over again. Granted, I barely knew anything about him other than he was an English major and really liked my lemon bars, but sometimes he cracked and grinned at me, and I wondered if we could be something like friends. His steely walls never stayed down for long, though, and they were high as ever tonight. "Do pets get to ask questions? Your owner wants you to watch, so you watch," he intoned, then flicked his attention to his cell. Properly put in my place, I took in my surroundings from beneath my lashes, careful not to make eye contact with anyone. I landed on Reno on the other side of the ring, one girl in his lap, another hanging off his shoulder. 2 very large men in black suits flanked him, and from their somber expressions, I wondered if they'd ever smiled a day in their lives. Reno glanced my way just as I was studying him. When he caught me, his mouth lifted into a smarmy little smile. Then he licked his bottom lip and winked. I held in my shudder, tucked my hair behind my ear, and attempted to play it off like I hadn't noticed him. Instinct told me I really didn't want Reno's attention. From my other side, Julian grazed my arm, drawing my gaze back to his. He's not going to get hurt. Not anything major, at least. My lips pursed. And his opponent? His mouth twitched. Not the same story for him. Never is. Are you actually worried about a stranger? I'm not sure if worried is the right word. I just don't think I'll enjoy watching 2 men brutalize each other. I tapped my foot on the concrete floor. And from the front row, no less. Julian clicked his tongue against his teeth. "Yeah, I get that, baby girl. But Amir wanted you here, and since you're his, this is where you're going to be." I released a long exhale, accepting this was my fate. I won't like it, but I'll be fine. And I would.
I'd faced worse than watching the man who'd held me hostage get pummeled, hopefully, or pummel someone else, less hopefully. Amir's fight was second on the docket. I closed my eyes through the first one, which didn't last as long as I'd feared it would. By the time one man was declared the winner, my stomach was in knots, and I had to swallow again and again to stop myself from retching. The sounds of violence made me ill. Flesh slapping flesh, moans of pain, grunts of breath being forced out by angry fists. And at the end, the chilling snap of a bone breaking followed by an animalistic squeal I would never, ever unhear. Julian had taken my trembling hand in his at some point during the fight. I clung hard to him, attempting to get my heartbeat under control. I abhorred violence. I always had. It came from my dad. My mom was the one who'd killed bugs for us while we hid. Julian was still holding it when Amir came jogging out from between the stands, his arms raised above his head as the crowd stomped and cheered. There had to be a few hundred people here, but Amir's gaze landed on me, and his midnight eyes hardened to steel when he saw where my hand was. "Shit," Julian muttered, quickly taking his hand off mine. I wanted to tell Julian not to worry. I would explain to Amir about the bone breaking and my shaking hands. But Amir's blatant fury had me in a chokehold. My throat closed in on itself, and not one sound would come out. His opponent emerged next. He was similar in size to Amir, but older and more grizzled, with a flattened nose and tattoos that looked like they'd been done with a safety pin and ink from a ballpoint pen. For the first time, I was actually worried for Amir. A girl with silky black hair, a tight pink mini dress, and platform heels strutted up to Amir, leaned over the rope, and gave him a kiss on the cheek. He glared at me while she touched him, rubbing his shoulders like she was his personal trainer, warming him up for the fight. Then he whispered something in her ear, making her press her boobs to his back and smile bright. Beside me, Marco shook his head. "Vanessa doesn't give up." "It doesn't look like he wants her to give up," I blurted. Marco turned to me, giving me a slow, amused grin. "Kitty's got claws. I like that, see?" "I don't have claws," I murmured, doubting he heard me over the roar of the crowd. The referee had stepped in the middle of the ring, calling for Amir and his opponent to meet in the middle. Amir gave me a long, sharp look before turning his back and walking to bump taped-up fists with the other fighter. My insides were in aching knots. I'd rather Amir throw away 1,000 of my dinners than sit through this. I hated every second of it, and it was only going to get worse. After the referee spoke to both men, he stepped back, and the fight began. I kept my eyes open but unfocused on the action until both Marco and Julian hissed. My eyes shot up to the ring. Amir was on his toes, dancing back from grizzled, a trickle of blood coming from his eyebrow. Oh no, I did not like that. Marco leaned into me. "He's going to want to hear you cheer, Ainsley. I know you hate it, but you gotta let him hear that voice." "I don't think I can," I rasped. He reached around me, gripping my nape hard. Walls up, Marco's voice was even harder than his hold. "Yeah, you can. Pets do as they're told, don't they?" "Stop touching me, Marco." I turned and met his eyes, giving him some of his hard back. "Don't touch me." After a long beat, his hand fell away. Raise that voice, Z, and I won't have to touch you again. I turned back to the fight. Everything had changed. Amir was in charge now, sending Grizzled back to the ropes. He landed blow after blow on Grizzled's sides and belly. The muscles in Amir's back flexed and strained under his artful, athletic movements. He was so light on his feet, when Grizzled came after him, Amir dodged most of his hits easily. I clapped for him first and quietly said his name. There was no way he heard me, but I couldn't put any more power into it. I was too tense, too afraid, and nothing going on in front of me made me want to cheer. But I felt Marco's eyes on me and the pressure I was under. Amir was beating a man to a pulp, and for some reason, he needed my voice to encourage him to do it even harder. My heart stopped when Grizzled seemed to have gotten a second wind. He came after Amir, landing a solid right hook to his jaw. Amir spun, and for a split second, our eyes connected. I cupped my hands around my mouth and yelled at him, because in that moment, I didn't want him to lose. Come on, Amir! You can do it! He only let Grizzled land one more punch before he began to systematically destroy him. Punching until Grizzled was bloody and wobbling. It was brutal, interminable, and breathtaking all at once. Amir's golden skin shined with sweat, but he showed no signs of flagging. He bounced on his toes, jabbing, dodging Grizzled's few feeble punches, and once more took a split second to sweep his eyes over me. Then he threw a punch that made Grizzled spin like a ballerina, making it clear this match was finished. The referee jumped back into the ring, speaking to Grizzled, perhaps asking him if he was done. He nodded, and the ref grabbed Amir's hand, holding it in the air. Marco and Julian jumped up, cheering at the top of their lungs, so I followed suit. Well, I didn't cheer at the top of my lungs, but I yelled along with them, calling Amir's name. He looked right at me, sweat and blood mingling on his face and bare torso. His hair was even darker, and his expression was feral. Something stirred low in my belly, and this time, it wasn't fear. I shouldn't have found him attractive, well, ever, but especially not now. Not when he'd just viciously attacked another man, even if the other man had signed up for it. But dear God, there was something so primal about the way he'd fought and now stood victorious, his legs spread wide, his sleek chest rising and falling in rapid pants, that made me press my thighs together and stifle a whimper. I swore he saw my reaction to him. He hadn't taken his eyes off me, and there was something telling in the twitch of his lips as he stared. I was in his snare until Reno rushed the ring, taking his brother's attention for himself. Amir left the ring a minute or two later. Julian, Marco, and I followed. The door to his dressing room was open. Amir stood on the far side of the room, wiping his face with a white towel, leaving streaks of blood. When we entered, he only had eyes for me.
Everyone out. Zadie, stay,
Amir growled. The traitors who'd had my back during the fight were ghosts as soon as Amir had told them to vanish. Another reminder, Julian and Marco weren't my friends. The click of the door shutting behind me served to drive the point home. They'd locked me in here with him. He prowled toward me, hands flexing at his sides, something wild in his glare, like he was more animal than man. Heart hammering, I backed away until I hit wall. He kept coming until his bare chest was flush with mine. His hand came to my throat, wringing it in a firm circle.
You were holding his hand.
He dipped down, touching his nose to mine.
What the fuck are you doing, Zadie? Why are you making me crazy?
I didn't mean—
Fuck what you mean!
His hand tightened, leaving me just enough room to suck in a breath.
I wanted to jump out of the ring and drag my best friend into it so I could beat the shit out of him. Because you touched him. You let him hold your hand.
And then I hear your sweet voice yelling my name, and it's all I can do not to kill that bitch so I could get to you. What the fuck are you doing, Zadie? Amir squeezed my throat harder as his mouth crashed into mine. When I gasped for air, he slid his tongue between my parted lips and licked me all over, owning me, claiming every inch with violent lashes. My nails dug into his shoulders hard enough for him to let up on his grip. He continued his assault, his kisses anything but loving or passionate. This was his alternative to hitting me. His hard, unyielding mouth was my punishment. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I knew I hadn't done anything wrong to deserve punishment, but my inner protests were weak, because Amir's mouth on mine made everything else fade. His hands were just as furious, squeezing my breasts, my butt, my hips, over my clothes first, then diving under, rolling my nipples between his fingers and shoving a hand down the back of my panties. He tore his mouth from mine, panting hot breaths against my lips.
Down on your knees, little mama.
What? My mind was at war with itself. Desire and logic clashed with one another. I knew Amir's mouth. He'd used it in a different way on me, a passionate, giving way. My body was remembering that and responding to him now, even though all he was doing was taking and passion had been replaced by violence.
On your knees. Show me who you belong to.
He pressed on my shoulders until I was sinking down to the rough concrete floor. With his hand on the back of my head, he held me steady while he rubbed his clothed erection along my lips. Feeling him like that was a cold bucket of water on my head. Panic clogged my throat. I didn't want this. I wasn't his. I didn't want him in my mouth. Not this way. Not with concrete cutting into my skin through my jeans, dozens of people milling about just outside the thin door, and Amir, too blind with anger and adrenaline to even know who I was. I peered up at him, tears welling in my eyes. No, I whispered, pushing at his hips. He rocked his erection against my lips again and held my face there for a long beat until he groaned. And I knew then I had to find my voice. I'd come to Amir for protection, not to be used and ruined. I wouldn't let him take another piece after Drew had already taken so much. Amir! I slapped at his stomach and shoved him off, falling back on my butt. I don't want this. I said no. I didn't scream, but he heard me. He nearly leapt back from me as though I'd physically hurt him. His eyes were crazed as they swept over me huddled on the ground. His head jerked to the door.
Get out, Zadie.
His tone was so low and threatening it sent ice through my veins.
Get the fuck out of here right now. I scrambled to my feet and ran for the door, yanking it open and flinging myself into the hall. Julian was there, leaning against the opposite wall. My momentum sent me crashing into him. He held my arms, keeping me steady on my feet. Whoa, what's going on? He soothed. You okay? I bit my bottom lip to keep tears from flooding out and stop myself from saying what had gone down in that room. Julian wasn't my friend. He was Amir's. I had to keep telling myself that. I'm fine. He's just in a bad mood and isn't so nice. Well, heels clicked behind me, causing me to turn. I can always turn his mood around. Julian groaned at the pretty brunette in the pink dress pushing the door open. Vanessa, Jesus, come on. Have some pride, dude. She winked at me over her shoulder. You might not want to stand there, babes. My man tends to get loud. Then she disappeared inside the room and closed the door behind her. Spinning away from Julian, I fell against the wall next to him. He stroked the side of my hair in a way that told me if circumstances were different, he would have been my friend, too. We'll roll out soon, he said. Sure. As soon as Amir was finished with my replacement. I never want to come here again. Julian held his hands up. You're gonna have to talk to him about that. I nodded, resigned, and suddenly, achingly exhausted. What a strange friendship, to have no power. He shifted so he was in front of me, peering down. That's bullshit. I have no say over what you and Amir agreed to. That's your thing, and I'm not interfering. The rest, though? Nah, we're equal. He knows if he tried to pull his dominance show on me, I'd piss on his bed and in his shoes to show him who the real king of the house is. I sputtered. Like an angry cat? Julian cocked a crooked grin. Exactly! Cats are fucking terrifying! A cacophony of crashes came from Amir's dressing room. Seconds later, the door was flung open and he stormed out, stony-faced with a hoodie and track pants on now. He charged by us without pause. Julian and I turned to each other, then back to where Amir had disappeared. Yeah, we gotta go. He raised his hand like he was going to touch me, then dropped it. Just stick by me, okay? Vanessa strode from the dressing room, a seriously pissed-off scowl on her pink, puffy lips. When she made eye contact with Julian, she flipped him off, then shot me a snarl before plowing her way down the hall in the opposite direction of Amir. Maybe she didn't appreciate his treatment either. Come on, Z. Julian pushed me ahead of him, keeping me there the whole way out of the warehouse. When we made it outside, he stepped away from me, giving me a wide berth like I was a leper. Amir was leaning against the SUV Marco had driven us in, no one else around. They were all inside, watching the fights. Where's Marco? I asked. Julian shrugged. Probably placing some bets on the next fight. Unlike you, he likes to watch grown men beat each other bloody. Amir straightened as we approached, taking in the ridiculous distance Julian was keeping from me. Ignoring his foul expression, Julian clapped him on the shoulder and gave him a half hug. Nice job tonight, man. You had me worried for a second when Ishkov got in that jab to your temple in the beginning. Amir handed him the keys. Reno wanted a show. I gave him a show. Let's get out of here. I'm toast. Need a fucking drink, then bed. The ride back to campus mostly consisted of Julian making jokes, Amir grunting, and me shrinking in the back seat, wishing I'd never thought of this brilliant plan in the first place. I had no idea how I'd thought it would go, but not this. Never like this.
Julian pulled up to the curb in front of my dorm, and I hopped out as soon as it stopped moving, calling my thanks over my shoulder. When I started for the stairs, Amir was there in front of me, his arms folded across his chest.
"You okay?"
He was gruff about it, but the fact he was asking took me aback. I tucked my hair behind my ear. I'm fine.
"I get jacked after fights. I had no business putting my hands on you."
His midnight eyes gleamed, but there was no apology there. Okay, I whispered.
"Okay."
He rocked back on his heels.
"Go inside, Zadie."
Good night, Amir. It wasn't until I was walking down the hall to my room that I finally took a full breath. I was okay. Amir had manhandled me and scared me, but he hadn't hurt me. I was whole and unharmed. My lungs inflated a little more with each affirmation I told myself. They shriveled to dust when I got to my door, and there were flowers and a note waiting for me. No, 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 I hissed. Not tonight. With shaking hands, I scooped up the folded paper and twin daisies, taking them inside. Given it was Saturday night, Elena was out making trouble somewhere, and Helen was off with Theo, so I was alone. And for once, I was relieved. I shoved the flowers deep in the kitchen trash can and took the note to my room. My hands were still trembling when I unfolded it. Pretty girl, won't you give me a whirl? You look right through me, but I'm determined for you to see. I can be the man for you if you ditch the one you're talking to. D. With a strangled sob, I tucked the note in my drawer and threw myself face down on my bed. Why? Why did I have to be the one he fixated on? Couldn't he have found someone else? I could have pinched myself for thinking that. I'd never want anyone else to go through what I did for the year Drew stalked me. These poems were child's play compared to the cow's heart speared with a kitchen knife he'd left on my doorstep. Or the time I'd tried to go on a date and he'd slashed the guy's tires. It was nothing compared to him showing up on my porch over and over and over until my mom wanted to move. My dad, the hippie pacifist, looked into buying a gun. And I turned so far inward, it took me another year to open up again. I refused to curl up like a scared animal again. That was why I was with Amir. That was why I'd go back, even after tonight. I might not be a scared animal, but I was his pet. And for better or worse, he wanted me. So he'd keep me safe. Amir held me as he tasted me. The first swipe of his tongue between my legs sent me to another plane. I should have been shy with him, but I was someone else. We were somewhere else where only this bed and our bodies existed. I touched his hair and he growled, licking me even deeper, showing me in no uncertain terms how much he liked it. My fingers threaded through the soft spikes of black jutting from his scalp. His fingers dug into my thighs and ass, holding me open. I should have said no one had ever done this to me before, but I thought he probably knew. He planted his tongue in my entrance, and it felt like he was planting his flag, claiming me as his. I came so hard, stars flashed behind my eyelids. And then Amir was on me, holding me against his chest, nuzzling my neck,
murmuring how beautiful and sexy and delicious I was. The exact right things I needed to hear after allowing myself to be so vulnerable with him. His erection dug into my hip. I slid my hand down, pressing my palm against the bulge. He groaned into my throat, rocking his hips into my hand. "I want you, Zadie." He cupped my throat, propping himself up so he could peer down at me. "I want you, too." I reached up to stroke the dark stubble on his cheeks. He leaned into my hand, letting his eyelids fall halfway closed. "Let me feel you from the inside. Show me if your cunt is as soft and warm as the rest of you." His harsh words, the way he gritted at me, should have sent me back to reality, but I liked his blunt desire. The way he wanted me was written all over him, and he did nothing to conceal it. "I want you," I repeated. Amir's phone chimed. With a sigh, he swiped it from my nightstand and held it above his head to read the text. I was angled so I could see the screen, too. Reno. "On my way to pick up the money myself. Bitch's gonna learn her lesson tonight." Above it, maybe an hour ago, Amir had texted his brother Helen's location. Bile rose in my throat. Worry gnawed at me from every angle. Here was my crash to reality, and it was as painful as my bones cracking on the pavement. With a long sigh, Amir switched off his phone and tossed it back on the nightstand. "I need to head out soon." Then he got on his knees and ran his hands down my sides, giving me a look of longing so intense it took my breath away. "I could fuck you fast, make it good for you and fucking great for me, because anything with this body would be great for me. But when I'm inside you, I want to take my time with you, and tonight isn't going to be that night." I scooted back until I hit my headboard, pulling a pillow in front of me so I wasn't so exposed. "It's not?" He shook his head, and with his eyes on mine, he adjusted his erection in his pants. "No, little mama, not tonight. I'm gonna take your number with me, and we're gonna meet up when we both have the time to fuck until we get our fill. That's gonna be soon. You with me?" I shook my head hard. No, I'm sorry. I lost my mind for a while." He jerked like he'd been hit. "You lost your mind?" "Yes, I lost my mind." What was going to happen to Helen? What kind of monster had he led to her? I would never, not with you. Even though he made me feel safe and forget every bad thing that had ever happened to me. Even though my body fit in his arms like I was made to be there. Even though I let him get closer to me than I had ever let any other man. Even though my heart would crack just a little bit more when he walked away. Amir ran his hand over his mouth, his gaze drifting around my room until it came back to me, hard and unyielding. There was something else there, too, but he shuttered it as quickly as it had appeared. "Guess we both lost our minds." His eyes swept over me, and something like disgust curdled in his beautiful dark features. "Can't stand girls like you. Can't fucking stand them." Then he was off the bed, snagging his shirt and phone, and I was doing everything in my power to hold back my tears. I'd come so close to letting him be my first and in many ways, he had been my first. What had I been thinking? Amir wasn't some misunderstood rebel. He wasn't a soft-hearted criminal. He wasn't the white knight who'd swoop in and save the day. That wasn't the story I'd stepped into. Amir was a villain, and I was the idiot girl who'd fallen for him so quickly I had to stop myself from asking him to come back even as he walked away with my heart squashed under his boot. He did turn back, but when he opened his mouth, I wished he hadn't.
You see me out, Zadie, around campus or otherwise. Turn the other way. What happened here tonight was an exception. You come near me, I won't be nice.
I nodded. I understand. After a long look, my captor was gone, and I knew I'd never be the same. I'd fallen for a villain, after all. Chapter 9. Zadie. Sunday morning, Amir sent me a text. My captor.
Take the day off.
Monday and Tuesday, he sent me 2 more. My captor.
Don't need you today.
My captor.
Have a thing going today. Don't need you at the house. I'll let you know when I want you.
Oh my God, what's so fascinating on your phone? Elena groaned, grabbing for it after I checked it for the 10th time. Nothing. I stuffed it in my messenger bag to rid myself of the temptation. Sorry, I was just waiting to hear from my mom. She picked the cheese out of her veggie wrap. That's fine and all, but I'm needy, Zadie. If I don't have enough attention, I have a tendency to become destructive. We were having dinner at a table Elena had chosen in the center of the dining hall, and more than one person continually glanced at her or out and out stared. After living with her for a semester, I already knew she was rarely without attention. One of the reasons I liked her was because she was so unabashed about who she was, including the facets of her personality that many people, most people, would consider flaws. I offered her a grin. Eli's coming to visit with my mom this weekend. I'll bring him by the suite. He'll give you all the attention you need. She threw down her cheese. Okay, no, I do have standards, and 16-year-olds do not meet them. Not that baby bro isn't adorable, but no. I giggled, imagining the heartbreak Eli would go through if he knew Elena had called him adorable. Tell me what kind of attention you need, then. My phone is gone. It's just you and me. She tossed her wrap down, then picked up her napkin to twist it between her fingers. I'm thinking about breaking up with all my friends. My smile fell away. Okay. Her eyes met mine, and she must have seen my rising hurt, because she waved her hands in a flurry. Oh my God, obviously I don't mean you. I have more couth than to sit across from you and share that I'm thinking of breaking up with you. If that time ever came, I'd go out in a blaze of glory, not over a crappy veggie wrap in the dining hall. Before she could explain, Helen set her tray down on our table, with Theo beside her and their friend Locke on Theo's other side. Where Theo was handsome, Locke was rugged and built like a mountain. He looked like he belonged in a forest chopping down trees rather than the pristine, palm tree-lined Savage U campus. They both made me nervous and too shy to do anything other than offer a brief smile. What's happening? Helen asked. I feel like we interrupted something. Elena picked up her wrap again. That's because you did. You could wait until we're done talking, Snatch. Helen flipped her off. No one wants to hear your business, bitch. Elena arched a brow. Then why are you sitting here? Z's here. I can't leave her alone with you for long, or you'll turn her into one of your pod people friends. Helen shuddered. Living with one of you is my limit.
Elena unrolled her wrap completely and began to dismantle it. Do you think living with you is a dream? You could try not to corrupt Zadie. I saw you teaching her how to make shanks out of my toothbrush. Helen snorted. Didn't I tell you toothbrushes make terrible shanks? Yeah. All eyes swung to me. It wasn't your toothbrush, Elle. It was actually your comb, and I was the one who asked Helen for a tutorial. Theo was the first to crack, slapping the table as he laughed. Locke let a deep rumble of amusement roll through him. Helen grinned at me, and Elena sent a sharp elbow jab to my ribs, followed by a kiss to my head. For a girl who'd completely stepped away from forming any attachments after Drew took over my life, it was a little overwhelming, but nice. Nice to feel normal, liked, make them laugh with silly makeshift prison weapon jokes. Anyway, Elena tossed her shiny blonde hair behind her shoulder. I was telling Zadie I am done with my friends. They're just... She made a snarly face. Is this brand new information? Helen asked. Elena tore off a piece of her wrap. Obviously not. They're vapid and boring half the time, but our parents are friends and blah, blah, blah. Boring. I just can't do it anymore. Why not? I asked. Elena blended in with her pretty blonde friends. She had the same money, social status, clothes, looks, but to me, she stood apart. Not that she wasn't capable of evil, but beneath it all, she was good. It was just that there were layers of thorns and brambles to get to that part of her. The other girls, at least the ones I'd met and lived with freshman year, didn't have that same core. I hoped she was beginning to see that too. I was at this dinner thing with some of them. Actually, it was a dinner with some guys from your frat, Theo. Theo raised his hands. I just live there. I'm not one of them. Elena lifted a shoulder and went on. Well, they're guys you know, at any rate. They were talking about some stupid movie called Dogfight, where they throw a party and the guys compete to invite the least desirable date. I don't know. I haven't watched it. Helen groaned. Don't tell me they're going to throw a party like that. That's their plan. It was just gross. The whole thing. Elena shuddered, and my stomach flipped. Those poor, poor girls. What really got me was the girls I was with were laughing about it and cooing over these assholes like they were so fucking clever, when really, they were just cruel. Like, I'm not usually rah-rah sisterhood or anything, but are we really at the point where we're cheering guys on for misogyny? Careful, girlie. Next step is burning your bra, Helen said dryly. Elena cupped her breasts and gave them a jiggle. Oh, God, can I? Let the tits breathe. Which guys? Theo brought the subject back around. Elena flicked her fingernails. The usual suspects. Ryan, Sean, Dylan, Deacon, Owen, a few others. I didn't write down names or anything, but I think most of the house was involved. Locke made a rumbling sound, but he didn't say anything. He studied his food as he methodically shoveled it into his mouth, pointedly not looking at anyone, but we were all looking at him. What's on your mind, man? Theo slapped his arm. Locke swallowed, wiped his mouth, then slowly turned his head to Theo. Nothing. Theo folded his arms. Nothing? Right. Then he addressed us. At the end of the semester, I'm moving out of the frat house and getting a place with Locke. So yeah, my ties will be cut with those guys. I encourage you to do the same, Elle. She folded her napkin into a triangle. Believe me, I'm done with those boys. The girls will be more of a slow extraction. Then she grabbed my arm. We should move in together too. Abby asked me, but I'll just tell her you and Helen needed a third roommate, and since I felt sorry for you guys, I agreed. Helen's head jerked back. I did not agree to that. But it's a great idea, right? No, Helen replied. I can't afford it, so no. Elena pursed her lips, then her eyes lighted. We'll pay on a sliding scale. We'll each contribute based on our parents' income. Equity, babes. I'm all about the equity.
You could rent a house by ours, baby,
Theo suggested. Locke pushed back from the table so abruptly his chair made a loud screech.
I'm out.
Then he lumbered off, his tray looking like a playing card in his big hand. Elena's narrowed eyes followed his wide back, and something about her deflated when he disappeared. It was strange, but now that I thought of it, Locke never hung around when Elena was nearby. I touched her hand. I'll live with you if you're serious. I'm kind of over the dorm. Helen sat up straight. What? No, I'm not leaving you alone with her. I met her gaze and raised a brow. I guess you're going to have to live with us. Helen sighed and let her head drop onto her arms. God, I guess so. By Wednesday afternoon, I hadn't received a text from Amir at all, so I decided to take that to mean he still didn't want me at the house. It was just as well, since I had an exam coming up. I headed straight to the library after my last class, intent on burrowing in and studying for the next few hours. I found a spot on one of the upper floors in a low-traffic area that was quieter than any other part of the library. There were a few students at tables divided to make cubbies. I snagged a cubby on the end of the table. The girl beside me hunched over her computer with headphones covering her ears. I read, highlighted, and took notes. Then I went back and quizzed myself. Doing well in school was important to me, but it didn't come naturally. I had to work my butt off for my grades. Because of everything with my stalker, my grades slipped my senior year of high school. I'd only made it into Savage U by the skin of my teeth. Having a mom, dad, and stepdad who were alumni also helped. A lot, I suspected. But that meant I didn't take being here for granted. Slacking off wasn't an option. Even if I could, I planned to one day work as an accountant where precision mattered. Fortunately for me, I took pleasure in studying. I liked sitting in the cool library, snuggled up in my hoodie with nothing to distract me. I relished the moment information clicked and settled in my brain. And there was nothing better than getting my exam back with a big fat A on it. I had accepted I was a nerd a long time ago. I didn't try to fight it. After a couple hours, I needed to stretch my legs, so I left my stuff and took a walk through the aisles, inhaling the delicious scent of old books. Once my blood warmed up and my mind cleared a little, I wandered back to my cubby. It was evening now, and many of the people who'd been studying when I'd come in had cleared out, including the girl who'd been sitting beside me. It wasn't until I sat down again that I noticed a folded piece of paper on top of my notebook. My stomach instantly churned with dread. It might be nothing. It was silly to try to convince myself of that when all I had to do to find out was unfold it. I just didn't want to. I did anyway. Zadie, 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 can't you see? Your bright blue eyes hypnotize me. I just like your hips that sway. Guess that's why I follow when you run away. Zadie, 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 can't you see? Your soft, thick thighs hypnotize me. I just love your sweet girl ways. Guess I'll show you one of these days. D. I would have laughed at how terrible the poem was and how un-Drew-like it was if I hadn't been so utterly horrified. Someone was here, watching me, even now. The quiet library, filled with corners and blind spots and shadows, suddenly felt ominous instead of peaceful. I threw my things in my messenger bag as quickly as possible. Sadie. A quiet whisper, barely audible, but I heard it. Someone was calling for me. God, I wasn't even sure this was Drew anymore. Did it matter? Zadie, wait. My heart pounded with terror. I had to force my leaden legs to move. I would not be the dumb girl who waited around for the bad guy to show up, especially not when the bad guy was telling me to wait. Black closed in on the edges of my vision. Panic disoriented me. I rushed down an aisle only to come to a dead end. This wasn't the way to the exit. Where was I? Someone was behind me, footsteps approaching. I turned, forcing my feet to move faster, even with my chest feeling like it was caving in. Why? Why were they doing this to me? Was this Drew? Was it someone else? Was I losing my mind? No, the poem was still in my hand. It was real. And my name. I heard it. I hadn't imagined it. Someone was coming for me. Someone wanted me, afraid. They wanted to get to me. And now I was cornered. The only thing in front of me was more walls, and to my left and right were endless rows of books. God, where was the exit? I can't breathe. I need a door. Someone please give me a door. Sweat beaded on my forehead and upper lip. If someone was coming behind me, I couldn't hear them over the galloping rhythm of my terrified heart. Ahead of me was my answer. I lunged for the door, throwing myself inside and yanking it closed behind me. This wasn't an exit. I was standing in blackness, but the heavy smell of cleaning products told me I was in a closet. There was most likely a light switch somewhere along the wall, but I didn't dare move. If I stayed here, if I didn't make a peep, they wouldn't find me. They'd go away and I'd be safe. At least for now. I'd find the exit. I'd call Helen or Theo or even Locke. Yeah, Locke was big. He'd walk me back to my dorm. He'd scare anyone away who meant to harm me. I just had to be quiet. Only for a little while. My reassurances meant nothing when the doorknob jiggled. My hands flew to my face as if it were some type of protection, but it was all I could do. He'd found me. After all this time, he had me where he wanted me. Trapped. I might as well have given myself to him on a silver platter.
Zadie, what the fuck?
My heart stopped. The door clicked shut. My knees turned to liquid, and I fell.
Chapter 10. Amir. In the pitch black, I caught Zadie a second before she hit the ground. When my arms clasped around her, she squealed a tortured, strangled sound that barely made it out of her throat. "No," she moaned. Her hands made weak claws, hitting and scratching at my chest with kitten-like strength. Her entire body was racked with tremors. "Zadie, come on, Mama, you're okay." I held her tight against my chest, instinct telling me that was what she needed, even though I had no clue what had her so fucking spooked. A keening noise that shot me straight through my sternum came from her, and she kept fighting, even as her hits grew weaker. "Listen to me." I threaded my fingers in the back of her hair. "Fucking listen. I'm not going to hurt you. No one's going to hurt you. Talk to me. Tell me, what's going on?" No, please, no." Her voice was tiny and pleading. Jesus Christ, had I done this to her? I knew I'd fucked up, but was this the result? "You want me to let you go? Tell me if you want me to let you go." "No," she cried, clinging to me instead of biting me. "Okay, I lowered my forehead to the top of her head and squeezed my eyes shut. Okay, Zadie, I need you to breathe. You're safe. I'm not going to hurt you. No one's going to hurt you. You're as safe as can be. We're in a closet in the library. You're safe. No one's going to hurt you. Breathe for me. Nice and slow. I kept going, repeating myself. Her shallow pants had gone deeper, slowing incrementally. Her hands had opened, sliding to clasp around my neck. I no longer had to hold up her entire weight. She still leaned on me, and I liked that, so I wanted her to keep doing it. Quivers ran through her muscles. Her face was shoved against my chest, but she was calming and letting me help her get there. You know where you are? I asked softly. She sucked in a shuddering breath. Closet in the library. You know who I am? Amir. Are you safe? She made a choking sound. I don't know. You're safe. My finger slid through the back of her hair in a rhythmic motion. Am I going to hurt you? I don't know. I shook my head and rubbed my lips on her crown. I'm not going to hurt you. No one is. You're not going to hurt me, she repeated. That's right. I'm not going to hurt you. No one is. You said that, she whispered. I need you to believe it. Do you believe it? I believe it right now. The waver in her answer brought me to a stop. I grew still as I turned it over in my mind. She either believed I was going to hurt her, or someone else was. Quite possibly both. What were you running from? What had you so spooked? She shook her head and whimpered. He's out there. Who? Someone bothering you? You tell me and I'll take care of it. You can't. Zadie. I gripped her jaw and pushed her head back. In the dark, I could barely make out the shape of her face, but if I knew her, and I fucking did, her puffy bottom lip was poking out in a pout. I'll give you that, since you don't know the things I've done and will do to keep those I consider mine safe. And I'm yours? You know you are. A pet. Her chin trembled in my hold. I pressed my thumb to the center of it, holding her like that until she stopped shaking. A pet I care to keep in one piece and safe. Bending, I ghosted my lips over hers, then whispered a vow into her mouth. You lay it on me. I'll do what I need to do so I don't ever find you hiding in a supply closet again, shaking like a fucking leaf because you're so scared. She didn't answer that. Not that question, at least. Why are you here, Amir? Finding you. You didn't show. Did you forget about our deal? A heavy sigh deflated her. I didn't hear from you. I didn't think you wanted me there. Julian and Marco are starved. They miss you. You didn't tell me to come. My thumb stroked the jut of her chin. I didn't tell you not to, which means I wanted your pretty ass at my house, cooking in my kitchen. Do you know how angry I was when 4 o'clock came and went and my pet didn't appear? No, I don't. So angry, Zadie. I had to come find you. I wasn't hiding. I wasn't then. Are you gonna tell me why you're hiding now? A tremor racked her body, and even though she was already in my arms, she stumbled against me. I need to go home. I'll take you, but you're not leaving this closet until you tell me what the fuck is going on. She slid her hands down from my neck to my chest and tried to shove me back. It did no good. Please, let me go. I don't want to do this. Start talking and I'll let you go. Please, I just need to be in my room. I need to go. If I took her to her room, she'd be locked away and I'd never get my answers. Aside from that, I had a visceral need to keep her close until I made sure she was okay, and I found a way to kill the thing that had made her this afraid. Here's what's going to happen, Zadie. We're going to leave this fucking closet, grab your things, and go to my car. Once we're in there, locked and secure, you're going to tell me everything. Then I'll decide if I want to drive you home or take you back to my place so you can do all the chores you've been slacking on this week. She gasped, then a beat later slapped my chest. I haven't been slacking. You told me not to. I covered her mouth with my hand. I'm fucking with you. Needed to see that spine of steel. It's still there. That's how I know you're going to be all right. With little protest, Zadie allowed me to lead her out of the closet. She stuck close to me, gripping the back of my shirt while I had an arm circling her shoulders. We found her bag abandoned in one of the aisles I'd followed her down, a folded piece of paper beside it. Once she had both, we made our way out of the library to the parking lot behind it. The whole time, Zadie's body shook, and her head swiveled right and left, checking her surroundings. Some fucking punk had scared her tonight. They obviously had no idea who she belonged to. This would not stand. In my car, Zadie hugged her bag to her chest and clutched the folded paper in her hand. I blasted the heat in order to warm her up and smooth out her trembling muscles. What's on the paper? The way she was holding it, I figured it had to do with what was going on. A poem, she croaked. I stilled. A poem someone wrote for you? Yes. He left it for me when I left my desk for a few minutes. I plucked the paper from her hand and unfolded it. It took me a second to wrap my head around what I was reading. Then it made me equal parts amused and pissed off. I hit the paper against my open palm. Do you know what this is? Bad poetry? I snorted a laugh. If you consider Biggie Smalls a bad poet, then yeah. Her brow furrowed. I don't follow. Whoever wrote this must be a fan of 90s rap. They reworded Notorious B.I.G.'s song Hypnotize. It's fucking awful, but no doubt that's what they were going for. You have no idea who left this? Her teeth dug into her bottom lip. I thought I knew, but now I'm not so sure. Leaning closer, I gripped her chin, tilting her face back and forth. This isn't the first. She shook her head. No, but tonight, he was there. I heard him calling my name. That was when I ran away. You said you thought you knew who left it. Tell me who. She shoved a hand to the side of her hair. I don't know if you remember when I told you I had a stalker. I'm sure you don't, but how could I forget that? At that moment, I'd wanted to bend time, travel back to before Zadie met that kid, and put a bullet in his brain so none of the bullshit he pulled on her had ever happened. Dragon Slayer, she whispered. Yeah. Bracing my elbow on the console, I got on her face. Are you saying he's here? He's leaving you bad poetry and not back in Oregon, I don't know, chopping wood and shit? I thought so. She rubbed her lips together. I've gotten a few. They're all kind of innocuous. I wouldn't have thought much about them, except Drew used to leave me poems all the time. His were typed on special homemade paper, though. And they were sick, but well written. You're shitting me. Zadie's eyes widened with alarm. Given she'd been having a panic attack less than an hour ago, I probably should have gone easier on her. But she drove me out of my goddamn mind. No, I'm not. You're shitting me. I'm not. Her voice quivered. This guy has left you multiple notes and you haven't told me? Why would I tell you? She asked the question with so much sincerity. I knew she didn't get it. She didn't understand what being mine meant. Her situation was different, since it was a punishment, but that didn't make her any less mine. Are you my pet? I asked in a calm, steady tone. Yes? No hesitation. At least she got that. Do I own you? I don't... There was the hesitation I'd been looking for. Zadie? I tugged on her chin, drawing her face alongside mine so I could speak low in her ear. Do I own you for now? She finally nodded. Then you'll always tell me when someone or something threatens your safety. With her chin in my hand, I forced another nod out of her. Well, she tucked her hair behind her ear even though it was already there. I'm scared of you, so... You should be. I'm not a good man. But you still have to come to me with shit like this. I'm bad, Zadie, but I'll be your biggest bad when it comes to anything that threatens you. What will I do with a broken pet? I clicked my tongue on my teeth. No, I need my pretty little pet whole. Her soft jaw tightened. Zadie was sweet, kind, and she went along with the law I laid down without much argument. But under her surface, she was bucking against me. She held it in, unlike the night in her dorm room when she told me she'd never be with me, that sleeping with me was akin to losing her mind. And hell, she'd been right, but I'd wanted it to happen anyway. The image of her soft and pliant and writhing beneath me was forever burned into my memory. Even now, when I was pissed at her for a multitude of reasons, I was picturing her like that, and my dick thought that was reason enough to punch up my zipper. It didn't help she smelled like berries in the rain, and her angry panting reminded me too much of the sounds of her coming. He's left a few notes. I don't know if it's Drew or someone else. My lawyer in Oregon said the restraining order still stands. She's also checking in with the officer who handled my case. I haven't heard back from her yet, but I'm... She exhaled a ragged breath. Fucking terrified? Yeah, she breathed. I don't know if I want it to be him or someone else. My fingers flexed on the steering wheel. Better the devil you know. Right. You don't keep anything from me again, Zadie. You're mine. What happens to you is my concern, you get me? She nodded in my periphery. Okay. I'm gonna take you back to your dorm now. Take the night to get your head straight. Julian and Marco can starve. Shifting in her seat, I felt her eyes on the side of my face as I drove. What about you? Are you starving too? That voice. God damn that voice. It had gotten in my head too. When she wasn't angry, when she was just talking to me like anyone else, she sunk me. Her words were crystal clear, like a glacial spring, but there was nothing cold about them. She wrapped every syllable in a fleece cocoon. It probably wouldn't make sense to anyone else, but I felt the warmth in her words. More than that, her voice was sweet in a way that wasn't put on. It was just her. Pure Zadie. Like a sexy-ass preschool teacher or something. I didn't like her having this effect on me. Not when she didn't mean it or want it. I shoved away the desire to keep asking her questions so she'd keep pouring her honeyed words into my ear. No one had power over me, especially not little girls with soft bodies and angelic faces. Never going to happen. Nah, I've been eating elsewhere. It's all good, I replied, knowing the implications in my response. Oh. She shifted again so she was looking straight out the windshield. Good. I pulled up to the curb in front of Zadie's building. She scrambled to gather her things, but before she could escape, I wrapped my fingers around her arm. She looked at me over her shoulder. Need you back at the house tomorrow. I'll pick you up after your last class. Her eyes flared with surprise. No, you don't have to. It wasn't an offer. I said I'll pick you up. One nod. She gave in easily. She must have really been afraid if she was agreeing without a fight. Why did that make me want to lock my doors, drive her to my house right now, and keep her in my room until whoever was fucking with her marched themselves into an early grave? I'll see you tomorrow, she whispered. You will. Now get the fuck inside and text me a picture of you in your bedroom. I want face, not feet or pillows. Face, Zadie. She threw herself out of my car and made a beeline inside. I sat there, waiting for her text. It took 5 minutes. Then there she was, sitting on her bed. Scrunched nose, rosy cheeks, pouty bottom lip. No cleavage, no body, and still, my dick pressed against my zipper. Me. Good girl. Zadie. Good night, Captor. Thanks for the rescue. I tossed my phone onto the passenger seat. Done with this girl. If I looked at her picture for another second, I'd find a way to get to her, get her on her back, and finally sink into that pretty pink pussy of hers. If that happened, if I allowed myself to give in to all the urges I had when it came to Zadie, I had no doubt I'd be well and truly fucked.
Chapter 11. Zadie. Julian was keeping a close watch on me. He'd done the same when I came back to the house the day before, sitting in the kitchen with me the whole time I cooked. He was cute and needy, and it made me laugh. I want you to teach me how to make biscuits, he announced, raking hungry eyes over the steaming biscuits I'd just taken from the oven. I arched a brow. Do you? If you know how to make them, why should I keep coming to make them for you? He snapped his fingers. Good point, Princess Z. 'Cause I know nothing I make is ever going to live up to your cooking, even if I learn from the master herself. I bit back a grin. So you want to remain helpless? Hell yes, I do. I think I'm going to hire you next semester. I walked to the island where he was sitting, propping a hip on the stool next to him, and waved my wooden spoon. Or we could just be friends. I like to cook for my friends. You may or may not know this about me, but I don't actually have aspirations of becoming a housekeeper or personal chef. I thought he'd laugh, but he gave me a close inspection, sweeping over my face and the hand holding the spoon. You'd want to be my friend after all this? I lifted a shoulder. We'll see. You have a couple months to win me over. Sometimes I don't like you very much, you know. My blunt honesty surprised even me. When I first met Julian, I'd been intimidated. He was just as devastatingly attractive as Amir and Marco. His shaggy, sandy hair, sharply curved features, and crystalline green eyes would have sent most girls' hearts into overdrive. I wasn't immune, and guys who looked like him always drove me deep into my shell. But over the last couple weeks, he'd shown me a kindness that had caught me off guard, dragging me right back out of my shell. I still found him devastatingly attractive, but I wasn't attracted to him. I didn't wonder what his lips felt like or how his hands would feel on my body. He was Julian. Hot, friendly Julian. Unless he was doing Amir's bidding. Those were the times I really didn't like him. Julian winced at my answer. No doubt I'll give you more reasons to hate me as time goes by. I don't hate anyone. Not really.
He scratched his chin, shooting me a crooked grin. You don't hate Amir? I shook my head. God, if I were to hate anyone, it would be... Okay, well, Drew would be on the top of the list, but Amir would be there somewhere too. No, my mind tends to go more toward fear than hate. That's just how I work. Are you scared of Amir? He asked. I was a lot of things when it came to Amir. I didn't hate him, not at all. Everything I felt for him was so mixed up and swirled together, it was impossible to sort the fear from the longing, from the desire, from the anger. I couldn't think straight when it came to him. He'd pushed me down to my knees and rubbed his dick on my lips without my permission, but he'd also helped me through a panic attack and promised to protect me. And when I first came to him, I'd known he would, even though we'd only met once. There in my room, the hours we were stuck together, I saw the kind of man he was. Captor and savior all rolled into one. Sometimes I'm scared, yeah. I tapped the spoon on his arm. Why are you so interested in how I feel about Amir? I'd like to know that too. I whipped around, finding Amir leaning one shoulder on the door jamb, his arms folded over his chest, a hint of a frown marring his otherwise impassive face. His dark, stormy gaze flicked from Julian to me, his brow furrowing until there was a deep crevice down the center. Curious, dude, Julian replied. Next we can talk about Marco, then circle back to me again. I turned back to him and he winked at me, which made me roll my eyes. Remember how I said I don't like you sometimes? This is one of those times, I hissed. Julian laughed at my hissing like I was a tiny, cute kitten. Amir didn't laugh, but then he rarely did. At least not when I was around. He stalked into the kitchen straight to me and braced one hand on the back of my stool, the other on the counter in front of me, boxing me in. Since I missed the beginning of the conversation, why don't you enlighten me, Zadie? Amir's hiss was effective. Voice dropped low. He sounded like a sleek jungle cat preparing to pounce. I tipped my head back to meet his midnight eyes. I told Julian, I don't hate you, but sometimes I'm afraid of you. I don't think that's a secret. No. He slowly shook his head. A couple days ago, we discussed how you should be afraid of me. He picked up one of the ringlets that had formed around my face from the steam while I was cooking. But I'm surprised to hear you don't hate me. I would hate being someone's property. I raised my chin higher. You think of me as your property. I know I'm not. I also don't know what hating someone feels like, but I don't think it's this. He exhaled a hard breath. You don't know what hate feels like? Julian chuckled. Are you surprised our personal ray of sunshine doesn't know what hate feels like? Amir leveled his friend with a cutting glare. Our? Without looking at me, he cupped the back of my head. Zadie is mine. She's not giving you any sunshine. He was so freaking ridiculous, I couldn't hold back a giggle. When Julian heard me laughing, he snorted so hard he started coughing. Amir straightened, folding his arms over his chest again, while Julian and I burst into laughter. Marco wandered in, a bemused look on his face, and sidled up to Amir. What's going on? Amir glanced at him, then us. No fucking idea. Of course, that brought on a fresh wave of giggles. Julian bent in half, his forehead on the granite, while I covered my mouth, attempting to stifle some of my laughter, but it was no use. Amir was so growly and pissy for no actual reason. and it tickled something inside me.
"They laughing at you?"
Marco asked.
"Yeah, it seems like it,"
Amir replied.
"You mad?"
Amir stared at us, and through my teary eyes, I swore I saw his mouth quirking.
"Nah, I know Julian won't be laughing when I don't let him eat any biscuits for dinner."
Julian shot out of his chair, stone-faced sober. "I let a lot of shit slide, but that's never gonna happen." Amir grinned wide.
"Really? Are you gonna stop me?"
Marco slapped his chest.
"There's gonna be a mutiny up in this ship if you get between me and Zadie's cooking."
Without warning, Marco darted for the oven. Amir caught him around the middle, hauling him back toward the island. Amir took Marco's elbow to his chest, then he grabbed Marco's elbow, bracing it at his side. Marco tried to spin out of Amir's grasp, but Amir caught his other elbow, pinning him in place. Julian darted for the sink, grabbing a sponge, and hurled it straight for Amir's head. When it bounced off with a wet slap, he dropped Marco's arms to wipe the sudsy water from his forehead.
"You fuck," he growled through a feral grin.
Marco picked up the sponge and pegged the back of Julian's head as he retreated to the other side of the island. Meanwhile, Amir had a kitchen towel in his hand, using it like a whip on Marco's legs and Julian's torso. The three of them were wild and messy, cussing and shouting insults. I couldn't stop the giggles, even as I crouched down so I wouldn't end up with a sponge to the head. This was the first time I'd seen Amir playful. Marco, too, for that matter. And it was an incredible sight. He looked younger, freer, and there was a brightness in his midnight eyes that was never there. Right then, I was the furthest from hate I'd ever been in regard to Amir. I pinched the back of Julian's arm when he came close to me. "Don't worry, if he takes all of them, I'll make you your own batch next time." Chuckling, Julian patted my crown. "That's my girl." Silence descended over the kitchen. Amir's grin vanished, and I instantly knew I'd said the wrong thing. For a moment, I'd forgotten I was a pet and not a person to him. They could joke with each other, but I wasn't allowed to join in. He dropped Marco, who'd taken on the expression of a man watching a train wreck, and held his hand out to me.
"Time to go, Zadie,"
Amir bit out. "Okay," I whispered. I hadn't unpacked my messenger bag, so it was simple to slip it over my shoulder to make a quick escape. Amir took it from me as soon as I stood and strode out of the kitchen without a backward glance, clearly expecting me to follow. "Sorry, Z," Julian murmured.
"You'll be all right,"
Marco added, but yeah, he still had that train wreck look. I gave them a wave. "See you guys later, and don't let him eat all the biscuits." Amir was waiting for me in his SUV. I climbed in, clutching my bag in my lap. He was silent as we took the short drive back to campus. It wasn't a comfortable silence by any means. The weight of it was so heavy. It was unbearable. I couldn't keep doing this, not for the rest of the semester. My stomach hurt from the tension emanating from Amir in waves. Taking a deep breath, I forced out the scrap of bravery I contained. I don't have feelings for Julian, you know. Not like that. His hands tightened on the wheel.
"Okay.
If you'd rather I come and go without speaking to anyone, I can do that. Just tell me so I know what the expectations are. I don't want to upset the balance in your house. I'd hate to think I'm causing a rift between you guys."
He huffed. "You're not gonna cause a rift."
I bit down hard on my lip. "Well, good." Instead of pulling up to the curb in front of my dorm, he turned into a spot. With the SUV in park, he draped his arm over the wheel and turned to me. His eyes were half-lidded, lazy, careless, like he hadn't just been irate with me.
You give a shit, huh?
I sat up straight. Of course I do. He cocked his head.
Why aren't you into him?
What?
Julian, why aren't you into him? He's nice, funny, easygoing. Girls like the shit out of him. You get along with him, you talk to him. So, why aren't you into him?
There was no heat behind his question, not even a fraction. If anything, there was confusion. Like he was genuinely perplexed why a woman like me wouldn't want Julian. I thought about my answer carefully, but quickly. I don't think he's my type. His eyes grew narrow.
You have a type?
Maybe?
Based on my first boyfriend, who was a street racer,
then Drew, who's absolutely bananas, then you, I guess I go for guys likely to spend time in jail.
His laugh was dry. I'm on your list. Pretty sure what went on between us was all down to the circumstances.
I bristled at his easy dismissal, as if I couldn't discern for myself who I was attracted to. I wasn't a girl who crushed a lot, nor did I fall into bed with just anyone. I wouldn't have almost given you my virginity if it was only circumstance. I know my own mind and who I like. My picker could be a little choosier, but Amir's hand covered my mouth.
Shut up, Zadie.
I blinked at him, patiently waiting for him to tell me why he was mad at me this time.
You're a virgin?
I nodded, still muzzled by his hand.
You said you missed fucking.
He got closer, his nose almost touching mine.
You were going to let me inside you. If I hadn't picked up my phone, I would have been inside your pussy.
I nodded again.
What the fuck?
He breathed. I shrugged. He finally dropped his hand down to my chin.
You're not kidding, are you?
No, I'm not kidding at all. I was caught up in you that night. I licked my dry lips. Amir followed my tongue's path with his thumb, making me shiver. I said I missed fucking because I wanted something that had been taken from me because of Drew. I missed something I hadn't had because of him.
What the fuck, Zadie?
He didn't sound mad anymore, just confounded. I don't know, Amir. You made me like you, despite the circumstances. I brushed a strand of hair from my forehead. But it doesn't matter anymore. I don't want you, Marco, and Julian fighting anymore. So I'll just keep to myself and won't cause any problems, okay? He exhaled heavily through his nose while pinning me with a hard stare.
It doesn't matter anymore, huh?
If he kissed me right now, I would kiss him back, and not because I was his pet. The swirly, heady feeling he'd given me as my captor had never gone away. It had just laid dormant until I was in his presence again. I was such a cliché, the good girl who fell for bad boys. Amir. I don't know what he wanted me to say.
Zadie.
He pinched my chin between his fingers.
Get the fuck out of my car.
The way he said it was like he was reciting a love poem to me. Like a coo in my ear the first thing in the morning. Soft,
lilting, almost a song. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow then.
Nope, I don't need you tomorrow. I've got plans at night.
He shook my head gently.
Be good. Text me from your room.
He let me go, and I ran inside. Helen and Theo were snuggled on the couch, and I assumed Elena was out, since it was Friday, and she was always out on Fridays. I tossed a wave at the two of them, then closed the door to my room and pressed my palm to my thundering heart. I didn't linger like that, though. Sitting on my bed, I snapped a picture of myself rolling my eyes slightly to the side so he would get the message that I thought this whole tradition was silly. My captor.
That's my pretty girl. Don't like the eye roll, but the rest is perfection. What a nice pet I have.
Me. Good night, captor. My captor.
Night, Zadie.
My stepbrother was a giant. At 16, Eli was at least 6.5 feet tall, with boats for feet and baseball mitts for hands. Every time I saw him, I was taken aback for a few minutes until I accepted reality. He was my baby stepbro, but he'd always be way bigger than me. As such, he enjoyed palming the top of my head and moving me around like I was a stuffed animal and he was the claw in an arcade game. My mom, on the other hand, was model slim, long-legged, and pixie-faced. She was dwarfed beside Eli. Seeing their mismatched heights across from me in the dinner booth made my heart go pitter-patter. I really needed this visit. One hug from my mom, and all my troubles were a distant memory. She clung to me a little tighter than normal, which told me she'd needed the visit just as much. We were having breakfast at The Tea, which was in Savage River's cute downtown area. Mom and I planned on doing some shopping after. Plying Eli with food was the only way to get him to agree to hang. "Have you heard from your dad?" Mom asked while cutting her pancakes. "Yeah, we talked a few days ago." I laid my fork down on my plate and patted my mouth with my napkin. He joined a foraging club, so that's how he's been spending his weekends lately. Eli's dark brow pinched. "What's he foraging for?" "Morels and mushrooms. He's out tromping through the woods, digging up mushrooms. It's very on brand for my dad," I explained. Mom laughed softly, and I couldn't miss the wistfulness in her eyes. "That sounds like Keith. I'm glad he's found something he enjoys besides smoking and worrying." I wasn't a kid who'd grown up with screaming matches and angry words. My parents had loved and respected each other. They were vastly different, but for a time at least, they relished each other's differences. And then, well, everything fell apart. "Wait," Eli scratched his head. "Are they like magic mushrooms?" I snorted a laugh. "No, they're really just regular mushrooms. Dad's club tromps around the forest, picks mushrooms, then takes them back to someone's house and they cook. It's very wholesome, but I'm certain there's copious weed and wine for the last part, too." Eli chuckled. "That I could be into." Mom slapped his huge arm. "Hey, dude, I'm not your mom, but I am a mom who doesn't want to hear her teenage boys say stuff like that." Eli hung his head, but his eyes lit on me. "Sorry, not mom." I snickered at his faux contrition. "You're such a good boy, Eli." He made a ring with his fingers over his head. "See my halo? I'm an angel." Mom shook her head. Oh my God, why did I always think I wanted to have 2 kids? I was very obviously mistaken. After breakfast, we wandered around Main Street going in and out of shops. Mom bought both Eli and me a stack of books from the bookshop. Once he had his, he found a bench to read on while we went into a clothing store. I kept catching sight of him through the window, and even though he was reading, there was something about the curl of his shoulders that filled me with worry.
Since my mom was deep in conversation with the clerk without any sign of ending anytime soon, I went outside and sat beside my giant of a little stepbrother. He looked up from his book when I patted his knee. "What's the story, Morning Glory?" I asked. His mouth quirked. "Don't know. Why don't you tell me the tale, Nightingale?" "How's Max, Eli?" My mom continued to be vague and cheerful when it came to her husband's prognosis. She'd done the same thing when she and my dad were divorcing, so I didn't trust anything out of her mouth when it came to big, potentially disastrous happenings. She did it to protect me, but I didn't need protection. Not in this case. I needed the truth. With a heavy sigh, Eli closed his book and slid it back in his bag. "What's your mom told you?" "She's remaining optimistic." I flicked my hand toward the store I'd just come from. You know her. She keeps it all tucked away until she can't. He nodded, but his movements were sluggish, as if the burden he carried made his movements difficult. "She's taking really good care of him. My mom would have freaked out. I mean, she is freaking out, and she kind of hates my dad, you know. But Felicity is so steady all the time." "My mom's good that way. She does better when she has a task to focus on." I bumped his arm with my shoulder. "You didn't answer my question, though. How's Max?" Bending forward, he clutched his head in his hands. "He's sick. Really, really sick." I laid my hand on his back. "Is it the chemo? Is that making him sick?" "Yeah, I don't know. There was one morning Felicity had to run out to pick up a prescription, so it was just me and my dad. He started gagging and coughing and couldn't stop. I just stood there, Zadie. I didn't know what to do. My dad was doubled over, barely able to take in air, and I just stood there." He choked out the last few words, and I heard his tears, even if he wouldn't show me. "Eli, he's okay. He recovered from that incident. He doesn't blame you, and I'm sure he hated you seeing him like that as much as you hated seeing it." "I should have helped him." "You will. Next time. You'll be better prepared, right?" The deep, mournful sob he let escape brought tears to my eyes. I laid my head on his shoulder, murmuring words of comfort, telling him it would be okay, that I would be there for him however he needed me. Keeping his face hidden, he swiped his tears away. Eli might have been a giant, but he was really just a kid, and this was a lot. Even if Max recovered, living through this illness, seeing his dad wasn't invincible, would forever change Eli. "I think he's going to die, Zadie." "Babe." My heart crammed in my throat. "Is that... Mom said his prognosis is... I don't know what the doctors are saying. My dad is just... Sometimes I think he's fading." He got up from the bench and tore down the sidewalk, and I chased after him. I couldn't leave him alone, not like this. "Eli, stop!" I called. "Please, just wait for me." He slowed down enough for my short legs to catch up with him. I grabbed his forearm, tugging until he stopped. His cheeks were rosy. His eyes were watery and bloodshot. "It's okay to be scared," I whispered. He shook his head sharply. "Felicity and Dad don't need to deal with my stuff on top of everything else." "Then call me, text me, ask Mom to drive you to see me. No matter what, I'm your big sister and I'm here, okay? I really mean it." He stared at me for a long time, his eyes so wet they drew my own tears to the surface. Then he let loose a pained exhale and wiped his eyes with the heel of his hand. "If he dies,
Promise me you won't go away.
His nose twitched, and he looked at the sidewalk.
Promise me we'll still be family.
I threw myself at him, wrapping my arms around him as tightly as I could. He curled around me, returning my hug with the same kind of fervor. I'm your sister. Your kids are going to be my nieces and nephews, and I expect you to be my kid's favorite uncle. That doesn't go away, no matter what. I pinched the skin on his back. I'm mad at you for asking me that. His laugh was closer to a sob, but that was okay. At least he was laughing and hugging me, and not crying and running away. Just as suddenly as I'd thrown myself at him, I was yanked backward out of his arms into the chest of someone else. My skin prickled when a low, menacing voice whispered in my ear.
Zadie Knight, you've been a bad, bad girl.
Chapter 12. Amir. I had a problem. I reacted first, thought second. Driving down Main Street, seeing my girl chasing after a big dude, and then throwing herself at him, I didn't think. I parked, flew out, and reacted. And I fucked up. "Hey, get off my sister," the big dude hollered. Zadie twisted her head to meet my shocked eyes. "Amir, meet my brother, Eli. My little 16-year-old brother." Zadie's face was blotchy, her eyes red, tears at the edges. When I looked up at her brother, I saw the same. If I'd taken a second before flipping the fuck out at seeing Zadie in another man's arms, I would have realized this wasn't a man at all. Eli was tall and wide, but there was no mistaking he was still a kid. A kid who was clearly going through something rough. Something Zadie was going through too. Something she hadn't told me about. Fuck. I didn't even know she had a brother or that he was coming to visit her today. "I apologize." Tipping my chin down, I met Zadie's eyes again. "I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking." "What's going on?" Eli demanded. "Who are you?" "Eli," Zadie started in warning, but I cut her off with a squeeze to her waist. Then I shifted her to my side, keeping my arm firmly around her shoulders. I wasn't someone who took kindly to demands, but in this case, I didn't mind. Eli was looking out for his sister, and I was the stranger who'd ripped her from his arms. If I had a sister like Zadie, I'd burn it all down for her. I got the feeling if Eli didn't like what I had to say, he just might try to douse me with gasoline and strike a match. So today, he'd get my patience and respect for looking out for Zadie the way she deserved. "It's okay, man. I'm Amir, Zadie's boyfriend. I hope you can understand. I saw my girlfriend in another man's arms and lost my mind for a minute." I stroked her shoulder with my thumb. "I really am sorry, man. Someone forgot to tell me she was seeing her brother this morning." Zadie stiffened, but she didn't put up an argument. No doubt she'd rather me call her my girlfriend than my pet in front of her brother. Eli frowned, his eyes flicking back and forth between us. "Does Felicity know you have a boyfriend?" "Not yet. It's new, and with everything happening, I haven't..." She looked up at me, scrunching her nose. "I haven't told my mom about us yet. Sorry." I tapped the end of her nose. "That's okay, baby. You'll tell her soon." Eli tipped his chin. "You can tell her now. Here she comes." I grinned down at Zadie, who did not look amused. In fact, it seemed like she was snarling. But on her it came out so cute. There was nothing threatening about it. "I get to meet your mom today?" Her expression crumpled. "Be nice, please," she whispered. The sorrow behind her eyes sobered me. "You got it, Mama. Best behavior. Promise." We turned around to greet the tall, thin, older version of Zadie. Same sweet, beautiful face, shiny chestnut waves, bright smile. And when she spoke, she had a slightly deeper version of Zadie's honeyed voice. "Hey, kids. Did you make a new friend?" She stopped in front of me, her gaze bouncing from my arm around her daughter to my face. "Who might you be?" I held out my hand. "Amir Vasquez. I'm Zadie's." "Oh, I like that." She slipped her hand in mine, giving it a firm shake. "Felicity Elks. My daughter is a secret keeper, apparently." "Mom, I was going to tell you, but it's new. I knew you'd want to meet him, but it's too early, so—" She thought I'd freak out. Too much, too soon. I smiled at Zadie. But she doesn't get there's never enough of her. I could tell she wanted to step on my foot, but with her mom and brother watching with keen eyes, she only returned my smile. "He thought I was hitting on Zadie," Eli added, smirking at me. The little shit wasn't going to let me play it off, which I also respected. Felicity's mouth gaped. "What?" "Yeah," I rubbed my nape. Not my finest moment. I was driving by, saw my girl with another guy, and reacted. I'll be groveling for a while, but at least I got to meet the two of you. Felicity pressed a hand to her chest. "You're adorable, Amir. So adorable. I think I like you." A laugh burst out of me. "No one's ever called me adorable." "Not even when he was a baby," Zadie added. "He was born with a menacing scowl." I shook my head at her. "You don't even know how right you are." Zadie raised her eyebrows. "Don't you need to get going? I thought you were busy today." "Actually, no, not until tonight. I have the whole day free." I had planned on spending it studying, but that had lost its appeal the second I'd tucked Zadie under my arm and claimed her as my girl. "Well, we're about to take a tour of campus. Zadie was going to show us where all her classes are. Then I have to hit the university shop to buy some swag for my husband. I promised I'd bring him back a hat." Felicity reached around and patted my arm. "If that doesn't sound too boring, you are more than welcome to join us. I'm sure Eli would appreciate not spending his entire day with just 2 women." I gave Zadie's rigid shoulders a squeeze. This girl wanted me away from her family, but I was already hooked on my role as her doting boyfriend. Now wasn't the time to bow out, even if she poisoned my dinner tomorrow. There's really nothing I'd rather do. A few hours later, I was fully immersed in the Elks Night family. Eli was chill as hell, and Felicity was as sweet as Zadie, but without the shyness. Although, around her mom and brother, Zadie blossomed. I got the feeling she felt truly comfortable and safe with them. Several times throughout the day, she'd be laughing, enjoying herself. Then she'd catch my eye and her light would dim. We'd be talking about that, because I didn't like it at all. If she was giving other people her light, I wanted it too. That light should have been mine. I also learned that Felicity's husband, Max, was seriously ill with leukemia. Felicity put on a brave smile when she was explaining his treatment plan, but there was a stillness that fell over the 3 of them that told the truth. They were all afraid of what was to come. Now we were in the food court at the student union, grabbing a coffee before her mom and brother had to head out. Zadie and I were in line to order while Felicity and Eli hunted for a table. I was being stared at. I'd caught Zadie's eyes on me several times, always with a pensive stare. "What?" I murmured. What's going on in that head of yours? She twisted her lips. I'm thinking you're either a sociopath and you've been faking it with my family all day, or underneath all your armor, you might be a decent guy. The only thing I've been faking is our relationship. I slid my hand along the small of her back, dipping down into her back pocket to cup her ass. I've thoroughly enjoyed playing your boyfriend, though. Her eyes narrowed. You fill me up whenever you want, anyway. Not nearly as much as I want. I should get a gold star for how much I hold back with you. She rolled her eyes, then made the outline of a star in the air with her pointer finger. You get an invisible star. That's the best I can do. I snatched that shit out of the air and tucked it in my pocket. You know what I liked about today? What? She asked. The way your mom and Eli looked at me because they thought I was with you. There were no expectations beyond treating you right. And when they saw me treating you right, they were all smiley and bright. I lifted a shoulder. I don't know. The way I grew up, people I knew, none of us had that. So, yeah, it's been cool to get a taste of it. She opened her mouth, then closed it right away, turning her head. Nah, Zadie, you have something to contribute and I want to hear it. With my knuckle, I hooked her under her chin and turned her head toward me again. You have something to say? Not really. She chewed on her bottom lip, averting her eyes. Talk, Mama. Huffing, her big blue eyes flicked up to mine. I was just thinking, you act like having people who support and care for you is a pipe dream, but, Amir, you're here. You're in the school because you're incredibly smart and you work hard. You could have a girlfriend with a nice family if you wanted, but I don't think you want that. If you did, all you'd have to do is snap and it would be yours. It was our turn to order, so I had a minute to mull over what she'd just thrown at me. My knee-jerk reaction was to say she didn't know shit, and she didn't. With my own two eyes, I saw what she was brought up with. She had hard times, but she had a thick layer of insulation around her, even if she didn't realize it. When Zadie looked at my life, it was through that lens, not mine. When we shifted to the next counter to wait for the drinks, I stood behind her, splaying my hand on her stomach and dipped my mouth to her ear. You think Felicity would want me around her pretty little daughter if she knew how I make money? How my brother makes money? She let her head fall back on my shoulder, but kept her eyes from me. I really didn't like when she kept her eyes from me. I won't pretend to know anything about that, nor do I want to. But I think Felicity wouldn't have to know either. Moms don't have to know everything. It's better for them. Really? My lips skimmed her velvety ear. You keep secrets from your mom? Scandalous. Her laughter was a feather to the back of my knees, nearly bringing me down without even trying. If I'd told her I was held hostage last semester, do you think I'd still be enrolled here? I nipped at her lobe. You're never going to let that go, huh? This time, her laughter was more like an anvil to my chest, hitting me hard and not letting me up. Jesus Christ, this girl could laugh. Anything she did with that mouth was magic. No, I guess I'm not. She grinned up at me. In 10 years, when you're a fine, upstanding businessman, I'll swing by your office with a cup of coffee so we can reminisce about the time you held me as collateral. Or I could pop into your wedding and give a toast. I covered her mouth with my hand. I don't like the joke anymore. She turned her head and pressed her forehead to my throat, catching me off guard. It felt conciliatory, even though I was the one crossing lines. My hand dropped, curling around her chest. We stood there, like that, wrapped around each other for another minute until our order was called. She didn't say a word, and neither did I. I didn't know what that minute was, but I had no doubt everything about it, the closeness, the peace, the utter calm, would stay contained within those 60 seconds. At the table with Felicity and Eli, everything was the same again. Felicity showed us what she'd bought for her husband, even though we'd all been there when she made the purchase. Eli and I talked college sports. Savage U's teams weren't shit, but he followed them religiously anyway, especially baseball, which was his game. And Zadie had gone back to keeping her eyes from me. I tapped her hand. "Have you shown your mom the latest note left for you?" Her eyes rounded. "No, Amir." Felicity leaned forward in her chair. "What note?" Her gaze whipped from me to Zadie. "Zadie, what note?" She shook her head. "It's not a big deal, I promise." "You haven't told your mom?" I already knew she hadn't, but I didn't agree with the decision. Her mom might have been going through the heaviness of her husband's illness, but Zadie needed her too. If she wouldn't ask for her mom's help, I'd take that decision from her. "Why don't you tell me, Amir?" Felicity set her coffee down, leveling me with a steady glare. Someone's been leaving Zadie poems and flowers. She suspected it was Drew, but given the last poem, she's not sure. "Zadie," Eli ground out. "How could you not tell us?" She rubbed her forehead. "Because I could be freaking out over nothing. You guys have enough going on. I didn't want to add one more thing." "Stop it." Felicity slapped the table. "Don't you dare say another word. I know what my enough is, and I have plenty of capacity to deal with my daughter. I need you to tell me everything so I can have the information to decide which direction we need to proceed." Zadie's furious gaze cut to me. Her fingertips were going white from gripping the edge of the table. I pried one finger loose at a time, cupping her small, soft hand in mine. "Tell your mom," I urged. She tried to yank her hand away from me, but I wasn't letting go. Not until she did this. She was right. Her mom didn't need to know everything, but she did need to know this. As my pet, it was my job to decide the best way to protect her. I'd be her physical shield, but dealing with cops and lawyers was outside my wheelhouse. Felicity had the capability of handling that area, but she had to know what needed to be handled first. Each word out of Zadie's mouth was reluctant, but she laid out the basics, skipping over the library incident. I let that slide for now. Her voice was devoid of emotion, but I felt it in the twitch of her muscles, her clammy palm, the rapid rise and fall of her chest. Felicity started typing on her phone as soon as Zadie was finished talking. "I'm taking care of it. Don't worry, baby. If it's Drew, we'll fry his ass. If it's another dipshit, we'll handle him too. You aren't in this alone." Her gaze shifted to me. "Thank you for telling me. It's obvious you're taking care of Zadie and looking out for her. If she didn't have you, Eli would be carrying her out to our car and she'd be coming home with us." Eli looked at his sister. "I'm still considering it." I laid my hand on his shoulder. "Nah, man. She's good with me. You take care of your dad and Felicity. I got my girl." Zadie huffed and twisted her hand, but I held it tight. Oh, she was mad. But I didn't really give a shit. Keeping what was going on a secret was only going to endanger her. Felicity's mouth was strained. "Thank you, Amir. I don't think I can explain what it was like for Zadie and our family during the height of the stalking. Drew used to show up in restaurants, at shops, when Zadie was out with friends at movies. She became so afraid of running into him, she wouldn't leave the house. And when he began leaving her presents at our front door, Her room was her only safe space. She touched her fingertips to her mouth. That's how I know you're protecting my girl. She must feel it because 2 years ago, she would have been in her bed, scared up the world. It was a good thing none of them could see what was going on in my mind. If they could, they'd be afraid of me. I'd witnessed Zadie's terror in the library, but hearing her mom lay it all out for me only added another layer to the fury I carried for a guy I would hopefully never meet. I hear you, Felicity. Zadie is covered. This, I promise. After all that was settled, we were about to part ways, so I asked for a few minutes with Zadie to say goodbye. I pulled her with me around the corner into a small group study room that wasn't in use. I kept walking until her back hit the wall and braced my hands on either side of her head. You had no right. Her words came out shaky with anger. I did, Zadie. You're mine, aren't you? She lifted her chin. I'm yours at your house. That doesn't spill over into my life. I didn't agree to that. My mom... Do you understand her husband might be dying? Do you? I worked hard not to slam my hand into the wall. Do you understand if this guy gets to you, it would kill her? How's she supposed to deal with her daughter being hurt, raped, dead, when her husband is dying? Tell me, Zadie, you want to do that to her? What about Eli? You want to hurt the kid who looks at you like you hung the moon? Tears welled up in her eyes. Shut up, Amir. Her hands came to my chest, giving me a weak shove. Just shut up. Bringing my hand off the wall, I cupped her jaw. This is me looking out for my pet. You might not like it, but I don't give a fuck. Dipping down, I touched my lips to hers. She gasped against my mouth, and it was all I could do to walk away. I have to go tend to some business. Okay, she whispered. Those tears were still in her eyes, even if she wasn't letting them fall. I couldn't walk away and leave it like this. Not until I made sure she really understood. I need you to tell me you get why I did what I did with your mom. Her pouty little mouth pressed into a tight line, and she gave me a sharp nod. I don't want her to hurt or worry. I think she'd tell you that's her job. Some of the tightness left her mouth, and the corners curled into a slight smile. She probably would. Uninvited warmth spread across my chest. What the fuck was that about? Come a little early tomorrow. 10? No. I brushed my lips over hers again. Couldn't help it. The sweetness was addictive. I'm going out tonight. It'll be late. Make it noon. She turned her face away from mine. Have fun then. I grinned. Oh, this girl didn't like the idea of me going out. Interesting. I said it's business, didn't I? My kind of business goes late. Okay. With a groan, I pulled back, grabbed her hand, and tugged her away from the wall. Be good, Zadie. Don't drive me crazy. I left with her family after Felicity hugged the shit out of me and Eli clapped me on the back. The illusion was over. The job was done. So why the hell did I feel like I was leaving something important behind?
Chapter 13. Zadie. As soon as I opened the door to my suite and Eli caught sight of Helen walking around the kitchenette in a tiny pair of shorts and a tank top, he tripped over his own oversized feet and nearly landed on his face. Helen allowed him some dignity by pretending she hadn't seen him lose bodily function over her. Well, hello, Zadie's cute family. Elena strutted out of her room in leggings and a sports bra. Eli's swallow was audible, poor guy.
My mom hugged them both, cooed over their hair and clothes, and got all the dirt while Eli studied his feet as carefully as he could. "Did you have a good time on Main Street?" Helen asked. Mom pressed her hands together under her chin. "Oh, yes, we definitely did. Well, Eli was bored to tears with all the shopping I did, but he survived. And you'll never believe who we ran into." My stomach dropped. Oh, crap. She was going to say it. Why hadn't I anticipated this? Elena pursed her lips. I don't think I can guess. You'll have to tell us." "Zadie's boyfriend. OMG, he's so cute." Oh, God, she said it. Both Helen and Elena hit me with accusatory stares. Then they checked in with each other to ensure neither knew. "Wow," Helen said with all kinds of false cheer. "No fair. Zadie hides him from us." Oh, I was in for it when my family left. Elena folded her arms. "Right? It's almost like we don't even know he exists." Mom hugged me around my shoulders. "Oh my gosh, I know it's new, but if you haven't seen them together, you have to. Amir treats my girlie like the queen she is. He was all precious with her, pulling out her chair, holding her hand everywhere we went. And, oh, the way he looked at her. It gave me goosebumps." Amir had been far too good at pretending to be a devoted boyfriend. As much as I wanted to believe he had it in him to really be that way if he wanted, the truth was, he'd probably seen a romance movie once and absorbed the traits. I was leaning toward deciding he was a sociopath. "Amir?" Elena turned to Helen with a pinched brow. "Isn't that the guy who—" Helen nodded. "Yep." They both looked at me again. I hoped my expression was pleading. They could grill me all they wanted when my family was gone. I just needed them to play along for a few minutes. Elena whipped me with a narrowed gaze. "Helen had a crush on Amir in high school." Mom covered her mouth. "Am I talking out of turn? Did you guys not know Zadie's dating him?" "It's new," I murmured. Because she was a cool girl, Helen waved off my mother's worries. "No, I knew. Zadie ran it by me before anything happened. My crush is ancient history, and it definitely wasn't reciprocated. But Zadie's so sweet and careful about my feelings, she doesn't bring him around the suite, so we don't get to see them together." Elena crossed to me and hooked her arm around my neck. "You'll have to bring your man by for inspection. It's one thing for Mom to approve. It's a whole other for your friends to give him the stamp." "Helen has a boyfriend," I blurted. "His name is Theo, and she wants to tell you all about him." My mom was a little bit of a golden retriever, easily distracted and sought out happiness to rub herself all over. And since she and Max were basically still newlyweds, she couldn't get enough of other people's love stories. Therefore, her attention shifted to Helen and away from me. While she bombarded Helen with questions about Theo, Elena hissed at me, motioning for me to join her by the sink in the kitchenette. "Don't even think about leaving this suite until you spill, girlie." Elena tapped my nose. "I hope the ass you're tapping is worth the 3rd degree you're about to get." "Vulgar," I whispered. Her mouth twitched with amusement. "Tramp?" she whispered back. I gasped. Am I a tramp now? That's kind of cool." She snickered. "By the way, your stepbro knows we can see him staring, right? Like, does he think he's under an invisibility cloak?" Poor Eli was hovering by the door, studying Helen from his vantage point. When his eyes swept to Elena, she casually looked away as if she had no idea he was being a creeper. He's young. And he would keel over and die if he heard me say that. I know. She shrugged. It's cute, which is why I won't call him out for it. I'm just saying he could use some lessons in subtlety. He'll get it one day. I like that he's not smooth and cool yet. Yeah. She tapped her chin with her perfectly manicured fingernail. You're right. There's a charm in innocence, since it's so rare these days. I mean, I thought my sweet little roommate, Zadie Marie, was the picture of innocence, but look at you now, hooking up with criminals. My middle name isn't Marie. Elena's straight white teeth bit into her bottom lip. That's the only correction you're making? I shook my head. Can this wait until my mom leaves? I'll explain. She picked up a piece of my hair, rubbing it between her fingers. Fine, but don't use this time to come up with a bullshit story. I'll be disappointed in you. With that heavy warning in my head, I joined my mom and Helen, drawing Eli into the conversation as much as he was willing. All too soon, it was time for them to head back home. I made promises to visit as soon as my head was above water with school, and my mom said they'd come back next month if I couldn't find the time. She hugged me tighter than usual, and Eli did too. Today had been a break for all of us. They were going back to the reality of a sick husband and father, and I was staying here with my stalker and my captor, and 2 roommates who were about to demand answers. In the doorway, my mom squeezed my hand. First thing Monday, I'll make calls about Drew. He's not going to get to you, baby. I nodded. Thank you. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. Absolutely not. You don't ever have to apologize to me. You're my kid. You don't get that as your mom, it'll always be my job to take care of you, no matter how old you get. I know you have Amir now, but it's still my job, one I love having. Another hug from her and a promise to give Max my love. Then she and Eli were gone. Elena and Helen were waiting for me. I perched on the love seat beside Elena, not really sure what I was going to say. I'm not really dating Amir, I started, and the stark relief in Helen's exhale sent shockwaves of guilt down my spine. What does that mean? Because unless your mom's delusional and you were just playing along, she saw you and Amir together today, Elena said. I licked my parched lips, but it did no good. My mouth was desert dry. You know how I got that poem? The girls nodded. Well, I've gotten a few, and this isn't the first time someone has sent me poetry. I told them the whole sordid story of Drew. Besides Amir, they were the first people I'd shared my stalking trauma with, and I found it somewhat freeing to spill it all out. I'd been so incredibly isolated during Drew's year of terror, both by his design and my choice, that once I was finally away from him, it had taken me a long time to realize I didn't have to be alone. A lot of the time, I was still convincing myself of that. Holy fuck. Helen launched at me, hugging my neck fiercely. I'm so sorry, baby girl. Elena piled on top, nuzzling into my chest. Tell me his name. My father knows people. We'll ruin this bastard. Oh my gosh, I love you guys, but I can't breathe. I pretended to cough and choke, but truthfully, I liked our kitten pile. Helen squeezed onto the love seat with us, me between them. Okay, so I understand why the poems freaked you out, even if they're not from Drew. But why Amir? What the hell does he have to do with any of this? Sighing, I pushed my clammy palms down my thighs. That night, when he and I were here alone, when he held you at gunpoint, Helen added, I turned to her. He put the gun away. Well, he put it on the coffee table. He never pointed it at me. Semantics, Elena dismissed dryly. Right, I'm not saying what he did was right. I'm only explaining that we had a lot of time to talk. So we did, and somewhere along the line, I told him about Drew. He wasn't happy about that happening to me and made a promise that if Drew ever bothered me again, he'd protect me. You're kidding. Helen shoved at my leg. You went to Amir for protection? Sort of, yeah. We made a deal that I cook for him and his housemates every night, and he watches out for me. That was the very sanitized version of our deal. I feared if I told them I was Amir's pet, they'd lock me away and try to deprogram me. But I was entirely of sound mind. I'd known exactly what I was doing when I'd accompanied Elliot to the party that night. I just hadn't predicted how it would work out. Helen snarled. Okay, I hate everything about that. You're like his servant or something? Elena got out her phone. One text to my dad and he'll ruin Amir right after he brings down Drew. Just say the word. I'm fine, I promise. His housemates are really nice, and half the time, Amir isn't the worst. Elena arched a brow. And the other half? Is he the devil himself? No, he's what you'd expect, I guess. Dark and angry. Helen shot up straight. Has he hurt you? Do I need to pay him a visit with my bat? I will fuck him up. No, I shook my head hard. This was the exact opposite of what I wanted happening. Please don't. I swear he hasn't hurt me. He can be a real a-hole, but he hasn't touched me like that. Helen settled slightly, but her body was still taut, like she was ready to grab her bat and beat the living hell out of Amir if I gave her a single hint it was what I wanted. Elena kicked her feet out, resting them on the coffee table, her ankles crossed. That doesn't really explain why your mom thinks Amir's your boyfriend. My sigh was heavy. This was a little trickier to explain without alarming them. The last thing I wanted to tell them was the way Amir had gone bananas seeing me in Eli's arms. That sounded like a lot more than a deal, even in my own head. We happened to run into him, and he just told my mom we were together. So now she thinks that, and I'm okay with it because it gives her peace of mind. Your mother has peace of mind that you're with Amir? Helen snorted. That's so fucking funny. He's not even a drug dealer with a heart of gold. He's just a drug dealer. He's not just a drug dealer. He's in his junior year in the business school and wicked smart. I wanted to kick myself for jumping to his defense, but there it was. You're kidding me. Elena leaned around me to speak to Helen. Did you know he goes here? Helen threw up her hands. Absolutely no clue. Then again, the only time I dealt with him was when I was picking up product, handing him money, or being threatened. You know, when he told me he'd burn down my trailer with my mom and sister inside if I didn't pay him the money I owed him. That kind of fun stuff. So forgive me if I don't see his other facets. My opinion of him is skewed from the times he threatened to kill my family and made me believe he meant every word of it. My heart twisted painfully in my chest. I wouldn't debate whether he meant it or not. It wasn't my place to defend Amir. Even if it was, I couldn't say with certainty he wouldn't have followed through on those threats. I know. He's not a good guy. He'd tell you that himself. I wrapped a loose thread from the hem of my t-shirt around my finger.
I guess that's why I feel certain he'd defend me against Drew. Maybe I'm being stupid and I'll regret going to him, but it is what it is now. I promised him a semester, so I'm going to give it to him. Elena patted my knee. You made your choice. I'll respect it. But, babe, if you want out, tell me. I'm not kidding about my dad. You might believe Amir's scary, but he's got nothing on Gil Sanderson. He will make Amir's ancestors regret ever existing. Goosebumps pricked my skin. I believe you, Elle. And it scared me to even contemplate someone coming after Amir like that, even if he deserved it. Even if he'd done terrible, unforgivable things. You're not going to fall for him. Elena wasn't asking a question. She was demanding a promise. I really hadn't wanted to lie to either of them. Stretching the truth was one thing, but out and out lying? No, that wasn't me. But I was in a corner I saw no way out of. A corner Helen had backed me into. So, I lied. I won't fall for him. Don't worry, Hells. But maybe it wasn't a lie. I wouldn't fall for him now because I already had. 4 months ago, when he'd tucked me in his lap, listened to me, and swept me away in all he was. For the first time, I felt no dread when I climbed the steps to Amir's house. Nerves had replaced my usual reluctance. I didn't know how Amir would treat me today now that he didn't have my family as an audience, but I hoped we wouldn't go back to the way things were before. It was 11:30 when I opened the door with the key Amir had given me last week. It was a little early, but I expected the boys to be up and at least lounging around, having a lazy Sunday. Instead, I was greeted by silence. I didn't know what to do. Were they even here? I trailed through the downstairs, not finding a single soul or any sign of life. The three of them weren't exactly the neatest, often leaving plates on the counter, but there was none of that. With a sigh, I ventured upstairs, keeping my steps light just in case they were actually still asleep. Marco's door was first, but it was sealed up tight. I didn't dare try to peek in. Julian's room came next, and his door was partway open. I stuck my head in, and my cheeks instantly burned bright. He was splayed on his back in the center of his bed, wearing only a pair of black briefs. I squeezed my eyes shut. The last thing I needed in my head was the vision of the ridges of his V disappearing into the low band of his underwear, even though it was now a little too late. I hurried to the end of the hall. Amir's door was closed, but I decided to take a chance and slowly push it open. I got halfway when it creaked, and I regretted every decision I'd ever made in my life. In the dimly lit room, the form on the bed stirred. I didn't know what to do. If I pulled the door closed, it might squeak again. If I left it open, he'd know I'd been there. Zadie. My forehead hit the door. Hi. Are you going to stand at my door forever or come in? Amir's voice was low and gritty with sleep. Get in here, Mama. I entered his room, closing the door behind me, and warily approached his bed. He was on his back, one arm slung over his forehead. When I was close, his other arm shot out, grabbed the back of my legs, and drew me close until my knees hit the side of the mattress. Zadie, he croaked. What you doing here? It's almost noon, I whispered. You told me to come.
he grunted, trailing his fingers up and down the back of my thigh and under my skirt. His blankets covered him from the waist down, and on top, he was wearing a button-up shirt. "Did you sleep in your clothes?" I asked. With a groan, he felt his chest, then let his arm flop. "Yeah, fuck. I came home and crashed." His eyes fluttered open, focusing on me standing above him. "Whoa, I like that." "What?" "Your pretty face being the first thing I see when I open my eyes. Fucking nice." He threw back the blankets and sat up, swinging his legs over the side of the mattress. I tried to back up, but he caught my hips and kept me close, pressing his face into my stomach. At first, I just stood there in shock. When he rubbed his face back and forth, I brought my hand up, gingerly combing through his short hair. His moan was soft, but filled with bliss. So I continued, each of my strokes more sure. We stayed like that for several long minutes, my hands in his hair, his face pressed against my belly, arms circling below my butt, the barest hint of sweetness filtering through the air. His breath warmed my skin beneath my t-shirt, but I shivered anyway. "Need to go take a shower." He gave my butt a squeeze. "You want to make me breakfast?" "Yeah." I scratched his nape, drawing another moan from deep in his chest. "I'll make you something. Go." He planted a kiss just below my belly button, then rose to his feet. I took a step back, watching as he unbuttoned his wrinkled shirt, revealing his lean, golden torso dappled with dark hair. He tossed it on the bed and shot me a smirk before striding across the room and closing himself in the bathroom. My hand shot to my chest, covering my fluttering heart. How did he do that to me? Without a single word, he made me feel more for him than I had for any other man. It didn't make sense, but I was helpless, and I had been since the beginning. Well, I couldn't stand there pining over him forever. The fact was, no matter what my feelings were, I was still his little pet, and I had a job to do. I'd strip his bed, throw his linens in the laundry, and make breakfast for the boys, then remake his bed. Throwing myself into action, I picked up the shirt he'd tossed aside, catching a whiff of the sweetness I'd smelled earlier. That was strange. I brought the material near the collar to my nose, taking a deep inhale, and nearly choked. That was not a good smell. Not at all. Cloying florals and irritating spices clung to the inside of my nose, making my stomach churn. I threw the shirt down on the bed, disgusted. Why would that scent be on Amir's shirt? Morbid curiosity got the better of me. Climbing onto the bed, I lowered my face to the sheets. There was nothing on the far side, but where Amir had lain when I walked in, there was more of the same overly sweet scent. Oh no. Ripping the sheets from the corners of the mattress, I coughed so hard I nearly gagged. There was no denying Amir's clothes and sheets were covered in cheap perfume. He'd been out last night, and I guessed now I knew what he had done for at least part of it. Thoroughly put in my place, I pushed away the feelings that couldn't be dealt with right now and carried the load of sheets out of Amir's room like a good little pet. That was all I was. A toy. A pet. Something to own. I really had to remember that.
Chapter 14. Amir. My head was throbbing again, but unlike my chronic headaches, this time I'd done it to myself. There was a time when I'd enjoyed myself at Reno's version of a business meeting. A private room at Savage Beauty's with enough strippers for each of us to have 2 in our lap if we wanted. Those days had come and gone, though. The routine was stale. Now I had to drink myself stupid to get through the night. I deserved to feel like a sweaty ass crack with all the ways I'd abused my body last night. Thank Christ I'd finally washed away the scent of desperation, cheap perfume, and the beer someone had splashed on me. I had been too far gone to take care of it last night, but fresh from the shower, I felt like a brand new man. My boys were up and moving about the time I made it downstairs. Julian was bugging Zadie from more of a distance before I got pissy with them both, and Marco was slumped at the kitchen table with one of his regular fucks sitting beside him, typing away on her phone. I pulled up a seat on his other side, keeping watch on Zadie cooking and Julian running his mouth. Marco's mouth turned up in a smirk. "You look like dog shit." I gave him a once-over. "Pot kettle, man." "No way. I didn't imbibe half as much as you. Julian and I had to carry you into the house. You were toasted." I rubbed the center of my forehead. I took it too far. I glanced at the girl. "Cover your ears, sweetheart." With an eye roll, she tugged her hood over her head, unfolded herself from the chair, and stalked into the kitchen to check out what Zadie was doing. I kept my eye on her to see if she'd talk any shit to my pet, but she just peeked at the stove, then propped a hip on the counter, adding herself to Zadie's audience. "What'd Reno have to say?" Marco asked. "Remember when we caught Schiffer pushing scripts and he mentioned Reno isn't in that line? Reno dealt in street drugs, always had. Mostly weed, but also coke and MDMA. That wasn't his primary money earner, and since I handled most of that end, he let me decide what products we were going to push. I'd seen enough bugged-out meth heads to be certain we didn't want to go there. For a time, I'd had a lucrative side business selling performance enhancers to athletes, but I'd stopped that. The end of college was hurtling closer, so I was slowly pulling back, easing my way out. And Reno was having trouble with that. "Yeah, I remember. He wants me to find a source for scripts, specifically Oxy. He's all buzzed about it. Wants it to happen soon." I cupped my forehead, pressing hard at my aching temples. "You're not going there." Marco wasn't asking. He wasn't involved in my business, had never wanted to be, and he couldn't stand that I was pushing for my brother. "No, I'm not going there," I agreed. Having a calm conversation with my brother is next to impossible. Add in a chick grinding on his dick while shoving her tits in his face, and it's a no-go. So I drank that shit away. I'll have to deal with him in time, but last night wasn't it. Marco clucked his tongue. "Just another fucking way to reel you in. You see that, right?" "I see it." As soon as I had my college diploma in my hand, I was out of the business, going legit and all that. Reno knew and had known from the very beginning. He had his thing, and I was going to have mine. He'd agreed to my conditions before I started working for him. I was in my second semester of my junior year now, and the end looked all too real. I sensed his low-level panic, and when Reno panicked, nothing good came of it. Case in point, he was all hyped to move into pharmaceuticals, with me at the helm. That wasn't happening. He was my brother. I'd throw down for him. I'd take care of business for him. But I was not getting pulled any deeper. Not when it was nearing time to walk away. Marco's girl came back, slipping into her seat. Julian followed, holding 2 platters filled with pancakes, eggs, and bacon. Zadie trailed behind him with a bowl of fruit. They set everything on the center of the table, and Julian took the last chair, wasting no time in serving himself a heaping helping of everything. I grunted. You're going first? He waggled a brow. Yep. I set the table and I carried the food. I automatically score higher on the scale than you bitches. I'd give him that, even though he was annoying the shit out of me. Zadie hovered beside the table, gnawing on her bottom lip. Her eyes were trained on the table. Her fingers fidgeted with the hem of her skirt. Did you eat? I asked her. I guess it's lunchtime. Did you eat lunch, Mama? She shook her head. No, but that's okay. I'll grab something at the dining hall. Considering you're staying for a while, I don't think that's a great plan. Take a seat. Grab a plate. She looked up, scanning the table. There are no seats. I'll just sit. I scooted back from the table and patted my thigh. Here's your seat. Come here. She didn't have to move for me to notice how utterly stiff she was. Her shoulders were so rigid they were nearly around her ears. This was a far cry from the girl who'd woken me up this morning. I didn't like it. Not at all. I slapped my thigh harder this time. Move your ass, pet, and put it in my lap. Now. Marco's girl drew in a sharp breath. She'd been around a few times and knew damn well not to utter a word. As for my boys, well, I felt their attention on me, but mine was solely focused on Zadie, who was slowly rounding the table. When she got close enough, I tugged her into my lap, where she perched like a bird on a high wire, ready to fly away at any moment. Nah, I definitely didn't like that. Relax, I murmured, sliding my hand under her hair to cup her nape. You're not going anywhere, so pretend you like me and lean into me. She released a breath, and some of the tension eased from her shoulders, but most of it remained. It's gonna be like that, huh? Squeezing her nape, I whispered in her ear, Gonna act like an uptight princess all of a sudden? She shook her head and turned so her nose grazed my cheek. No, I'm just uncomfortable. Maybe you just need some food in you. I picked up a forkful of eggs, holding it up to her mouth. Eat. She hesitated before parting her lips and accepting the offer. I liked that. Seeing her lips wrapping around the tines of the fork. Me being the one to offer her nourishment. Zadie taking it into her body. My dick swelled behind the loose fabric of my joggers. No doubt she felt it growing thick and hard under her thigh. We continued like that through breakfast. One bite for me, one for her. She never relaxed, never leaned into me, and it was driving me out of my mind. She'd been sweet when she showed up this morning, and all I was getting now was bitter. This was the shit, Zadie. Marco wiped his mouth and fell back in his chair, rubbing his stomach. Thanks, girl. Yeah, I hope they're paying you enough. Marco's hookup dragged her fork through the syrup on her plate. Please don't tell me you're cooking for these fools out of the kindness of your heart. Zadie shook her head, her fingers clutching the edge of the table. No, I'm not cooking for them out of the kindness of my heart. I slid her hair to one shoulder and nuzzled the crook of her neck. She shivered. Zadie's my good girl, and she's very much appreciated. Don't worry about what she gets paid. Zadie was like a board in my lap. All her soft had gone rigid. Her head was bowed, avoiding not just my eyes, but everyone's. It bothered me. Really fucking bothered me, and I had no idea how to get it back. The girl shrugged. I'm just saying. I was not in the mood for anything this girl was just saying. My head pulsed with pain. The only person I was in the mood for was Zadie, and she was clearly not in the mood for me. Marco, is there a reason there's a stranger at my table talking to my girl? Questioning my shit? 'Cause if there is, I'd like to know. Marco turned his hand over. I don't know why she's questioning your shit, but she's gonna stop right now. He wrapped his hand around her wrist and tugged her until she stood up. Come on, baby girl. Time to hit the road. She followed him willingly, sliding her hand up the back of his shirt. He was tipping his head down to hers as they turned the corner. I had a feeling it wasn't quite time to go yet. Marco would handle her. It just might involve his dick in her mouth. And knowing him, she'd tell him thank you for the deposit when he was done. I let my head fall against Zadie's back, closing my eyes and rubbing it back and forth. It felt better just doing that, feeling her warmth through the thin layer of her shirt, her sweet berry scent soothing my aching skull. Headache? Julian asked. Yeah, I thought I was going to kill it with breakfast, but it settled in. Julian had been around me long enough to know the deal with my headaches. He got up, filled up a refillable bottle with water, shook out some pain pills, and brought them to me. Zadie tried to shift out of my lap, but I held her there with my hand, anchoring her hip while I swallowed the pills and guzzled water. It would help, but it'd take a while. Go back to bed, man, Julian urged. You went way too hard last night. I'd almost say it serves you right to feel this bad, but... He shook his head, trailing off. But you're not a sadist? He chuckled. Nah. Now get your ass in a dark room until it fades. He got up from the table, grabbing the plates and platters. Let me help you. Zadie tried to push to her feet, but I kept her on my lap, rolling my forehead on her shoulder. Amir, stop. I need to clean up. I've got it, princess. Julian grinned at her over his shoulder. You saved my stomach this morning. Washing a few dishes is the least I can do. I'll take my boy to his room and force him to rest. I nipped at her ear. I think that sounds like a really good idea. Take me to my room, princess. I need to remake your bed. She lifted her chin, but kept her eyes down. Then let's do that. My bedroom was blissfully dark. When I closed the door behind me, it was quiet, too. Zadie's shoulders stiffened at the sound of the door clicking shut, but she moved forward, making my bed with efficiency that in no way surprised me. I watched her from the doorway, enjoying the way she looked in my room, like she belonged. When she finished, she stood by the foot of the bed, her hands clutched in front of her. If that's all, I'll leave you alone. I didn't get any studying done yesterday, so... No, that's not all. Get in bed with me. I winced at the sound of my own damn voice. Jesus, if I could have extracted my brain from my skull, I would have. That held more appeal than the sharp, stabbing pain. Zadie stepped forward. Is it that bad? Yeah, it's that bad. I pushed her back until her legs hit the bed. She sat down, swinging her feet onto the mattress and scooting over to make room for me. Stretching out beside her, I rolled to my side and shoved my face into her cleavage. Berries, rain, warmth, Zadie. Talk to me, Mama. About what? Anything. Tell me a story. I don't know. Just talk. Her small hand rested on the center of my back. Barely there. Okay, I've always thought it was kind of funny when you called me Mama. When I was born, my parents fought over what to name me. My dad wanted Sadie, but my mom liked Zadie better. She said it was more unique and had pizzazz. Zadie giggled, and yeah, I could picture Felicity saying exactly that. She won because, well, she'd just given birth and that trumps everything. But my dad, he's a little bit of a ballbuster, so he started calling me Grandpa out of spite. Grandpa? I murmured. Mm-hmm. He's Jewish, and Zadie is the word for grandpa in Yiddish. My mom hated it so much, but the nickname stuck. To this day, when I talk to my dad, that's what he calls me. I don't know if he remembers my actual name. Don't think I'm gonna call you Grandpa. No, I wouldn't want you to. Her hand glided up my back to the base of my head. fingertips pressing into my scalp. She rubbed up to my crown, then back down. "Does this feel okay?" "Fuck yeah. Keep talking." "Zadie doesn't mean Grandpa. I don't want you to think my mom would have done that to me. It's just an alternate spelling of Sadie, which means princess in Hebrew. Sometimes my dad would call me Princess Grandpa to drive her really nuts. It's really no wonder they're divorced." She sighed. "More?" "Keep talking, Princess." Her fingers were working magic on my scalp, scratching and rubbing in smooth, rhythmic motions. My head was resting on her perfect, magnificent tits, and my arm was circled tight around her middle, trapping her against me. The pain in my head hadn't eased, but her lilting whisper made it bearable. "My dad is the most gentle man I've ever known. He hates seeing suffering and will do anything to end it. A bleeding heart, my mom says, but I don't know. I think he just has an exceptionally good heart." The beat of her heart thrummed against my ear. Steady, easy, soothing in its predictable pattern. When I got headaches, I always preferred complete silence. That was before I'd known what it was like to lay my head on a soft, pretty tit and listen to an angelic voice sing me a story about her really nice dad. We lived in this big old house in Oregon that had a shed in the back. I still think is haunted. A mama raccoon moved in one year and had her babies. My mom wanted to call animal control because, of course, Mama kept digging through our garbage, but Dad wouldn't hear of it. When the babies got bigger, they moved on. But something went wrong and a baby got left behind. I guess because it was missing a paw. Her cool fingers trailed down the side of my face, soft as feathers, then back to my forehead, cupping it firmly in her palm. I almost shuddered from how good it felt. She had no fucking idea what kind of relief she was bringing me. My dad couldn't leave the baby there. He scooped it up, held it in front of me, and said, "Grandpa, meet your sibling Charlie." She giggled softly. Charlie was adorable and snuggly. Dad hand-fed her and built her all kinds of contraptions to keep her busy. It was an utter disaster, but we both loved her too much to admit defeat until we had no choice. Dad found a wildlife rescue sanctuary for her to live, and he ended up volunteering there. He still does, even though Charlie is long gone. He calls me all the time to tell me about the animals that come in. "Grandpa, your new sibling Arthur has arrived." My mom never understood it, but I did. I think because I'm just like him. I can't stand to see anyone suffer. It physically pains me, even if it's a stranger. Even if it's my captor. My mouth curled at the edges. I liked everything about her story, and I heard her message loud and clear. She wasn't comforting me now because she liked me. More like it was a compulsion, part of her nature. She should have known by now I had no problem taking full advantage of her nature if it meant I got to have my head on her tits and her hands rubbing my head. "I like your dad," I said. She exhaled. "Yeah, I do too. I don't know yet if I'll go back to Oregon when I'm done with school, but I can't imagine always living so far from him." "Not a Cali girl, Zadie?" "I don't really fit in here." "It's a big state." She breathed out a laugh. "That's true." She slid her fingers through my hair. "I don't really know what I'll do. What about you? Are you a Cali boy, Amir?" "Can't picture myself anywhere else. I don't think I'd fit in at a wildlife sanctuary in Oregon." "It's a big state." That made me laugh. "You trying to get me to move to Oregon with you, Mama? Is that what this is?" "No, I'm not that naive." "What's that mean?" "Nothing." She cupped my forehead again, spreading warmth all over my pain. "Shh, Close your eyes. No more talking. I wanted to argue with her, but there was a railroad spike driving through my skull every time I spoke. So I took orders, shut my fucking mouth, and closed my eyes. I'd done nothing in my life to deserve this kind of treatment, and truth be told, I'd stolen it for myself. I didn't feel the least bit guilty about it either. My conscience was so clear, I fell asleep with my head on Zadie's tits, her hand in my hair. When I woke up, she was gone, the sheets cold. I didn't like it, but she'd be back. And I decided I wasn't letting her go at the end of the semester. She'd be pissed I was reneging on our agreement. But what did she expect? Everyone knew there was no honor among thieves, and I had every intention of stealing my soft little princess and keeping her as my own.
Chapter 15. Zadie. Deacon took the seat next to mine, and I groaned. Not inwardly, either. It had been a long, long week, and I was out of patience. This guy wasn't taking a hint. He was annoying, but he was relatively harmless, especially when he broke away from his laughing bros. But I was at the end of my rope, so my normal empathy was frazzled into near nothing. "Hey." He grinned at me, and even that annoyed me. "TGIF, am I right?" Do you have plans this weekend?" "I don't know." I opened my laptop, tilting it away from him before typing in the password. What I wanted to do this weekend was lock myself in my room and do all the homework I'd been neglecting over the last couple weeks while I played pet to Amir and his crew. I wouldn't get to do that, though. Not the way I needed to recharge. I was at Amir's beck and call. The sacrifice I'd been making for Amir's protection had seemed worth it in the beginning. My time, my pride, my energy were all things I could give up so I wasn't terrified of my own shadow. So I could leave my dorm without being constantly afraid. That was before I realized how much it would wound me to come face to face with the reality that Amir did not reciprocate my feelings for him on any level. Before I had to smell another woman on his clothes. Before I had to contend with a bitter jealousy raging through my system I'd never once felt. "There's a party tomorrow night," and I turned to Deacon. "Please don't finish your sentence." I didn't like him. I thought he was kind of terrible. I still didn't want to have to reject him. His expression was genuinely perplexed. "Why not?" My sigh was heavy with exasperation. "Just don't, okay? You should sit with your friends. I'm not in a chatty mood." He twisted in his seat to face me. "See, this is the problem with you, Zadie. I hear you rejecting me, but you're so adorable and polite about it, it makes me like you even more. You're not like other girls." I cringed hard. "That's not the compliment you think it is." He chuckled. "I don't think you're hearing me. I'm trying to say something nice to you." "It's not a compliment if you have to put down other women to give it." "Aha, a feminist." He bobbled his head like I'd uncovered an important truth. "I can dig that." My nose scrunched. "That's not what feminism is," I murmured. He leaned closer. "What?" "Nothing." I shook my head. "I'm sorry, but I'd rather not talk anymore. It would make both of us more comfortable if you sat with your friends." Deacon stilled, staring a hole into the side of my head. "I don't get you. If you had any idea what I gave up, you know what? Never mind. You're obviously having a bad day, so I'm not going to push you." "Thanks." I loaded as much sarcasm into that one word as I was physically capable of.
I'm not a bad guy, Zadie. I know I can be a dick, and I showed you the worst of me. But I think a girl like you could bring out the best. You're a quality girl, and I'm a quality guy. I'm just asking you to keep an open mind, because I think you're adorable and sweet. I can't stop thinking about you, actually.
His declaration of infatuation, or whatever it was, gave me the chills. Goosebumps sprouted up and down my arms. Fortunately, he got up and moved to sit with his friends, who earned their laughing boy nickname by cackling at Deacon until our professor called the class to order. This wasn't the first time I'd asked myself if Deacon could be the one leaving the poems for me. I'd received another one this week, the same terribly written rhymes carefully typed on white paper. I hadn't told Amir or my sweet mates or even my mother. It was as though my throat couldn't push out enough air to form the words. At least, not those words. I'd spent so much of my life talking about my stalker to my parents, therapists, the police, lawyers. I thought maybe I was just done. I didn't want my biggest personality trait to be the stalker girl. Was that too much to ask? Probably. I'd spoken to my mom every day this week. The detective who'd worked on my case had retired, so there were a million hoops to jump through to speak to someone. Finally, she'd gotten a new officer to agree to look into my case and Drew, but according to her, he didn't seem to be moving with any urgency. As soon as class finished, I gathered my things, eager to escape. But then what? I had to trudge to Amir's house and enter a whole new level of hell. Since he'd fallen asleep on me over the weekend, he'd been more attentive than ever, watching me like a hawk, sitting in the kitchen while I cooked, studying my every move. I didn't know what was behind this escalated intensity, but I hated it. Because I loved it. When I stood up and slung my messenger bag over my shoulder, Deacon was waiting for me a few rows down. With a sigh, I walked down the steps, resigned. I couldn't leave this classroom without walking by him, and I had a feeling he wouldn't leave me be as requested. Sure enough, he fell into step with me, down the steps and into the hallway.
"Are you ready for the test Monday?"
he asked. No, not at all, I replied honestly.
Do you want to study together?
I glanced at him, taken aback by the earnestness in his question. That's a nice offer, but I do better on my own. Thank you, though. His smile was tight.
Got it. Thought maybe a study sesh would be more your speed than a frat party.
I had to laugh at that. You're right, it would be. But I really do prefer to study on my own. I can't concentrate when there are distractions. If I could be in a sensory deprivation tank, all the better. Deacon chuckled as he held the door open for me to exit the building.
I don't know, might be hard to study without any light.
My laugh was softer this time. That's true. I guess I would need 1 sense in my tank. We were both laughing when Amir stepped into my path. His bunched fists were at his hips, his midnight eyes were on me. Oh, hi, I stammered. He held his hand out.
Come on, I'm driving you.
All right. My fingers twitched, but I wouldn't let myself slip my hand in his. Not when I so desperately wanted to. Amir took matters into his own hands, transferring my messenger bag from my shoulder to his, then wrapping his fingers around my wrist and tugging me into his side. He turned us both to face Deacon, then he curled his arm around my shoulders. For his part, Deacon blanched, but he didn't back off. He stood there, legs wide, chest puffed, as if he was ready to take Amir on if he needed to. As if he had any chance. I slid my palm across Amir's chest. Let's just go. I'm tired.
Are you okay, Zadie? Deacon asked.
I'm fine, I assured him. I may not have liked Deacon, but I would never want him to face Amir's wrath. After witnessing his viciousness in the ring, I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. Okay, maybe, Drew. Maybe. But I wouldn't watch. Amir's muscles flexed and rippled under my hand. Then he tipped his chin to peer down at me.
Do I need to do something about this situation?
I shook my head. No, it's fine, I promise. There's no situation. His head snapped back up to scowl at Deacon.
You see this? This is mine. Remember that, kid, and we'll be fine.
Then he stalked off, and since I was attached to him, he dragged me with him, forcing me to scramble to keep up. Can you please slow down? My legs are much shorter than yours. He immediately tempered his pace, slipping his hand from my shoulder to cup the side of my neck. He kept his touch gentle and light, despite the tension bleeding from his muscles.
I did not enjoy seeing you sharing a laugh with that asswipe.
My mouth gaped. I'm not allowed to laugh now?
That's not what I said.
He said something funny, so I laughed. I didn't accept his proposal to become his personal house pet next semester or anything.
No.
No what? His hold on my neck rose to my jaw, his thumb pressed against my bottom lip.
No, snarkiness doesn't suit you. Not from this sweet mouth. Stop.
He was right. It didn't, but I was completely out of sorts. And maybe I was more than a little angry and fed up with, well, everything. So if some snark came out, it was only fair, and I didn't want to be called out on it. I'm sorry I can't be sweetness and light every second of the day. I'm human, Amir. Sometimes I'm in a bad mood. Sometimes all of this gets to me, okay?
All of what, Mama?
He used that voice on me, the lacquer-coated one that made my stomach feel like it was on fire. Everything. You, the poems, school, Max. I guess I'm tired. I know you don't care. I know I have to suck it up, and I will. I promise I will. But Amir swung me around, backing me into the side of his SUV. I hadn't even noticed we were in the parking lot until that moment.
If you could do anything right now, if you didn't have any of this shit going on around you, what would you do? How would you spend your Friday night?
I considered his question carefully, flipping it over in my mind to see if it was a trick. Last semester, I spent most of my Friday evenings with Hells and Elena, having dinner and sometimes watching a movie. They always went out after, and I'd stay in my room, studying and listening to music. And I know it sounds boring, and maybe it was, but I want a little bit of that boring back. I wasn't worried or scared. I could just be. I'd like a night like that, where I can just be. I brought my hand up to his chest, pressing into the heat emanating through his Savage You t-shirt. I don't know if I'll get that back.
You will.
He leaned into me, bringing his face close to mine.
I'd give you that if I could.
Lips parting, I sucked in a breath. That's a nice thing to say.
If I take you back to your dorm now, give you the night off, what will you do?
I was both elated and miserable at the prospect. I needed the distance from Amir he hadn't been giving me this week, but I didn't want it. My mind was at war with my stupid, Stupid heart. My mind would win, though. All I had to do was remember those perfumed sheets, and my mind would stomp my heart into a bloody pulp. Homework. I really, really need to catch up. He shook his head.
Jesus, what a waste. Friday night and my pet wants to do homework.
It's not that I want to, it's that I have to. We're not all as naturally gifted as you, Amir. His mouth twitched, giving me a small grin.
That sounded like a compliment.
I pushed on his chest, but of course he didn't budge. You know how smart you are. Don't be coy. He'd had me read over one of his analytics papers on Wednesday before he turned it in the next day, and it had been perfection. My little nerd soul had longed to throw it down on the floor and roll around in all the ideas and analysis printed on those 5 sheets of paper. Stupid Amir and his big intellect. He could have just been hot, but no. He had to add in smart and make himself irresistible to a girl like me. Perfumed sheets. Pain. Blood. Gore. There. That's better. He trailed his hand down the side of my hair, toying with a ringlet.
If I didn't have a job to do for Reno, I'd take you out. Give you the kind of Friday night you should be having.
Why do I think our ideal nights out differ greatly?
You deserve to be shown off, Zadie, not locked away in your room. You can have a lazy Sunday. You can be boring when you're 40. What you won't be doing anymore is hiding. Not when I can be with you.
He hooked his arm around my waist so our bellies were flush.
You dance?
In my bedroom, I replied.
You dance.
His lids lowered.
You're gonna dance with me.
Is that part of my job?
Does it need to be to get your sexy ass in a dress and grinding on my leg?
I swallowed hard, but it did nothing to clear the thick coating in my throat. I don't know, I whispered. I've never done that. He took a handful of my butt and squeezed.
I know that. Believe me, I know that. I'm gonna make it happen for you, Zadie. All the things you haven't done because of that piece of shit, I'm gonna give them to you.
Perfumed sheets. So it's part of my job? The heat in his eyes dimmed. He let go of me to take a step back.
Does that make it easier?
I nodded. I need to remember what we are.
We are what I say we are.
Taking me by the shoulders, he swiveled me around the opened SUV door and practically shoved me inside, copping a feel as he went. The drive home wasn't quiet, but Amir didn't speak. He cranked up the sound system, drowning out the silence with explicit rap. I thought he'd pull up to the curb and dump me out, but he turned into a spot and put the SUV in park. Reaching across the console, he unbuckled me, grabbed my wrist, and tugged.
Get over here, Mama,
he gritted out. The heat was back, but this time it was a raging fire, and I feared it was directed at me. I should have run. I should have done anything other than crawl across the console, but I didn't. Amir took me by the waist and guided me to sit sideways on his lap, like he'd done that first night. And the second. He might have been angry, but he stroked my face so gently, I didn't feel any of his wrath.
What are you going to do tonight?
He murmured. Staying in and studying. What are you doing tonight? He exhaled through his nose.
Work.
Work
probably meant more perfumed sheets. Or maybe bloody clothing and bruised knuckles. Quite possibly both. "Have fun," I whispered, unable to keep the melancholy out of my voice. He canted his head, studying me, really taking me in.
"I'm taking you out tomorrow. It's part of your job, if that's what you need to hear."
Okay. At this point, it was what I needed, to keep what was happening with him compartmentalized. It was the only way I'd walk away at least somewhat whole. His thumb pressed into the corners of my mouth.
"What's this about? Why does it look like you're sad?"
"I told you, it's been a lot lately. Too much." I blinked at him, then let my eyes fall. I don't know. I don't know what I need, but I don't know. He stared at me for another long beat. Then he did something so unexpected, I went with it. Cradling the side of my head in his wide palm, he pushed me down until I lay on his chest and wrapped his arms around me. And it was a hug. Amir was hugging me. The backs of my eyes stung from how tender the gesture was. I didn't even know he could be tender. Yet here he was, holding me when I needed it badly. The scent of his warm spice invaded my nose. His calm heartbeat thrummed in my ear. Fingers trailed up and down my arm and along my spine. It was so nice, so sweet, so perfect. I would have thought I was dreaming, if not for the fact that I didn't have nice dreams like this anymore. Not lately, at least. My tight, stressed body relaxed as the minutes ticked by, and I melted into Amir's embrace. Then he kissed the top of my head, and my heart shuddered so hard in my chest, it felt like my sternum was close to cracking. I couldn't do this. This wasn't wise. I lifted my head. I should go in.
"Yeah."
He took my jaw in his hand, pulled me close, and touched his lips to mine.
"Get out of my car, Zadie."
His lips ghosted over mine again. Then his head fell back on the rest, and he watched me under half-mast lids. "Okay." I forced my limbs to move, retreating to the passenger seat to grab my messenger bag. With one hand on the door, I looked at Amir. "Thank you." He lifted a shoulder.
"Don't like you sad. I didn't know that about myself until now. But yeah, I don't like it."
There he went, saying things that would inevitably lead to my heart breaking. I should have punched him. Instead, I smiled. His gaze lowered to my lips while his turned up ever so slightly. Who knew you could be kind of sweet? Swinging the door open, I hopped out onto the pavement, then spun around, looking up at Amir. "I'll see you tomorrow." I kissed my hand, then waved a goodbye, closing his door behind me. I had always known Amir was dangerous, but there, in the front seat of his vehicle, he'd given me a glimpse of how truly dangerous he was. Chapter 16. Zadie. Like déjà vu, I arrived at the boys' house early on Saturday. I was a little more trepidatious, but still hopeful, than I'd been the previous weekend. The house was quiet. I didn't know what I should do first. Despite
The shift between us over the last week, I hadn't gotten over the sting of the perfumed sheets to chance waking Amir up again. So I killed some time by dusting the living room, which was really an excuse for me to sit at the piano and run my fingers over the keys. Touching them without playing a note only took the slightest edge off my yearning to play. But it was something. I wandered back into the kitchen to brew a pot of coffee. Marco preferred his iced, so I poured him a mug and placed it in the fridge to cool so he could have it when he woke up. Then I set out the mugs I'd noticed Amir and Julian using most often, so I'd have them close at hand when they were ready for their coffee. Hadn't I become the good little house servant? Geesh, if my mom only knew she was shelling out big bucks in tuition for me to learn how to properly fold fitted sheets. A creak in the hallway floorboard alerted me to someone approaching right before they appeared in the doorway. I flinched when the person turned out not to be one of my 3 boys. Oh. Vanessa stopped short when she noticed me. Hey. Good morning, I squeezed out. My throat had become tight at the sight of her bedhead, smeared mascara, and bare legs. Because she was wearing a t-shirt and nothing else. Vanessa, the girl from the fight who'd volunteered to take my place on her knees in front of Amir, had spent the night here. She shrugged and continued across the kitchen to the coffee maker. I scooted down the counter, giving her access. She chose the mug I'd set out for Amir, filled it halfway with coffee, then moved to the fridge to add a heavy dose of creamer. Taking a sip of her coffee, she propped a hip on the counter across from me, eyeing me over the brim. So, what's your deal? Amir said you're like his servant or something? Vanessa took one long sweep of me with her eyes, then dismissed me by studying her fingernails. Or something, I replied. This girl's presence made my stomach hurt. On one level, I understood what it meant, but I was having trouble accepting it on every other level. If I did, I wouldn't be on my feet anymore. I wouldn't be able to stand in this kitchen and hold my head up. The shirt she was wearing was Amir's. The same Savage You t-shirt he'd been wearing yesterday when he'd talked about taking me dancing. It shouldn't have been a gut punch, but it was. Oh, it was. Vanessa looked at me and curled her lip. Stare much? God, don't be a freak. She rolled her eyes, taking a long pull of the coffee I had just made. I wished I could have been mad. Mad would have been easier than scraped and raw. If I left now, I'd be okay. I just needed air and perspective. This only hurt because I was here, in this house. When I walked back into my life, this would shrink down until it was barely anything. Resolved, I opened my mouth to tell Vanessa goodbye when Amir came sauntering into the kitchen, wearing just a pair of lounge pants, rubbing his taut, golden belly, and yawning. His eyes landed on me, and his mouth morphed into a smirk. Hey, Mama. I was disappointed not to see your face first thing like I did last weekend. His voice was gritty with sleep and entirely without shame, even though his hookup was standing across the kitchen from him. Seeing you in my kitchen makes up for it, though. When I didn't respond, Amir stopped in his tracks to look me over. When he got to my face, his mouth parted, and a deep furrow ran between his brows. Zadie, what's up with you? His head whipped to Vanessa. Did you say shit? I would deal with the consequences later. My feet became unglued, and I strode toward the archway that led to the hall where I'd left my shoes. I had to get out of here. I couldn't stand to see Amir with her. How sad was that? Falling for my captor and being jealous when he didn't fall back. I couldn't believe myself. Amir was faster than me, darting into the hall to block my path to the front door. What the fuck? He reached for me and I flinched, backing up a step. I need to go. No, you don't. You're staying right the fuck here and talking to me. He came at me, arms out. I dodged, going right. I'd leave my shoes behind. Maybe that was crazy, but I just needed to leave. I had to get out of here before he figured out why I was upset, before he saw the green-eyed monster riding me like a wraith. Let me go. He didn't. As soon as I moved, he was there, coming at me, and I knew he would never let me leave. Panic took my logic and ground it into dust. I whirled around and ran in the opposite direction, taking the stairs as fast as I could. Heavy footsteps beat the wood behind me, but I didn't falter. My only endgame was to get away. I rushed through the first doorway and shoved the door closed, only it didn't close all the way. Amir came crashing through. Then he closed it, flipping the lock to drive the point home that he'd caught me. I backed up until my legs hit his mattress. The second I took my eyes off Amir to check for an alternate escape, he pounced, driving me onto the bed. I rolled to my stomach, clawing at the comforter to pull myself to the other side, but Amir landed on top of me, straddling my hips and leaning over my back. I tried to get my knees under me, but he had me pinned to the bed. Let me go, I whimpered. Please, I need to go. He stroked the side of my hair, pushing it back off my face. My cheeks were flaming with half embarrassment, half fury. I couldn't let him see me like this. I wouldn't, so I pressed my face into the bed. But that was a mistake. I was instantly engulfed in Amir's warm spice, and it went straight to my head, making me dizzy. The fuck, Zadie, he murmured. You gotta calm down. I'm not letting you go, so you need to relax and tell me what the fuck is the matter. No, get off me. There was no strength behind my demand. He had me here, trapped in his room. My captor. If he wanted to shove my face in his conquests, he could and would, and I would just have to bear it. It was my own damn fault for falling for the villain. I knew better, but here I was anyway. I'm not getting off you. Not until you talk, and even then, I might not. I like it here. He rocked his hips forward, and there was no mistaking the bulge rubbing my butt. Talk, Mama. Right the fuck now. I can't, I mumbled miserably. He brought his face close to mine, rubbing his cheek against my ear. Zadie, give me something to go on here. Get off me. No. His weight lifted, and for half a blissful second, I thought he was letting me go. Then he grabbed my shoulders and rolled me to my back. His hands came down on either side of my head, caging me in. I squeezed my eyes shut. He growled. Fuck, Zadie, you're killing me. I thought we were friends. I shook my head. We're not. Did Vanessa say shit? My breath hitched of his own volition. Amir stilled. Neither of us spoke, but we didn't need to. He heard me, and I felt his understanding. Please, I pleaded. No. He skimmed his nose along mine. I need your words. I can't fix it if I don't know what's wrong. I shook my head. You can't fix it. It's my head that's the problem. I just need to go. Then it'll be better. Please, Amir. He cupped my cheeks, keeping me still. Open your eyes. I squeezed them tighter. Open, Zadie,
Right the fuck now, or I will redden your pretty ass.
My eyes flew open. He didn't laugh at me like I thought he would. He stared at me hard enough to see straight through me. But still, he wasn't getting it, and that made me mad. How could he not see how I felt? How could he not understand what it was like for me to stand in a room with him and the girl he fucked last night? I don't want to be here, I whispered.
Too bad.
He pressed his forehead to mine.
Talk. Tell me why you were liking me yesterday, and now you can't even look at me.
Because... He wouldn't let me turn my head. His eyes burned into me. He was all I could see, smell, feel. It was too much. I wanted out and away, and since he wasn't allowing that, I snapped. Because I hate changing your slutty sheets and seeing that girl in your shirt. I hate everything about it, and I need to go. Please, please, let me go. Amir reared back, giving me breathing room. I would have been relieved if he hadn't laughed at me. Full and hearty, his shoulders shook.
My slutty sheets?
He peered down at me, grinning wide.
What the fuck does that mean, Mama?
I dug my heels into the bed, pushing myself up the mattress. I got maybe a foot before Amir followed, pouncing on me again. Frustrated, I slapped my hand down on the blanket and balled it in my fist, yanking hard. These slutty sheets. I hate them. I hate that you want me to change them after you've had another girl in them. I know you don't care. I know I'm your pet. But I hate them. And if I have to smell that perfume again, I'll throw up all over your expensive, slutty sheets. Amir caught my wrists, cuffing them together over my head with one hand and holding my face with the other.
What is this?
His eyes searched mine until light shone through his midnight.
Is this jealousy? Are you jealous, Zadie? You think, what, I had Vanessa in this bed last night?
My nose scrunched at her name on his lips. She's wearing your shirt. I know you had her in your bed. It's none of my business, but
What shirt?
I scowled at him. You know what shirt? Your Savage You shirt. The one you were wearing yesterday. He pressed his thumb to my lips.
You're jealous.
He wouldn't let me turn my head, so I averted my eyes. No. My denial was so damn weak.
You are, Mama, and I like it.
Reaching over my head, he brought his pillow to my face.
Smell this.
I sniffed, and all I was hit with was Amir. Warm, spicy Amir. He tipped his head down to the foot of the bed.
Look down there. Tell me what you see.
Black fabric was carelessly tossed on the far corner of the bed. The longer I stared at it, the more it dawned on me what it was. My urge to escape tripled.
Tell me what you see,
he ordered softly. Your shirt. My throat was 5 times too small, barely squeaking out my response. His shirt was on the bed. That meant...
Mm-hmm. The same Savage You shirt half the campus owns, including Marco.
He ran his nose along mine.
Did my sheets smell slutty?
No, not like last weekend. His laugh was barely a breath.
Strippers. They bathe in that shit, then rub it all over you, even when you're not asking for it.
That didn't make me feel better. Kay. He lowered his chest to mine, and his fingers flexed around my wrists. "Come on, Mama. Tell me how jealous you are. You want to be the only girl in my sheets. You want me to smell like you, baby. Give me those words. I need to." My teeth sank into his chin, giving him a sharp bite. Then I fell back onto the bed and mewed. I couldn't take it anymore. I'd lost it. With Amir on top of me, the heat of his skin warming mine, his scent invading me, his lacquered words coating my ears. It was far too much. He stared at me with wide, shocked eyes. "Zadie." He released my wrists and slid his hand under my head. "You bit me." "You won't stop talking." His fingers curled in my hair, and he tipped my head back. Then he shifted, shoving my legs apart with his knees to fit himself in the cradle of my thighs, and ruck my skirt up to my waist. His cock was rock hard, and when he lowered his hips to meet mine, he rocked against my core. My panties and his thin pants were the only things separating us. And I felt him. I mewed again, bucking my hips, but that only drove him against me. "Tell me you're jealous," he gritted out. I would never say it. Never, ever. I looped my arms around his neck and tugged until his mouth was close enough for me to latch onto. I bit his bottom lip, then licked the spot where my teeth had been. Amir groaned the second my tongue touched his skin and answered back with his plunging between my lips. I'd unleashed him without meaning to, but even as I lost my mind in his dominating kiss, I knew there was no going back. Mistake or not, this was his show now. He yanked at my hair, tipping my head back farther, taking my mouth to its limit. He bit and sucked, licked me everywhere. I nipped at his lips and sucked on the tip of his tongue. He must have liked it when I did that, groaning and grinding his erection into me. He had my shirt up under my chin, the cups of my bra down, and his mouth on my nipples. He suckled one, then the other, drawing them into beaded points. "Beautiful tits. Never forgot the taste of them," he murmured as he raked his eyes over them. "These are my tits now, aren't they?" "Yes," I whispered. I would have agreed to a lot, even though I was mad at him and didn't really believe it, to keep his lips fastened to my nipple. My breath got stuck in my throat when he slid his hand between our bodies, pushed my panties to the side, and trailed his fingers down my folds. At my entrance, he swirled the tip of his finger around, dipping in slightly before traveling to my clit and applying firm pressure. My eyes flew open, finding his staring back at me. His mouth and mine were grazing, barely touching, but still connected. Each time his chest rose, mine fell. Our air mixed and swirled until I couldn't tell if I was breathing or he was. His fingers worked between my legs, touching me like he'd done it 100 times and knew exactly how I liked it. I'd been soaked before he started, worked up from his body on top of mine, but now I was drenched. "Yeah, jealous, Mama," he murmured against my lips. "This pussy's been mine since the first time I touched it, hasn't it? You've been waiting for me to come claim it." "Stop talking," I rasped. He was far too close to the truth. "I'm sorry for making you wait." He snagged my bottom lip between his teeth, then sucked it into his mouth. "This pussy's angry at me, but I'll make her better. Without warning, he sat back on his knees, yanked my panties off, and dove down to feast on me. His lips latched onto my clit, sucking and flicking his tongue. My mind raced to keep up, but it was no use. Once his mouth was on me, my mind was out of the equation. My spine arched. I clawed at the sheets beside me. I wanted to claw at his shoulders and scalp, to push him off me or tug him closer. He laid claim to my body without asking if I wanted to be claimed. But he'd been right. I had been waiting for him to come back to me. Despite everything, I'd longed to feel his mouth between my legs again since he'd walked out of my room. Amir held onto my hips, pulling me tighter to his mouth. His fingertips dug into my flesh. I whimpered and sighed as heat rushed down my belly, settling in my clit. His tongue took the heat and used it to make a spark, igniting me. Each pass of my clit stoked it higher and higher until I burst into flames for him, crying his name, singing my pleasure to the ceiling. And he kept at me, sucking and licking until I was nothing but ashes, helpless in a pile in the center of his bed. And then he was over me, rolling a condom on without taking his eyes off mine for even a second. He didn't give me time to come down or think clearly, not before he fitted the head of his cock with my opening and notched it inside. He stopped there, exhaling a heavy breath over my lips, then pushed in a little more. Amir, what? I could have protested. A big part of me wanted to. This was way too fast, and I wasn't sure I was over being mad at him. But if I asked him to stop, would he? Moreover, would I even be able to ask? He tapped my lips. Quiet. I only want to hear my name out of these lips. Get out of your head. My inner walls rippled with a leftover wave of pleasure, making him squeeze his eyes shut and tighten his grip on my hips. Fuck. Shit. His eyes opened and glared at me with something like accusation. Was that bad? I wasn't so naive not to know he liked the way I felt around him. I'll show you bad. Open for me, he said through clenched teeth. My legs spread wider, like I couldn't help following his command. He hitched one of my legs up, pressing my knee almost to my chest, spreading me so he could sink inside, inch by inch. I whimpered as his body speared mine, creating space for himself in my core. A space that was only his, now designed to fit his body. Tears pricked my eyes from the pain, from the magnitude of the act, from the relief that it was finally happening, from the person it was happening with. His eyes tracked the one tear that trickled down my temple as he held still, as deep in me as he could get. You want to be the only girl in my sheets. He wiped the tear away. Is that what you want? My lips parted. Only a wisp of air escaped. Shaking his head, Amir started to move, retreating slightly, then pushing back in. He was holding back, going slow for me, letting me get used to how incredibly full he made me. That surprised me. I'd rarely known him to be gentle. Touch me, he murmured. Touch me, Zadie. When I stayed frozen, He took my hand and brought it to his shoulder. Then he grabbed my other hand, placing it on his cheek.
"Fucking touch me," he ordered softly. "Move with me. Show me you want my sheets smelling like berries and not anything else."
Once my hands were on his hot skin, something in me flipped. The floaty feeling of watching myself from above disappeared, and I came crashing into my body. I dragged my palm along the scruff of his jaw to his nape, holding on to him there. My other hand ran along his shoulder, down the sinewy muscles in his arm, to his back. He made deep, pleasured sounds as I explored his skin. I hoped that meant he liked my hands on him, because I couldn't get enough of the feel of him. "Is this good?" I asked. He glared at me, frowning like he was angry with me. Then his hips reared back until he was barely in my body.
"Is this good?"
He slammed inside, taking my breath, my guts, my eyesight away. "Amir," I whimpered, clinging to his taut biceps.
"Don't ask me if having your hands on me is good. You're smarter than that, Mama. You feel my cock in you. I know you can feel how hard you make me. Tell me you know."
He drove forward, hitting me so deep stars sparked behind my lids.
"Tell me you're mine."
I nodded, bringing my hands up to cup his neck. I know. I feel it." He dropped his head so his nose grazed mine.
"Tell me you're mine. Tell me."
He swirled his hips, finding a raw, flaming nerve inside me. My spine bowed and my neck arched back. Amir slipped his arm around my middle, holding me in that position while he fucked me with determined precision, rubbing that magic spot until I released a tremulous scream. He kept holding me, grunting into my neck as he rode my body like a wave. Over and over he thrust into me, drowning me in everything. Him. I wrapped my arms around his shoulders, letting him take me where he needed to go. His movements became more frantic, the noises escaping his lips desperate. I held him tighter. He said my name like an exultation, plunging in deep and staying there. My walls clamped around him, hugging him as he pulsed.
"That's right, baby girl. That's right,"
he murmured as his movements slowed. Hot lips dragged along my neck, then teeth grazed my pulse.
Good little pet."
My eyes fluttered open, heart stuttering in my chest. My arms fell to the side. Pet. I'm his pet. Oh, no. What had I done?
Chapter 17. Amir. The soft, pliant woman in my arms turned rigid at the flip of a switch. My cock was buried deep inside her, my arms wrapped around her, yet she was already gone. I lifted my head, and hers turned to the side. "Zadie?" She sighed. "I'm okay." "Zadie." Fingers curling around her jaw, I turned her to me. "Whatever's going on in your head, cut that shit out right now. You just gave me a gift. Don't act like that doesn't mean something." Her eyes narrowed. "You took it." Sweet voice. Rotten words. Fuck that shit. "Oh, I took it? Is that how this is going to play out?" Her lips parted, but before she could speak, the fire in her eyes died out. No, I don't know. She pushed on my shoulders. Can you get off me? Please? No. I rocked my hips, still hard as steel in her hot little pussy. I'd need to pull out soon to get rid of the condom, but not before she stopped retreating. Tell me you gave it to me. Her teeth clamped down on her lip, the same teeth that bit me and made me lose my shit. I sure as hell hadn't planned on ending up in bed with Zadie this morning, much less fucking her as hard as I did for her first time. But the second those teeth touched my skin, I became frenzied for her. I gave it to you, she whispered. Regret it already? She chewed on her lip for several hideous beats before shaking her head. No. That didn't satisfy me in the least, but I had to pull out to deal with the condom. Zadie winced as I left her body, curling into herself the second I was no longer on top of her. Condom tied in a knot, I tossed it on my bedside table and rolled to my side, pulling Zadie into me. She tipped her head back, her brows furrowing as her eyes darted around my face. I reached down to cup her pussy. Sore? She nodded. A little. I kept my hand there, and she didn't bat me away. What the fuck's going on in your mind? You don't regret it, but you're looking at me like I murdered your dog. She wet her bottom lip and sucked in a breath. Her hand reached down to settle over mine between her legs. I don't regret it if that was you, she lowered her voice. Fucking your girl. If that was you fucking your pet, then I made a big mistake. My mouth twitched at the dirty words coming from her sweet, rosy lips. She made it cute and sexy. I'd have to coax more dirty talk from her so I could hear her whisper it while I took her. Yeah, I was going to have to do that. And soon. Told you were mine, Zadie, I replied. Then you call me pet. Her lips pursed into a sweet little pout. Oh, my pet was mad at me. You are my pet, but that's not a bad thing. I touched my lips to hers. That means I'll take care of you. I'll make sure you have everything you need. Means I'll bite the head off any motherfucker who tries to touch you. She shook her head. I don't like that. I don't want to be your pet and change your slutty sheets, and I slammed my lips to hers, cutting off her stream of bullshit. This girl had no idea. None. She squirmed, but that was her only form of protest, allowing me to sweep my tongue into her mouth, flicking her tongue against mine. I rested my forehead on hers. There was no one else, Mama. You've got me wrapped up in you. That girl downstairs slept in Marco's bed last night. She hasn't been in mine in months, and even when she was, she never spent the night. The perfume on my sheets last weekend was from my shirt. No one was in bed with me. Yeah, I had strippers rubbing up on me, and I let it happen because I was wasted. Won't happen again. If you're mine, and you are, I just need the words from you, then we're going to be slutting the sheets up together. No one else. I don't share, and you keep giving me what you just gave me, I won't even see another girl, much less touch one. Her nose scrunched. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Now I need you to talk because I just laid it all out for you. You have to give me more than oh. She trailed her fingers up my arm to rest on my neck. I'll be yours if you'll be mine. I won't share either. And smelling that perfume on your sheets, that hurt, and we weren't together. If that happens again, I won't stay, even if I want to. I don't like you threatening me with leaving. Her brows rose. Imagine coming to my bed and finding it smelling like cologne. Imagine it. Tell me you wouldn't walk away. You really want me imagining something that will make me homicidal? Because that's what will happen if some asshole finds his way into your bed. I know my pet. My loyal, beautiful pet. You'd never invite someone there when you're with me. So if I find the scent of cologne in your sheets, I'll know something horrific happened, and I'll tear apart the world to find them. She pressed her fingertips to my lips. I'm sorry I asked. Then she giggled. The sound traveled through the little bit of air between us, landing like a stone on my chest. Don't say shit like that to me, Mama. I'm not level-headed when it comes to you. I've noticed. Her cheeks glowed red, and if I wasn't mistaken, she seemed happy. I should get dressed. I didn't make breakfast yet, and the boys are probably starving. I propped myself on my elbow, tracing the rounded curve of her cheek. Things have changed. You get that, right? You don't have to cook and clean, Zadie. She bit her bottom lip, eyes drifting to the side. But I want to. Not every day, and I'll skip cleaning. But I do like cooking for you. It makes me happy to do it. Unless you don't like my cooking. Dry laughing at her obvious fish for a compliment, I gave it to her. Best home cooking I've ever had. Marco and Julian would revolt if I told you not to cook for us anymore. Then it's settled. The two of us threw on our clothes. Zadie spent some time in the bathroom, and we headed downstairs. Julian was slumped over the kitchen island, staring into his mug of coffee. Vanessa and Marco were nowhere in sight. Hopefully he'd gotten her out of here. I'd make it clear when we were alone, she wasn't welcome in this house anymore. Marco could get her dank pussy elsewhere. Good morning, Zadie chirped. Julian's head shot up. He took in her wrinkled clothes, wild curls, swollen lips, and looked at me, all mellow and light on my feet. One look, and he got it. A slow smile spread across his face. I gave him shit, but Julian was my boy. I didn't have to say the words for him to know I'd been wanting Zadie for a while now. He didn't have to say a syllable for me to know he was happy it had finally happened. All right, about time. His smile fell. Does this mean no more dinners? I don't think I can survive on dollar ramen anymore. I can't fucking do it, Zadie. She peeked around the open refrigerator door. Don't worry your pretty little head even for a second. I'll still be here. Julian grinned at me. Your girlfriend called me pretty. Yeah. Girlfriend. Motherfuck, that was a head trip. I met Zadie's eyes over Julian's head. They were bright, sparkling, and her cheeks had taken on a permanent blush. She can compliment you all she wants. It's you who has to watch that shit. Maybe don't even make eye contact. Even better, address her as Ms. Knight. Zadie laughed as she passed with an armload of veggies and eggs. If you address me as Ms. Knight, I'll poison your food, she sing-songed. Julian threw out his arms. I thought you were saving that for Amir. She looked at him over her shoulder. Who told you I don't have enough for all three of you? Laughing, I pulled up a stool beside Julian and joined him in watching my girl cook. Fuck, she was pretty. It grated on me to see her and Julian having an inside joke, but at the same time, I liked that he liked her. We had both been with enough low-quality women the other couldn't stand. No fucking need to repeat those mistakes. My phone vibrated with the text from my brother, and reality struck. As much as I wanted to toss Zadie back into bed and lick the pain away from her sweet pussy, I had a job to do. I had money to collect, people to deal with, and Reno to answer to. I'd give myself an hour of this. My girl, my house, my kitchen. An hour of being the guy who deserved a girl like Zadie, who got to have lazy Saturdays, who wasn't beholden to a power-drunk brother who'd sooner blow up the whole town than rein in his reckless brutality. I walked into Reno's warehouse, one of his guys by my side. When I collected money, I took backup. but I never involved Julian or Marco. They were as clean as I could keep them, and they'd stayed that way. Reno wasn't in his office, but I opened up his safe to drop my weekly deposit. He'd count it later. He trusted me implicitly, but when it came to his money, he didn't leave room for error. That was the one thing he was on top of. Money was God in his books, and he'd sacrifice anything to get more of it. Blood was his sacrifice of choice. Not his blood, though. I found him in a room in the back, the place where he took those who made him unhappy. He was pacing around a bloody man tied to a chair. Reno's knuckles were cut up, his forehead sweaty. He'd been at this for a while. When I caught his attention, he grinned. "Yo, man, your runs go good?" "Yes, no problems." I nodded to the man who was too swollen to identify. "What's up with him?" Reno flashed a wicked grin and gripped the man's hair, yanking his head back. "Joshy asked for an extension on his loan. You know I'm a reasonable guy. I allow one extension, which I think is more than generous. Joshy's on extension number 3. Joshy obviously thinks I'm a little bitch. I had to do a little work to relieve him of that notion." I tucked my hands in my pockets and rocked on my heels. "How much does he owe?" Reno chuckled. "That's the funny part. Joshy was down to the last 500. He was so close to the finish line, but he had to go fuck it all up." He bent down, getting in the bloody man's face. "Not gonna do that again. Are you, Joshua?" Bloody man grunted in what I assumed was affirmation. I wouldn't want to get on Reno's bad side. Not because he was so scary, but because he did not give a single fuck. Violence didn't bother me, but it delighted my brother. He'd barely made it out of high school because he kept getting in fights over the slightest provocation. He'd even punched a teacher, the idiot. When he finished beating the shit out of Joshua, we went to his office where he counted the money I'd collected, just as I knew he would. "How's it going?" he asked as he put the cash back in his safe. "How are classes?" "Good. A lot of work." He sat down in his chair, shaking his head. "My baby brother, the genius. You're gonna go straight and make more money than I ever will." I turned my hands over in my lap. "That's the dream. We'll see." He leaned forward, steepling his hands under his chin. "Nah, you will. God didn't give you that intellect for nothing." I narrowed my eyes. "What's with the flattery?" That made him rock back in his chair and laugh. "Fuck you very much. I can't admire my kid brother." "I know you. I know you want to get me into pharma. If you're trying to butter me up, it's not happening. I can't take on anything else. And this summer when I'm interning, I'm going to have to cut back. You support me going legit, then you need to drop the talk of me diversifying my product." He turned serious. "I heard you the last time. I'm bringing in Eddie on that front. He has contacts in TJ we're going to work with." I pressed my fingertips to my eyes. "I don't want to know, all right? Just don't get yourself killed." "How can I when I'm immortal?" That had me grinning. "Is this like the time you convinced me you could fly and fractured your arm in 3 places?" Reno's brain didn't work the same as other people's. His sense of danger was pretty much non-existent. So when I asked him to prove he could fly when I was 7, he took me by the hand, walked me to the nearby park, climbed to the top of a huge tree, and he flew. The asshat was lucky to survive that stunt. He rolled his eyes. "That tree grew 10 feet after I climbed it. The wind changed directions. Someone put lead in my boots. There was kryptonite in someone's pocket. A witch cursed me." I chuckled as he spouted off all the excuses he'd given me when he'd crash-landed with an arm bent the wrong way. "I don't give a fuck what anyone says. Those were good times," he said. Huffing, I let my head fall back. There was a lot of bad in my brother. A lot. I was under no illusions about who he was as a person. But the asshole had always been a good brother. When he talked about me going legit and being successful, pride seeped through every word. I didn't know if he really cared about anyone else on earth besides me. I never saw it if he did. Marco and Julian didn't get why I stayed, why I kept working for Reno when the risks weren't worth it. This was why. Times like these when we were just two brothers who grew up with no one to count on but each other. Yeah, we made our own good times, I replied. Our parents had been around, but they were pretty indifferent to us. It'd been just me and Reno most of the time. That kind of history was pretty much impossible to turn my back on. Are you going out tonight? He asked. Nope. No. He raised a brow. I've got my girl. He cocked his head. The pretty thick one? What was her name? I nodded. That one. Zadie. And she's yours? Yep. Now this I was proud of. My chest was full of it. She's mine. My nights out are going to be different. His shoulders shook. Guess the missus doesn't like you having girls park their asses on your dick, even if they're getting paid to do it. Nah, and I'm not interested in anyone else's ass on my dick. Not when I've already got the finest one I've ever had in my bed. He hummed, swiveling in his chair. She seemed like a good girl. Does she know what you do? She has an idea. As far as I was concerned, Zadie knew enough about this side of my life. She didn't want to know more, nor did she need to. Be careful, he warned. I will. I'd be very careful with her. I had a lot of ugly in my life, but she was pure beauty, the kind that didn't belong in my world. But I had her. She was mine. Like Marco and Julian, she was my clean in a lifetime of dirty. There wasn't much I wouldn't do to ensure she stayed that way. Not much at all.